What is up, YouTube? It is me, artisanmc, and you have now embarked on the hero's journey. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. It's kind of light today, but I'll give shots out to Trust because she made me think about something that got my creative juices going, which is I am one of the three art beats on this Black Manosphere side of YouTube. There's only three of us, and I do appreciate those brothers. I did always feel like the Eddie Kang of that shit, but but I thought I'd give some love to that since Tori reminded me this is the church. This is the Church of Geekdom, at least on a Sunday. At least on a Sunday, it's the Church of Geekdom. It's not the biggest, but it is yours. So it is what it is. So like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I've been pulled out of I love the other two too. I do. They had their differences. I didn't have any differences with either one of them necessarily. Nothing that I couldn't resolve. But it happens in YouTube sometimes. You know, people rub each other the wrong way. But that's just people in general. So I never get too bent out of shape about it. It's just what it is. Look, you have people that can't get along with their own family sometimes. What makes you think they're going to get along sometimes with somebody they don't know over the internet? It's just human beings. It's just human beings. So, much love for both of them. My homeboys, I do got love for them. But today, I'm going to get into some other stuff that shows a little bit of no love. Now, I've been pulled out of social media for about a week. And I say pulled out because it is like having sex. You do have to go balls in or you have to pull out at times. And I pulled the fuck out because it was getting, to me, it's too much negative energy out there for me to be imbibing. And I was trying to purge myself. I was happy about some stuff that was happening personally. You guys about that last week. So I've been just pulling back from people in general. And just being to my own devices and leaving it at that because at least I can deal with that. Like yesterday, I spent all yesterday. I was supposed to do something, but I decided not to do a damn thing. I was to myself. I woke up early. I went for a walk down to the water. I had my chai spiced mango latte and sat by the water and watched the waves and ate my bagel and drank my latte and just thought about some shit and just enjoyed the morning pretty much. And that's what I did. And you know what? I was actually tired by 9 o'clock, which is, if you know me personally, you know I never go to sleep before 9 o'clock, before 10 o'clock. I usually don't go to sleep before like 1 or 2 in the morning. I usually don't. But one thing I did while I was on vacation where I didn't go to Vegas, I slept. I slept for 2 days and wake up before 12. So that is something I wanted to keep going forward, which is me getting my damn sleep. Like, fuck a lot of this stuff. I mean, I could sit up all night and edit a video for you guys about some commentary thing, but unlike most YouTubers, I don't do content every day. I don't. So some people, attention spans are so short that I see certain people add, unfollow because I didn't drop something in the last week, in the last 4 or 5 days, which is, I don't know. I'm not a drug dealer. I'm not. I have a little longer attention span than that, so I can wait a week for something. You see it with my anticipation for watching House of the Dragon and stuff like that. I can wait a week. I can wait 6 days. I'm not a kid. I'm a grown-up, so I can wait 6 days. It's not that big of a deal. A lot of things in life are that way, not instantaneously microwaved, no thought put into it, just thrown out there. I don't have that kind of time. And right now, um, shout out to my coworker. I don't think I could say his name. Anyway, one of my coworkers had something serious happen to him at work, and he had a stroke in one of the residents' house. And out of a team of 13 people, I was the only one who stepped up to cover his work that he needed to get done that day, because medical issue or not, work still has to get done. And that's the main thing that the company cares about. So I stepped up for him, in a sense, because he had to go to the hospital. I mean, seriously. And me stepping up for him after having been on call myself for 4 days was telling, in my view, of how devoted some people are to what they're doing and how much people actually give a shit about the people they're working with. They don't, because there was no urge in them to rise up and try to do what they can to help him out. It was just like, well, fuck it, he was on, so you got to go to the hospital. We got to, even though they live closer. I live 45 minutes away, and I still got up in the middle of the night to go, cover the work that he needed to get done and make sure those residents were taken care of. Nobody else did. And for that, I'm getting HR shit again. So you can understand sometimes why I pull back from YouTube and stuff. There's other shit going on. There's other stuff in the world that happens with me and around me other than fucking YouTube. And some of it I bring to YouTube and share with you guys. Most of it I do not. I could get up here every day and put on a face like nothing is bothering me and everything is lovely, but that wouldn't be honest and that wouldn't be authentic to me. And I don't like putting out that kind of shit. I'm not a fake person. I don't think I need to be one just because I turned on a camera and a light and a microphone and jumped on YouTube. I don't think I need to be a fake person for that. Yeah. He's still in ICU, Malika. That was over 2 weeks ago. He's still in ICU. So shout out to him. But it made me think about things a little bit more, how much time I was devoting towards there. And I already know, it was already proven like last year, that if I go down in a sense and I need to be off or whatever, nobody's going to cover me either. That the majority of work that gets done apparently is not based on, well, I couldn't say that. That'd be disingenuous. Let's just put it this way. There's certain person who always steps up. And there's other people that don't. That's just what it is. And in my mind state, as I was explaining this to my supervisor yesterday, is this all our work? It is all of our work. And it doesn't stop just because one of us fall down. That means everybody else needs to carry the load. Now, maybe I'm a little bit more capable than most of carrying more of the load, but that is because I built myself to do that. And which is why I don't usually throw in with a bunch of people who cannot do it at my level, which makes me seem a bit standoffish. If you are not capable, I'm not going to force you to get capable. That's not my job because I'm not the supervisor. But it does show on the people who hired you that they hired your incapable ass. to be here earning this money. Just saying. So shout out to my coworker. I don't want to say his name just in case I'm not supposed to for legal reasons and whatnot, but it was a serious issue, and it did make me think, even as I was covering him, it did make me think how much people do not fucking care about your health and well-being regardless of what's going on, because it reminded me of what I've always known, is that whether you fall down or not, life will still go on. It don't matter who died, it don't matter who it was, it don't matter what happened. That man could have died right there at work, and nobody would have gave a shit about the people that was dependent on him in that moment, be it the residents or the people in his family who depend on him. Nobody would have gave a shit, because it infringed on what they were doing. Oh, I had a beer. Oh, that's too far to drive. Oh, I don't want to do that work. What are you showing up for then? The least you can do is help him out on what's going to pay his family. So shout out to him. It's not a judgment against everybody. It's just my observation of human beings and human beings in 2024, how they react and deal with other human beings. That's what I do. Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. Nothing gets done if you can't work together. And you don't got to like each other. You don't. I told that to my new co-worker. He got a different feel on me the other day because he had to work with me. But he got offended because I told him not to call me Bud. And I told him that's not my name. It's not my name. Don't call me Bud. I don't like that shit. I don't call anybody there anything but their name that they told me it was. Nothing else. Unless we friendly, then you might get some derivation. But other than that, you get what your name is. So if I told you my name was Big Dick McGee, you need to be calling me Big Dick or McGee. That's the only thing I'm accepting. No Bud, no boy, no none of that shit, because that's all, especially if you're the only black man there. That's all diminutive. Get that, right? This is certain things that certain types of pale folks will do to you, which is they never want to call you your name, because calling somebody by their name is a sign of respect. It's the difference between calling somebody sir or calling someone boy. It's the same kind of thing. It's a sign of respect. And since I'm a little smarter than the average bear, I'm not permissive of everything. You can call me my goddamn name, what I told you it was, or you're not going to talk to me and I'm not going to speak to you. It's that simple. You got kind of offended. Oh, we ain't going to be friends. We ain't got to be friends. We just got to work together. And that's not a friendship relationship. It's not. It's called professionalism. Because little does he know, I've worked with straight up racists. Who got their hood in their truck. What he does on his weekends is his goddamn business, as long as he ain't doing it towards me. But while we on this job, and my life and your life will be in each other's hands, I think you need to act respectfully. I think you need to understand how to talk to people, or it can be a very detrimental day for you. Plain and simple. We ain't got to like each other. We just got to get this fucking work done, because that's what we showed up for, outside of the paycheck. So is sir and ma'am a sign of respect too? Because apparently it is for some folks. It is. One of the things I want to go into today, because I want to talk about this Beau DeMayo shit, since this has popped back up in the news and it's really been interested me outside of all these other shitty trailers and stuff like that. This Beau DeMayo stuff has been interested in me. Sir and ma'am is a sign of respect because it is gendered. Nowadays, they don't like that kind of shit. You know why? Because no woman wants to be considered old. And women don't necessarily want to be women nowadays. They want to be addressed as men. They want to be treated like men. Like you at the Olympics getting punched in the face. So, sir and ma'am, at least for me growing up, being a Gen Xer born in 73, raised throughout the 80s, sir and ma'am was always what you said to anybody who was older than you because there is a such thing as elders. So it wasn't necessarily just something that happened in the military, because in the military, that's how you determine hierarchy, and that's the sign of respect that you give to people. Everybody is a sir or ma'am. There's always somebody older than you. There's always somebody who knows more than you. If you're talking to that person, you are now not on the same level because you're having a conversation. You recognize their status, what they've actually gone through to get to this point, and you show them that respect by addressing them as a sir or a ma'am. Now, the reason why it's so fucked up nowadays is because it's gendered, because we have so many issues with gender and people don't want to be what they are apparently are, or what they present to the world. Well, it's offensive to call somebody a sir who's went through a transition to become, a woman or a man. You might not know. They don't like you saying that because it feels like you're placing certain roles on them that they don't want to have put on them. Maybe they do present as a woman, but they don't want to operate as a woman. You're gendering them. You're doing them a disservice by saying, "Oh, pardon me, ma'am." Oh, you don't know my gender. You got a bubble butt and a big old rack of ribs up front. I seem to, at least nowadays, it's getting a little harder, but I seem to know the difference between a male and a female. But fine, I won't talk to you. Let you figure that shit out, because I'm not a part of joining anybody else's delusions. I'm not there to reinforce that shit. Jefe, what's good? What's good, that's it. And what did Big Dog say? He said, but it isn't really about age so much as about authority. I thought it's not really about authority, right? When I cross a brother on the street, or a male or a female on the street, right? Put it this way: I'm out in public. I'm just walking the street. I come to a door for a coffee shop. This happened yesterday, right? I open the door for this woman that I see is trailing behind me. I open the door for her and let her walk forward ahead of me, right? What do you think I said to her? She said, "Thank you." She told me, "Thank you, sir." And I told him, "You're welcome, ma'am." Nothing. I have no authority over her in that situation. She ain't got none over me. It's just a sign of respect. Anybody I don't know within a certain context, I always say sir and ma'am. When I'm in a resident's house doing some work on their thing, they may be younger than me. They may not know it, but I do. They're younger than me. They're in their 30s. If it's their house that they're in, it's either sir or ma'am. They don't have any authority over me. No, they don't have any authority over what I'm doing necessarily. But I show them that respect because I'm in their home. That's just stuff you do in general. If I saw an older man out and I helped him, or he needed my help, I said, "Let me help you with that, sir." I would give him that respect. What I've learned, or what I've noticed in our American Western culture, is we hate getting old and we devalue respect. And it has gotten to this point over the last 20 or so years. It has gotten to this point. You don't respect shit. You can't respect somebody on their gender. You can't respect somebody on their age. You can't respect somebody because they've actually done more than you. You don't want to respect anything that anybody does. But you won't respect. And I'm not saying you personally, I'm just saying in general. Right, big dog? But they want respect. They want respect from everybody for whatever they do. And if they don't get it, then they throw in tantrums like fucking children. For what? You ain't did shit. Funniest thing I've heard is somebody who wants respect for being a mother, but the kids are always with babysitter and she always out. You can't get that same respect as like a Claire Huxtable or some mom that was there holding it down with her kids the whole time and she wasn't trying to run out into the streets in the club every night. No, you can't get that same respect. You know why? Do you cook? Do you clean? And I'm not talking about for the man. I'm talking about for the kids. Do you do any of that stuff? Because you bought them an outfit to look like the prettiest looking opposable, walking, living dolls. And let them stay in the other bedroom of your apartment does not make you, mother of the year. It just makes you an adult in some ways. Because you let somebody older than you tell you, like I'll use on this platform just to explain it to everybody else. You say a BGS who's gone to third world countries and seen how other people live. Other people do that shit with a lot less. A lot less. But because you bought him Jordans and he looked cute going to school on the first day, you think you did some shit. Who gives a fuck about that? Can he read? Can he sit his ass still in class? No, you ain't doing your job. Look, I'm more about the content of a person's mind and behavior as opposed to what they threw on that day. I don't give a shit about that. That does not matter to me at all. If you send this boy to school and he cannot function socially, or this little girl can't keep her little snarky ass in line to not be into it with the teacher, somebody ain't doing their job at home. I don't give a fuck what they're wearing. That doesn't matter to me, but that's just me. It's just me. I'm not saying this is for everybody, but it's for me. That matters more to me. You seen the GameStop video, OG? I don't know what you're talking about right there. I haven't seen a GameStop video. I don't watch it. Respect used to come easy. It was once part of the culture, but after Gen X has started to quickly erode. Yeah, dead set it did. And that's why I blame half of Gen X for some of this shit that's going on right now. And that's just for me. I just can't put it on all boomers or all this other stuff, because understand, a lot of boomers wouldn't have been raising their grandchildren if their Gen X children was doing a fucking job. They wouldn't have been. And if you got a 60-year-old grandmother trying to raise a 9-year-old or a 15-year-old with no father around, that shit is going to work a little different. That shit is going to work a bit different, especially if she was trifling anyway. What up, Deacon Brown? The church say amen to the deacon. This shit keep popping up and dragging. You know what I'm saying? I seen the video from the dude girl at GameStop being demanded to call the ma'am. Yeah, the service industry is where you saw the respect erode first, to me. I mean, I find it interesting just rolling up to fast food place and ordering my food, and they won't tell me the total at the thing. Okay, yeah, drive up to the window. Like, fucker, you got another part of this to do. You're supposed to tell me what the total is. Y'all don't do that no more? It's too complicated? And it's not a sir or anything like that. Just like you in their house and you just drove up to their house and they just, selling the shit out their front door or something. No respect. They don't give a fuck. Just give me the money. Give me how much I asked for. Oh, I know that's the right price. Would you like a receipt? You goddamn right I do. Because apparently the machine can't add and you can't either. Just saying. Why is this thing dragging? It must be throttling. Or is it just my connection? Like I said, artisan, my grandmother always told me that home training and manners will get you far in life. It never, ever hurts to say, please, thank you, excuse me, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. I use all of those. But a lot of people had hands in raising me. My mother was young. I told you, my mother was 15 when she had me. And she wasn't a knucklehead necessarily. But while she was at work, making her bones, not trying to be on nobody's assistant or nothing like that, because she is that stubborn like that, I was with some other people that was trifling. So I saw some shit. But I also had some people that were around who knew something about respect. One of which actually came in handy this week, was my cousins, who were, the father was a Marine and a carpenter. There was a lot of respect being doled out in that household. A lot of understanding that we all part of the same damn team and everybody got jobs and roles to do. And you're going to do it. If not, you're going to get your ass beat and then you're going to do it. You're going to do it one way or the other. Sore or unsore. And that's just the way it was. What you did as a whole. You moved as a group. So if it was time to sit your ass down and read, it was time for everybody to sit down and read. If it was time for you to do your work, it was time for you to do your work. And when it came time to clean up, everybody did it. Not just the boys, not just the girls. Everybody had a hand in cleaning that motherfucking place up. No, you're going to do this shit together. And we're going to sit down as a family at this table and eat. And act like you got some damn sense, or some sense will be massaged into your ass to see if it gets up to your brain. Buddy had a 5 o'clock shadow talking about I'm a man. Big dog, you ain't telling me nothing, man. I live too close and have worked too long in San Francisco not to have seen shit like that. I've seen a whole wig on Muni. The whole wig, shadow, and razor bumps with the dress on. And this was a brother. The world is a funny place. The world's a funny place. You judge them, but I'm looking at them like, you should probably use clippers, homie. If you want to pull that off. Use some clippers. But I would think this is where my heart goes out to, and that has to be the hardest plight and the hardest transition to go through that if you don't have the male part down completely anyway. How to shave and not get hair bumps. And now you're going to make the transition as a dark-skinned man to cross-dressing and being a woman. That has to be the hardest transition. To go through that the whole time. It steals your mind. That's why I don't necessarily get, pissy about them being upset at people. I get it. I get why you probably would be, but I'm saying I ain't one of them motherfuckers. Look, I don't care what you do. I'm not stopping you. I just have questions. That's about it. But I can't keep you from doing what the hell you're going to be doing. I am no position. And people tend to forget how young many boomer mothers were. My mother was pregnant at 16 and had 4 kids by 21 while married. Yeah. My mother had 2 kids before she was 21. 2. Me and my brother. And still to this day has never been married. She refuses. She ain't doing that. She ain't doing that shit. She like her control, and she don't like people telling her what to do. Which I understand because I'm her child and I'm stubborn too. So I get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. That neck turn says it all. Oh, gee. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Look, I understand people in this world are fucked up. And I say fucked up in the way that people in this world, a more PC way to say it, is that they all have their own mental struggles that they're dealing with. All of us do. And those struggles and trying to find a way to acknowledge those or resolve them in a way will take you in different ways. One way is not the same way for everybody. It's not. Now, it can be the same way for a majority of people, but it doesn't mean that, well, somebody else might decide to go left, or somebody else might decide to make their own way instead of going right or left. They just go straight. It's just what people do. So the reason why I accept it in a way in the world is that there's a myriad of people in the world. There can be a myriad of ways to figure out how to get through this bitch, because we all gonna die. So you ain't escaping nothing. But at the end of the day, how you choose to live your life is your damn business. If it works for you, then make it work. And if it doesn't, find one that does. It's your choice. It's your life at the end of the day. Fuck, who the fuck really cares? Because if you're not comfortable with it, that's the only person that actually matters. So if you're more comfortable walking around in a dress and having a 5 o'clock shadow and razor bumps, knock yourself out. I'm just gonna look at you and say you might pull it off better if you get rid of the razor bumps. Why don't you clean it up? You know, put the best version of yourself forward, not the stubbly one. Work out that skin regimen first. Get that shit clean, and you could probably pull off the wig and shit like that. Then people won't be looking at you as strange. You still trying to get your sideburns right? Man, look. Y'all know why I keep my beard the way I keep it sometimes? Because it took so long to get this shit in there. Took so long to get the shit in here, especially my goatee. That shit took so long to grow in to where it would be full on both sides. That's why I barely cut it. Dude, I tell people about this. Y'all think that being a man and being a young boy and a teenager growing into a man is some easy work. That ain't no easy work. That shit ain't fun. Holy shit, dude, that is a struggle. A lot of which you have no control over. The most uncomfortable moments in a young boy's life is getting your first involuntary erection in class. Around 8 to 13, that is struggle years. That is embarrassing years. There is nothing fun happening for you at that point. Outside of being with your friends and shit, all the rest of this shit, biological shit, it's all embarrassing. It's just all embarrassing. It's you trying to avoid one embarrassment after the next. Okay. There's a brief span of time in a man's life where that shit is kind of resolved. And then you get older, you get up to these 50 years, and it starts happening all over again. Like, shit, thought I had this licked. And I get to go back to this shit again. Like, oh, great. Part 2. So anyway, all that to say, that's the prequel to equal. The first part of the show. Let's get to the rest of this geek shit, because this is the hero's journey. I am the hero that you're journeying with. And this is my story. This is my journey. This is where I've been in the last week. So you catching up to me again while I make this next lap. Not embarrassing for me. I was thinking about a teacher. She was hot. I was too. Dude, I went to Catholic school too. I like legs. I got a friend. I got a friend right now. We went to Catholic school together, and she don't watch the show, so I won't even bother her. But she working out now. Again, she's working out, and she keep putting her videos up. She's still looking good. I'm serious. I wanted her back in junior high school. I wanted her. She wasn't into me like that. That's your fucking fault. See her now too. She's looking right. She's still single. But I'm like, I remember when she started, like over a year ago, when she first started putting videos up there, because she had gone through some shit and she was getting back to working out and being healthy and being positive about herself, which I can support. And a year later, she's there and she's trying to teach classes and stuff like that. It's like that's good for her. She found something that she can get into and throw herself into, and it's helping her because she's moving better. And I can notice because I've been watching the videos over the past year, watching her progress. This is what I do. I'm like a scientist. I will watch the experiment running and take notes and come back and then take some more notes and come back. It's doing good for her. Her confidence is high, right? She's feeling better about herself. She's moving better. She don't look to be sweating as much as she was in the videos the first time. Like, them first 3 months, if you stop working out for like a year and go back to working out, that first 2-3 months, well, it's fucking torture, dude. That's the worst time ever. You look like saggy shit in a bag trying to do things. Ugh. That's what she look like. Now she look fit and firm. Good. She's a Latina. She keep herself active. She can be looking hot forever. She could be looking hot forever. And I probably still want to fuck. So ain't no shade to her. It's just, yeah, junior high. Look, there was embarrassing moments, okay? There were embarrassing moments. Man problems. You don't know what to do with that shit. Think about going to church and sitting in like a Baptist church forever. Because, the preacher up there like to go on forever. Your girlfriend sitting in the pew or something like that over that you can see. And you just thinking about it, like, oh, I just want to kiss her. And you got your little slip and slide shoes on and your nice slacks and stuff like that. And you're sitting there supposed to be reading the Bible. And you feel something stirring in your little undies. You just keeping that book down and hoping y'all gotta get up, give no signs of peace or nothing like that. Like, oh shit, what is going on here? I was just thinking I wanted to kiss. Who knew? Embarrassing, dude. I'm telling you. I told my kids this before. My life has been full of embarrassing moments. It has been. It's just what it is. Just what it is. Let me say, not the hard one during the quadratic equations at the board for the class. Yeah, didn't know that was a turn on for you at that time, did you? And look, Ghost Man, I'll tell you this. Like I said, it was a Catholic school, junior high Catholic school. Why do I still know this teacher's name? Mrs. Anoni. Why do I still know this woman's name? Because Mrs. Anoni was fine. And Mrs. Anoni was our computer teacher. And Mrs. Anoni wore her blouses and she had nice full breastises. And when you would call her over there to ask for help while you were in computer lab, and she'd lean over your shoulder to show you what was good on the computer, and that breast be all on your shoulder, you'd be like, oh shit, can I go to the bathroom? I need bathroom pass. We'd go in there for that shit. I didn't need no help. I knew what the hell it was doing. I'm a whole computer major. Yeah, I know what's going on. Yeah, I need some help. I just really don't understand how to do this part. Can you show me? On a race to the bathroom for cold water. Yeah, that was it. That was it, big dog. That was it exactly. That was the only times I didn't mind my mother staying so long at church. She was trying to get involved and helping them cook and working. I didn't want to be there for that all shit. I wanted to go home. But and a little girlfriend there, we can mess around and kiss in the bathrooms and shit. Do some sinful stuff in the church. Breastises. yeah, JT breastises. Mrs. Zanoni was pretty. She was a pretty ass woman. And this was like 89, 90. Pretty woman, fluffy hair and stuff like that. Oh my God. She was one of the finest teachers there. That's what I figured out. The Catholic schools where they hide all the really pretty teachers. Because all the rest of my teachers up to that point in public school was kind of ugly. Kind of ugly, not attractive. They had husbands and shit. I was like, whatever. Somebody got to take them out the pool. Got the Catholic school, them teachers was hot. Miss Patterson, the kindergarten teacher, was high heels, nice calves, tight dress, little blouse, teased up hair. The mother teachers hated her ass. Like, don't come down here and get no. Can we go help Miss Patterson? Nah, she don't need nobody in your class. Nobody from your class need to be going down there. Like the boys wanted to be down there helping her. Like, oh, we cleaning erasers. We ain't cleaning no goddamn erasers. You trying to be close to Miss Patterson because she fine as shit. Wear the nice perfume and stuff. She was young. Oh, here. Do anything we could to get out of the class to go down there and her. Went to Catholic schools and seen some nice teachers there. Yeah, Catholic school has some nice teachers there. Different chicks. Yep. Yeah, JT. Hey, Miss Patterson. Yeah, niggas knew. Mr. Patterson was beating that shit up. I had her ass dark chocolate English teacher. My God, had soft, shiny legs. Damn near failed just to stay in her class. But these are boy stories. You tell some woman this story nowadays, she'll say, you was just a little young pervert. I'm like, not a pervert. I knew what I liked. Told y'all. I'm a lesbian. I've been one for a long time. I like women. I always like females. Always. Since I was a little kid trying to kiss girls in kindergarten behind the tree. I knew what I liked from jump. It was never an issue. I told women those stories before. They said, you was just advanced. What you want me to do about that shit? Be ashamed? No. Far as I know, that was, at the time, that was the natural way things went. We didn't try to redefine that shit, really. So it was what it was. Yeah, I like little girls. Yeah, I was trying to get my little fillies. So, who was it? Listen to Trust in here. You sound like a bunch of my fucking exes. You sound like some of my exes. You just a Scorpio. Y'all be writing that shit all like, nah, you just a Scorpio. That's what your problem is. You just all about sex. Yeah, maybe. So, look, it's not my fault y'all can't be as awesome. Look, November happens towards the end of the year. You got to do something to get, stay warm in the fall. And trust me, if you're a Scorpio, you know what that means, Trust? Your parents were actually in love or lust with each other when they made you. Because Scorpios, you get a Scorpio baby by screwing around in February. That's when you get it. So there was some amorous stuff going on at my creation. They actually liked each other. It wasn't no wintertime, baby, when you come out, towards the spring and shit like that. Like, nah, my parents wasn't just, snuggling up for the cold. They was getting it in because they liked each other. And they got me. So it is what the hell it is. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And if you're lucky enough and you want to have a good baby, get your fucking done in February. Get you a Scorpio babies. And we will repopulate the earth. Yeah. He said, "Stop, OG. I really got called that by my teacher I was crushing on in middle school." So the fuck what? Look, man, I don't shame dudes for being dudes. A boy crushing on a girl is normal. A girl crushing on a boy is normal. Nowadays, girls crushing on girls or boys crushing on boys can all be considered normal. So what? Just because I'm doing it the standard way that it's been for millennia, outside of what they want to push nowadays in media, don't mean there's nothing wrong with it. It's not. I don't tell my daughter she's wrong for crushing on her boyfriend. My child, they got a whole family together. Am I gonna tell him what he was doing was wrong? No. Sound like it worked out. It's stupid. I'm not accepting no shame for none of that shit. Because that's what I was supposed to be doing. Now, I've never tried to fuck one of my teachers, but when I see these stories of these kids getting, molested by their teachers and stuff like that, who 30 something years old and stuff like that, I don't think of them as like, you lucky bastards. I just look at it like we never had that many cute teachers. Outside of it's terrible, but then again, we never had that many cute teachers back when I was younger. Teachers wasn't that cute because they was actually older. They weren't young. There was an age limit. So they were fully invested in being adults and not trying to play with kids, literally. Trust says most Scorpios have it figured out early. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. What did Donnie Mac say? My favorite Scorpios are Super Bowl babies. And that's coming from a Virgo. Hey, it happens. It happens. I like Virgos. Virgos is cool. I get along with most signs. I don't know what it is, but I can fucking attract a Gemini like a fucking magnet. I think it's because of my mother and my family. All the women, most of the women around me are Geminis. My mother, my grandmother, my uncle. A lot of Gemini energy around me. I have it in my chart too. So I'm well versed in having, the duality of two faces. I have my mood swings. Even my best friend at one point was a Gemini. So I have my mood swings. Two best friends. One a Gemini, one a Leo. This is what it is. Grabbing all the girls' cheeks in elementary. Yeah, dude. I was doing stupid shit. Like when I went to Christian school, I was trying to look under people's dresses. And not everybody. It was my girl. Like, understand, all this shit that I talked about that I've done off with. So it's fine. Like it's not no rando mando like stuff. Like, come on, man. No, that's my chick. I was trying to look under her dress. See what color her little panties were. I was curious. I've always been a curious kid. It's just what it is. I wasn't as overt to just be grabbing everybody, but if y'all playing, if we playing. I went over this with my son before, how interesting it is for a young boy to discover his sexuality in a sense, or determine what he likes, and all those little small intermittent stages that you take to talking to a girl, making her laugh, getting to touch her hand, getting to touch her arm, getting to touch some, see her upper part of her thigh or something like that, to eventually see a woman, completely fucking naked, and then getting to have sex with her. All these little intermittent steps that go up to that point. It's like it's a lot of different steps. I don't think it's much different for females, just because you have to go through that same thing too. But it's all those steps leading up to the point where after you get a certain age, it seems kind of minor to be able to touch somebody's hand. But after a certain point, that you go through all that again. Like, okay, well, maybe we just going out. Maybe we didn't fuck in the club. Maybe we just met each other and we're going to be nice and we're going to go out and see how this shit progresses. Maybe I'll touch her and see how this shit works out. See how she feels. Or is she going to slap me with some fucking the hip? You know, it's different now. A lot different now. Back in the day, it was simple. Yeah, you try to grab a girl cheek. Ooh, you a booty bandit. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Joy said, well, the rigidity of Virgos is known to make fertile ground for football. I'm not speaking on that. I see what you're talking about in the Bad Batch series. They tried turning her into a clone Messiah. And I don't know, they made a Jango Fett clones. Fucking hell. I haven't even finished watching the Bad Batch. I told you I was done with that fucking series. I thought about going back and finishing it because I'm a completionist. I don't like things uncompleted. Are a couple of episodes of the Bad Batch that I have not finished yet. So on my Patreon, there is a gap. The 2 final episodes are not on there, so I need to go back and put that in there just to finish it, but I don't want to watch that shit. I'd suffered enough, and I really don't want to watch it. But I need to do it just to finish it out, because otherwise, in my mind, there's this opening. I can't close it completely because it's still open. It's not done completely. So, yeah. Corn was ruined that for little young dudes, unfortunately. Corn, not porn. Yes and no. Yes and no. I can tell you this. As a young boy finding porn and discovering porn, you should know what it is, but you should have your time with it to let that shit go. Because it can ruin how you deal with people in some ways. But also for males, and this is going for males and females, it'll screw up your connection that you have when you eventually do start having sex. It'll screw up the connection you have to the person that you're with. Because the first thing it'll do, and I'll just say this for me, my little, sexual discovery and shit like that. In my era, it wasn't so much just videos, because videos were harder to get, right? So through the 80s and stuff like that, you had to have, cable. I mean, everybody knows the alternate name of Cinemax is Skinmax, because you would see softcore porn. That's what it was. It was softcore porn. Probably not even supposed to say porn on the internet or YouTube, whatever. I'm not doing things to make the channel grow necessarily. But otherwise, it was printed material. You'd have to find a book, right? And you could usually find the books like bums would always have, naked magazines. Somebody would steal one from their older brother's house or their dad's house or something like that and bring it and show it, right? And it was mostly all white chicks. It wasn't a bunch of black chicks, unless that's what people was getting a hold of, right? Videos were a little harder to come by until you got up towards the 90s, where you could buy this shit and have it sent to your home. Now, there were more adult stores at that time, but you had to be of age to actually go in there. You can get a mom and pop video store will have the little chain link, the beaded curtain. And they would have the porn over there around that room. But you weren't going in there to rent that shit. You couldn't. Donnie Matt, the Jet Beauty of the Week. If I go somewhere where there's a bunch of black folks, there's a Jet magazine sitting around, I'm looking at the Beauty of the Week, because my mother used to get Jet magazine and Essence and Ebony and all that shit to the house. Jet Beauties line me and my brother's walls. Put that shit up on the wall. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Nowadays, they call it objectifying women, right? No, this chick was a model. She posed in a swimsuit. Somebody paid her to take pictures and put her ass into this magazine and say, this is the beauty for the month of August. I don't see anything wrong with me cutting that picture out of that is a beautiful brown-skinned woman. Look at her. Oh my God. She's like perfect. When I grow up, I want to have a chick just like that. I don't think anything is wrong with that. Even if I go to sleep that night and fantasize and have her picture in my spank bank and thinking, oh, it's me and you tonight, girl. I still don't think nothing's wrong with that either. It's not. It's wrong with self-pleasure. Well, stop letting people shame you for dumb shit. But yeah, that's what it was, right? So it's a little harder to get. But once you got a hold of seeing what a naked woman looks like, what a written word of talking about a scene looks like and how your imagination works, all that shit just became study material. Because at least for me, I never wanted to be bad at having sex when I started doing it. I never did. Sense that a corn movie is fake because all television is fake. Fake. But what you can do with another person, this shows you what is possible. Fine. If these are the positions that are possible, since I can't run into a store or check out a book of sexual positions from the library, how else am I going to learn these fucking things? Well, porn is good for that. They'll show you a lot of different positions. You can see a lot of different vaginas on different women, different bills of women and all kind of stuff that you probably would never have access to. But you have to understand most of this shit is fake. It's a put on. It's a job. Okay, fuck, man, with the internet over here. So for me, I never looked at porn like it was the end all be all. I have a pretty good imagination, so I don't need to see them a bunch of fucking times. Y'all see how I go over regular movies, how I remember regular movies that haven't even been out in 30 goddamn years. You think any porn I've seen that I need to watch it again to remember it? No. I can tell you right now, in my storage space, there's a shoebox full of fucking porn. So, look, some be in the room with you, your favorite ne'er-do-well uncle teaching you how to have sex with men's and shit, or women's. That's wrong. You know that, right? Then where are you going to learn it? My generation, nobody wanted to be bad at that shit, as far as I know. I didn't want to be bad at it. So you better pick up some tips from somewhere. Somewhere. You better figure it the fuck out. Because that's not for your mother and father to teach you how to do. And it ain't necessarily for the girl who's coming in the room expecting you to, open her world up and be suave and smooth and controlled and all the rest of that shit, and not running around like a kid with a loose fire hose. You're going to have to know some shit. Where are you going to learn it? That's what I use it as. Nowadays, because that generation has been raised that everything on television is fucking real, which is stupid as hell, they can't dissociate from that shit. They can't. Oh, this is real. This is how real women are. No, they're not. Real women are not. As free as you can be sexually in this world, I can tell you this from my experience. At 50 years old, most women are still repressed sexually. And not because the society has repressed them, they repress themselves. They do it themselves, given the situation or the relationship. You do it to yourself because this culture will tell you it's all fine. You can do whatever the fuck you want to. They'll still be repressed. I can think of a female right now who will not do butt stuff. Not that you have to, knowing what people will get into and what they want. I know of a female right now my age that will not do oral sex stuff. Like, really? They still make you? There's young girls out here doing all kind of wild shit. And I'm not saying is right or wrong. I'm just saying that times have changed for some people. That what you're worried about is not a concern most people nowadays have. They go way beyond that. What was that video on Instagram where the girl was bitching at her boyfriend? She broke up with him because he wouldn't let her have threesomes. Like, what? She was 20. She was 20. You out and proud on the internet talking about you was doing threesomes and you broke up with your boyfriend because he wouldn't let you have them? Look, me being older, I understand how I understand it. Threesome is something you only have when you are grown, married, got a wife or a husband. And it's something y'all might do on the weekend and not tell nobody about. This bitch talking about it on Instagram, social media, complaining. Times have changed, and there is no going backwards. That's what it is. Your dad had videos because you have to. Look, as a man, you have to have your own stash of shit. You have to have your own spank bank. If you're relying on a woman to be your sexual end all be all, you're going to have a problem. And she will leave you for somebody who is not looking at her as her sexual end all because she wants somebody to open up new doors for her. Your inexperienced ass is not going to do that for her. It's just what it is. And it don't matter what she told you before. It don't matter how much she love you. It ain't got shit to do with none of that stuff. They want to expand their world just like you want to. It's beneficial if you can do that together. But chances are that is a path that you walk alone. So if you want that shit, you might have to do it without them. It's just how it is. Jet Beauty Week was the staple of the wall in Gen X young men. Yeah. Forget what it was in essence. But I like women. I've always liked women. I like beautiful women. I don't care what color they are. I don't. I'm not color struck like that. That they only have to be, only beautiful women are made in this. That's so fucking ridiculous. There's what? 10% of them is fine as fuck. I like to see that. Don't mean that they like me. Don't mean that I necessarily like them. But look, I don't have a problem being able to say, that's a fine looking woman. I don't see the problem in that. Lesbian women do it. Why can't I? That's why you never listen to people trying to shame you out of shit that they want to do themselves. Shut up. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, Hitflix. Put it this way. If I'm objectifying the empowered woman who stood there in a bikini to take pictures, how am I objectifying her? She's empowered, and I'm watching her be empowered. I'm not objectifying her. She objectified herself, right? Because far as I know, don't show their bodies off like that. They don't. They don't feel they need to. They want something else to show through other than their body because they're not doing shit like that just for money or people looking at them. Just saying. See, Scorpios haven't figured out early. Very methodical, extremely intense. So I tell people, most people think Scorpios are fire signs and not water signs. No, we're water signs. Scorpio is a sign of extremes and intensity, emotion being intensity. Water has extremes. It can be extremely hot. It can be extremely cold. It could also be extremely deep. So watch yourself. Before you fall in the undertow. Why does this internet keep pausing like this? It's pissing me off. I'm hardwired in too, so it shouldn't be a digital signal problem at all. Anyway, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined, or even if you don't. And donate a like, please. I mean, a like is free. So let me get into this stuff about good old Beau. Exactly, Malika. Be water, my friend. Water can flow or it can crash. It can drag you it can drag you to your death, or it can give you life. It's all on how you deal with it. It can chill your drink, or it can scald your tongue. Why this shit is dragging like this? Anyway, so where is this? I think this is the right one. Yeah, here it is. So this article came out this week, all right? And I heard about this article, and I took some time to actually read the article. Now, I don't usually bring up articles to talk about it with you guys, but I probably should because I'm getting tired of watching shit movies. All right. But I found this more interesting because this is a story I'm more interested in. Right. And this is basically what it is. It's my interest for the week. Now, we all remember that Beau DeMayo is the writer, showrunner of X-Men 97. And we all know that X-Men 97 came out on Disney Plus last year, and that shit was awesome. It came out this year, and it was awesome. It was an awesome show. Fans loved it. It showed a lot of respect to established characters' lore and understanding of what the original show was, who these characters are, and really brought things to a frame where people were really impressed. Now, the question we had was why he got fired off of this show. Before it even dropped, he was fired, right? Now, a lot of stuff that came out about his OnlyFans page and stuff like that, and possibly some impropriety or whatever. But after seeing the show, after a couple of episodes, he's like, man, y'all need to get him back. They had already put it out there early that he was fired. He was off the show, all the rest of that. You watched the whole show. The show was awesome. I was like, look, I don't know what he did, but y'all might want to get him back. Now, recently, the show came up for Emmy nomination. Really? First time show, right? Okay. A comic book cartoon was up for an Emmy. Let that sink in for you for a minute. In recent history, I don't know for sure, but how many Emmys has, Rick and Morty been up for? I don't even... So I went back and I found an article and I read this article. And I'll go through it with you because for me, some of this article sounds like bullshit, right? It's basically casting aspersions, but not saying what the damn thing is, right? And the biggest part about this article is, like they say in the byline, is that they're stripping his credit from season 2, stripping his name off the credits. Now, I find that very interesting in the sense that if I write something for you and you take what I wrote and used it, where the hell do you think you have the ability to take my name off the credits? Especially since you're still going to use what I wrote. My understanding of how that would work is if you're taking my name off the credits, that means you're not using my material. Where with the material. What the fuck? Bullshit. Anyway, so article briefly, I read the article. You can look it up. It's on the Hollywood Reporter. Beau DeMayo, Hollywood Reporter. You'll find it very easily. And they're saying that after 5 months, they finally just let him go and they're going to strip him of credit on season 2. And it's based on something that he put on X, Twitter, or whatever, of him dressed up like, for Gay Pride Month, as a him like Cyclops with his shirt off. And Disney decided to take that and use it as a reason to pull his credit from season 2. Now, I'll read some of this to you. After 5 months, Marvel Studios fired X-Men 97 creator Beau DeMayo for mysterious reasons. The writer claimed Thursday that he no longer will get credit on second season of the hit Disney Plus show, which he completed work on before his exit. DeMayo made the claim on social media, saying it's part of a troubling pattern he endured while working for Marvel. Now, what the fuck? Copyright strike? What the fuck? Shit been up all the time, and now it's fucking pulled off of there. Fair use. Fair motherfucking use. Jesus Christ, dude. Can't do shit nowadays. Talk about free speech. Ugh. I don't want all these fucking ads up here. Jesus. So hard to just do simple fucking content. Ugh. So, troubling pattern. What would the troubling pattern be? Well, we all wonder what the hell was going on with that, being that in Marvel Entertainment doesn't seem to be a problem with being out and proud and gay as you may be. Gay as the day is long, right? So they let go of a gay black man, which we found kind of strange, especially after the show that he worked on was so good. And they let him go before the show came out. Like, wow. For something that should have been a torpedo to the show doing good at all, the show was actually awesome, which really begged the question, well, what the hell did he do? Marvel wasn't saying anything. He didn't say anything. But he was still able to talk and, do his little promotion for the show and do the goofy shit that he done on his own platform, right? Now, it talks about the fan art, which I didn't find. I only saw a piece of it because I don't have X. I've dabbled with messing with having an X account. I'm really not interested, but I understand that's where all the eyeballs are. Things I do for YouTube. So above is the fan art I posted on Instagram for Gay Pride in June, Father's Day. On June 13th, Marvel sent a letter notifying me that they'd stripped my season 2 credits due to the post. DeMayo wrote on X Thursday, along with the illustration of the shirtless version of himself as a superhero Cyclops. Now, why is this problematic? Well, for me, I think it's problematic because Disney is in this whole legal thing with Gina Carano right now about social media posting, about how she was fired behind stuff that she posted on social media, where other of her co-stars were posting more egregious stuff on social media, and nothing has happened to them whatsoever. She got a whole lawsuit backed by Elon Musk going on about this shit with Disney. Now, what I think is happening with that is that Disney is in damage control mode about what these people are doing on social media. They are. But this is an overreaction because that puts him squarely into the camp with Gina Carano, which is to say that if he's already fired and he's not on this show, what the fuck do you have any control over what he puts on social media? Himself dressed up like Cyclops shouldn't be that damn strange, being that we already know that y'all trying to follow the comic books. You already made Morph non-binary. Somebody is supposed to be gay in this shit coming up, right? And it's supposed to be Cyclops. What, you thought he was spoiling it for somebody? Anybody who read the comics already know y'all already had Wolverine and Jean and Scott in some weird triad relationship. So Scott being gay ain't a surprise to anybody who read comic books. Just saying. So you think that him having a picture is a little leading? He gonna turn people against you or something like that? We already know. We don't want to see it. But trust and believe, the only reason anybody's showing up for season 2 of X-Men 97 is for what he wrote in season 1. Trust and believe. Now, DeMeo, who spent several years in Marvel working on a draft of a long gestated Blade feature as well as the TV show Moon Knight, added, sadly, this is the latest in a troubling pattern I suffered through while on working. That's fucking grammatics. While working on, too many ons in there, X-Men 97 and Blade. Now, for what he's done on X-Men 97, I would see a Blade movie written by him. I'd watch a Blade movie written by. I'd be really interested to see what his script was. Because at least with X-Men 97, he adhered to who the characters were. He did. If he was going to do that with Blade, might be awesome. Might be a good show. Am I still live? Yeah, I'm still live. I don't know if anybody can see me or not. Give me a 1 if you guys can still see me. This shit is crashing all over the place. And Moon Knight, he must be doing a season 2. I'd be interested to see that. I wasn't as upset with season 1 of Moon Knight. I'd just like to see more. Marvel responded by saying DeMeo's behavior was the cause of his firing and him losing his credits. What behavior? What behavior? Because he posted on social media? Man, stop somebody from posting on social media. He's been doing that. Shouldn't be a surprise. Mr. DeMeo was terminated in March 2024 following an internal investigation, said the Marvel spokesperson in a statement. Given the egregious nature of the findings, we severed ties with him immediately, and he is no further in affiliation with Marvel. Okay, so to me, that's the key sentence. He is no longer in further affiliation with Marvel. Then how do you have the right to strip his credit off of things that he's already done? How? He's no longer affiliated, right? So what? To me, this sounds like some bitch shit. This whole thing with stripping his name off the credits and stuff like that, it sounds like some chick shit. It sounds like some petty chick shit. And since Victoria Alonso's gone, I wonder who's behind it. Because they ain't mentioned nowhere in here. Like, who's the spokesperson? Who? That sounds like some petty chick shit. Stop giving me a timestamp of how far you are behind. The chat does not need to know that. That is rude. Sources say following his exit, an agreement was reached between the two parties over the issue of tweeting about the show, something that DeMeo had continued to occasionally do. In light of the breaches, his credit for season 2 was removed, while no details of the cause of termination or internal reviews have. Now, this is the part I don't believe necessarily. You reached the agreement not to about tweeting about the show. Saying what exactly about the show? Because the whole time season 1 was going on, he was tweeting. I don't believe he was giving spoilers, but he was talking about the show. So nothing that could have been, out of bounds. You said it was breaches. Breaches of what? Breaches of contract? Because he wasn't supposed to talk about X-Men? Look, he has a whole Twitter page. People gonna ask him about shit. Since they know he's the writer, they'd ask him questions. What, he's not supposed to respond? That doesn't seem to even make any sense to me. They're not reaching any details about the termination or the internal reviews, but they threw sexual misconduct in there. Why? Because sexual misconduct with a brown face in front of it means everybody thinks he's guilty off the bat and won't look any further. That sounds like bullshit to me. Because what is sexual misconduct? What? We can't say it in this day and age? Get the fuck out of here. You're going to have to explain that. What does that mean? It's a catch-all term. It's throwing a gray area over this whole paragraph. Sexual misconduct, period. You threw that out there so nobody thinks about or ask any questions on anything else. I'm asking questions because when I see a brown-faced man involved, gay, straight, or whatever, I'm automatically not disbelieving it. I'm automatically disbelieving it. Why? Because I know that phrase, those two words are thrown in front of black men to throw them under the bus all the time. All the time. And it can almost never be true. Prove me wrong. So I need some details because you could say that, but you couldn't say what it was. Bullshit. You just trying to slander somebody. That's what it sounds like to me. To paint this person in a certain light without having to say anything. That's what words like that are used for. So people don't have to ask any more questions. It's like saying, oh, he was an abuser. What happened? Oh, we don't want to talk about it. Bullshit. Bullshit. You have to give me a little bit more than that. So hearing this coming from Marvel made me reminiscent of something. It made me reminiscent of the Ms. Marvel show being created. And most of you might know this or not. One of the people that was involved with the creation of the show of Ms. Marvel was Salma Amanat. Salma Amanat worked for Marvel. She was pretty much the basis for the character. She was the one who got the character into the comic books, right? Her and the artist and writer, right? She was kind of the basis for that. Soon as that character went to be in the show, sexual misconduct was what they were kicking her off her show for. Even though she was hands-on involved in the creation of that show, some allegations arose from that show that kicked her off of it. That was what was used to get her out of Marvel. Sexual misconduct. I'm like, what? Was she sleeping with a staffer or something? What the fuck? I mean, these are young people. Salma Amanat is a hot-looking chick. Hot little Indian chick. Cute as hell. I wouldn't have told. But be that as it may, that's just a joke for the situation. That's what was used to get her out of there. Now, here's another showrunner. This one, another brown person. This time it's a male. A gay, outwardly gay male. And not the flamer. Sexual misconduct. Nothing else told. Then it sounds like bullshit. Because if you had something, you would have said it. DeMeo did not immediately return a request for comment. DeMeo has avoided social media users during his tenure at Marvel, sharing X-Men tidbits as OnlyFans account. This all led to the LGBTQ publication out to declare him sexy gay Marvel writer and showrunner to know. It's like, yeah, shirtless pics because the motherfucker is in shape. I got another article up there that could show you some Beau in shape. That motherfucker's in good goddamn shape. Like, holy shit, you breaking the mold of what a gay man is supposed to look like. Especially a gay black man. Oh my goodness. On the surface of the notion, Marvel would strip DeMeo for credit due to the social media posts would stretch credulity as outside observers note that gay pride illustration is similar to employed at Marvel, and fired Marvel executive Victoria Alonso retained credit on projects she previously worked on following her exit in 2023. But the reveal of an internal investigation points to deeper causes. Now, I don't know what the internal investigation necessarily was about because they haven't released anything and he wasn't saying anything. So it was involved. Having been a black man dealing with HR investigation, they always play it close to the vest. They always do, even if there's nothing. They'll never want to tell you shit. They just want you sitting there twisting under that sword of Damocles, worried about something falling on your ass. It's just something to have on you. Even if you've done nothing, it's just something to have on you. That's backfiring. X-Men 97 went on to be a hit with audiences and critics, earning Marvel Studios its first 100% score on Rotten Tomatoes. It's first, not the second, not the third. It's first from his writing. Let that sink in. And garnered DeMeo an Emmy nom for episode Remember It, for the Gambit episode, an Emmy nomination. Where's the rest of them from Marvel? Marvel teased season 2 at D23, so they want to use it, while the studio Matthew Chauncey to write season 3 following DeMeo's firing. Now, that was interesting to me because I had to look up Chauncey, see what else he fucking worked on for Marvel. We'll get back to that. Because he's only doing season 3. Why wasn't he on season 2? You still want to use what he did. You still want to use what DeMeo did for season 2. Chauncey don't get the right shit with number 3, huh? Like we said, season 1. You heard about this season and second season being mostly done by him. You're looking for the fall off in season 3. That's what you're looking for. Now, DeMeo on his fire Marvel, though, in recent days, he did note that he had tried and failed to secure a seat at the Emmys for the studio. So they wouldn't even let him go to the Emmys for a show he worked on that he is given credit on. They got an Emmy nomination, the first one they received. They won't even let him go to that? Why not? It's his writing. That's foul as fuck to me. You can use what we made, but we don't get to be there for it, right? Okay, whatever the fuck. Concluded DeMeo in his on Thursday. I'll have more to say soon, but must take a step back from social media to find safer space for me to be out, proud, and nerdy. Stay tuned. Which he should automatically be, right? Land of the free, home of the brave, free speech, and all that shit, right? Or he's fired. He's no longer employed at the company. You should be able to say what the fuck he wants to, right? Okay, we'll see. But after initial publication of this article, he reacted to Marvel's statement, writing his quote: "The truth will be revealed. After their Disney Plus disaster, Marvel wants to mislead with alleged contract breaches over tweets. It's tragic it's come to this, but unsurprising. Stay tuned." I'm not surprised either. Because a company saying, oh, it's a contract dispute gets them out of the way of actually telling the truth. Disney is in enough trouble right now for blocking people's free speech. He's letting this man have his credit and going on. But they're probably doing this because they figure they can push his ass aside really easily because, after all, he's just a gay black man. It's not like these women who's bringing lawsuits against him and everybody else because, parts of little clips that they worked on, little cameos they worked on, were not included in movies, or they're mad at Disney because Disney won't fire them from other projects and shit like that. You're not doing any of that. He just posted on Twitter living his damn life. But they got a problem with that. He ain't said nothing about the case, but they got an issue. Interesting. And on Friday, veteran attorney Brian Friedman revealed he had taken on DeMeo as a client. In a statement to THR, the Hollywood Reporter said in part, having much experience with Disney, the playbook is always the same. Family friendly on the outside, but secretly attempting to plant illegal, unconscionable items in asserting basic constitutional rights. What is Gina's case about? As we will explain through detailed examples, which we will roll up in detail one by one, Disney's model is very clear and repetitive legal pattern. Now, this is a veteran attorney. I don't think he'd have took this case on if he didn't think there was something there. It's plain and simple. Could he be an ambulance chaser? I doubt it. But he's going up against one of the biggest companies in the world. He don't seem to be worried. Must have something. So this is the post that I guess some of it is redacted or whatever. I guess that's there. And this is just giving praise. If you're on X, you can follow it. It's just him giving praise. Now, him being dressed up like Cyclops, why the fuck do I care? It's an artist picture. He didn't even draw it. So what? He didn't draw it, so it's not his. Whatever the fuck. Anything to get him out of there, right? Now, here's the other article I found, which I thought was interesting because it's a follow-up article to this one, and it's about this guy, Matthew Chauncey. This is the person that's getting the writing job for season 3 of X-Men 97. And you'll wonder who the fuck this dude is, just like I did. Who the hell is this cat? But you find out the article is really short, which is, I hate the way they do articles nowadays with all these hyperlinks and advertisements and shit all over the place. I hate that shit. Because if you just break it down to the words, it ain't much of an article at all, right? So byline goes, Marvel Animation tasked Matthew Chauncey to write season 3 of X-Men 97. Now, they did this on July 9th. That article about Beau DeMeo was recent, so they had already put this into place. He hadn't said anything about it, but they jumped out there with this shit, right? Marvel Animation has tapped Matthew Chauncey to pen the 3rd season of Disney Plus' wildly popular X-Men 97 series, Hollywood Reporter confirmed. Chauncey, who was the writer on Marvel Disney's animated series What If. Okay, so he worked on What If. How good is What If? What did he work on? Will take over writing duties from Beau DeMeo. Okay, since he was already there on What If, why wasn't he writing X-Men 97 to begin with? I'm just curious. In March, the Hollywood Reporter exclusively revealed Marvel had suddenly fired DeMeo. Yeah, suddenly. Fired means that you're no longer employed. So you shouldn't have a problem with what I'm posting after the fact. It had a Disney Plus debut of X-Men 97, a revival and continuation of the classic 90s X-Men animated series, which he did a bang-up job on. At the time of his exit, D-May, what the fuck? That's not his name. Oh, God. This is the other thing that I hate about modern article writing. These motherfuckers do not spell check, grammar check, none of this shit. I think they're writing all of this on their fucking cell phones. Like, holy shit. DeMay had already written the first 2 seasons of X-Men 97 and was discussing loose ideas for the 3rd season. Chauncey will work alongside Jake Castorian. Who the fuck is that? Where'd he come from? Who has been series director since season 1. Additionally, Larry Hudson and Eric Julia Lua, executive producers of the original X-Men 97 series, will remain on the consulting partners. X-Men 97 has been a huge critical success for Marvel. See, they highlighted that. It has been. Why is that? It's from this guy's writing, apparently, because Marvel has had some other the same writers there. What If wasn't a huge critical success, was it? With the project receiving studio's first 100% fresh Rotten Tomatoes score since the launch of the MCU. Wow. Since the launch of the MCU? Over 10 years? He got them their first one? Curious. Chauncey has been a writer on both seasons of What If. Any critical success there? I think not. The Marvel animated anthology show that deals with the multiverse and explores alternative realities and significant events in the MCU. Chauncey has moved up to head writer for season 3 of What If. Oh, I bet that'll be a banger like the last one, right? Replacing AC Bradley, although there is currently no release date for the new version of the show. Deadline's first to report the news of Chauncey's hiring. So fucking what? And that's the article. That's it. That's the whole article. Now, Ghostman, yeah, they got that reputation, and they're earning it. They're earning it in the MCU specifically. They're earning that shit. Look, at the end of the day, it was shocking to me that Beau DeMayo got fired anyway because he was a gay man. But knowing that he was just a black man before I knew he was gay, it was par for the course. Yeah, he gonna get out of there. The fuck you think they want you ahead of the show? Oh no. Nah, bro. I know what their writing room look like. Nah. Go back and look at that She-Hulk episode, the final episode, and what went into the writing room, and understand that the people that are in that writing room, they're not actors. That is the writing room. That is actually the writing room. And look who's in there. Look who's there. And that's at the MCU level. You don't have to worry about it at the Star Wars level to understand that shit very clearly. So anyway, I went ahead and looked up Matthew's IMDb because that's the shit I do, because I like to, research shit a little bit, right? So I went ahead and looked up Matthew Chauncey, plugged his ass into the old search engine, looked for some news, and found his IMDb. I wanted to see what else he worked on. It was funny to me to see things like What If? 15 episodes. Thor, Love and Thunder? Are you shitting me? That's one of your writing credits? For what? Script and continuity department? Are you shitting me? Bruh, don't put that on your resume, because that was one of the things that sucked about Love and Thunder. That was your job? You don't seem to have a good track record, bro. So what do I see when I look at this? 4 fucking credits. 15 episodes of What If? Okay. Was it the Doctor Strange, Superior Strange episode? That one was awesome. I don't know. Ms. Marvel, 3 episodes. Oh, he worked on the Ms. Marvel show, huh? Isn't this the show that had that last sexual misconduct by the showrunner allegation? Interesting. Now I tried to find out what episodes he worked on, but it wouldn't show me that shit. Now, what is missing from here is that he was the executive producer on 1 episode of X-Men 97. He produced 1 episode. Okay, so what episode was that? Well, when you look into this, you find out that the episode he produced was episode 3. I'm like, what was that, the Madeline Pryor episode? Well, that was kind of light. Some story stuff in there, but that was a finish off of a story. It was kind of light. But that's the only one out of all the episodes? You only got 1 credit? Damn, that's a huge undertaking that you get to be the whole writer on season 3. Don't seem like you had much to do with this to begin with. So I found all of that funny. He's not known for doing anything very notable. He hasn't worked on anything very notable at all that was any large success, because you can see he's done 15 episodes of What If. What If ain't hit any critical acclaim at all. So how is he getting the show that's actually gave them an Emmy nomination? How is he getting the nod for that? And it may just be me, but he looked gay as hell too. I don't know. Kind of interesting. Oh, fuck this. Fucking ads, dude. I fucking hate how it is. Ugh. Now, this last little bit I'll pull up, this is to show you something about, because you always read more than one article, right? You always try to read more than one article. This is like the third one from Fandom Wire. And I thought this one was a bit interesting, because the other one I read was just a regurgitation of what the Hollywood Reporter say, which is why I hate people not having their own opinions. I fucking hate that shit. If I've already read the Hollywood Reporter article, I don't need you to repeat it. Oh, your shit. Where's your thought process? Oh my fucking goodness. So this one from FanWire. And this came out yesterday, August 17th, right? 2:22 a.m. in the morning. And it says this one's going to get ugly. Even more disturbing allegations about Beau DeMayo are expected to come out as X-Men 97 crew are trying to tell their stories. Sounds like some old shit going on, right? Let us delve into it, shall we? Beau DeMayo faces disturbing allegations of X-Men 97 creator comes out against Marvel about pattern of mistreatment. Now, there's a picture of Beau DeMayo. You look black as fuck in that one, don't he? You say you got some pattern of mistreatment? I'd be apt to believe it. I would. Is that the face you using at work? I believe it. Because I'm sorry, he don't look like the squishy gay dude. He don't. Like a gay dude that'll beat your ass. That is not the one. Right? The situation between Beau DeMayo and Marvel Studios quickly escalated after X-Men 97 showrunner bashed Marvel for removing his writing credits, which you should do. If I wrote something, I deserve credit for it. You don't get to take my name off of it and still use it. Throw it out there. Let your new dude come in and write a new season 2 for you. But you're going to give me my credit for my work. That's bullshit. Marvel maintained that they parted ways with the writer amicably, but changed their tone after DeMayo's public accusation. He made an accusation after you did something. And then you fire back. Told y'all, this sounds like bitch shit. It sounds like bitch shit. Petty bitch shit. Marvel claimed that DeMayo was fired over egregious findings during an internal investigation against him. Notice they didn't throw sexual misconduct in there again. Reports and scoops have already started surfacing on social media with some disturbing allegations against the writer. A black man having disturbing allegations is par for the fucking course. When Bill Cosby got accused of something, it was women jumping out the woodwork from 40 fucking years ago. Because when you throw food out there and said it's a feeding frenzy, you shouldn't be surprised if all the scavengers show up. You shouldn't be. Fans have already expected bad news for the creator of one of the most acclaimed Marvel shows, and more accounts from the 97 crew become public in the coming days. Oh. Now, things can get ugly. This is Beau DeMayo with his fucking shirt off. Yikes. That motherfucker looked like he could tangle with Charles. Holy shit. Bruh, if he wasn't, he could take from you. Yikes. That's probably not the dude you want to be fucking with. Sounds like he needs to get with young Ripper. Yeah, he can fuck with Ripper. I'm sure he can write something. Look, what's your last writing credit? X-Men 97? You fucking hired. You wrote that shit? Yeah. Man. Think you can learn my characters? Yes. Let's do it. Make that money. Beau took to his socials to accuse Marvel of unreasonably removing him from his writing credits on season 2. That's not an accusation. They said they did it. That was the whole report from earlier in the week. It's not an accusation. They fucking did it. They told him they were doing it. He shared that Marvel's reasoning was a post he shared for Pride Month, a shirtless pic of him as Cyclops. What's the problem with that? It's a picture of him. He shared that studio had a troubling pattern of mistreatment during the time working in X-Men 97 and Blade. That was from the earlier article. That's the article about the Marvel immediately responded to the allegations with a statement to Variety. I didn't read the Variety article, which I probably should. Sharing that DeMeo was terminated following an internal investigation. They added that the studio severed ties with the writer after this egregious nature of the findings. An unnamed source told Variety that the investigations found evidence of sexual misconduct. I don't know why they put the E out of there, like they can't say sexual misconduct. Like that means absolutely anything. Sexual misconduct could be asking your coworker out for a date. Or y'all have been dating and you kiss them at work. Somebody that might have liked that person too saw that shit. Sexual misconduct. Could mean your job. So sexual misconduct to me don't mean shit. You're going to have to be more specific. Film critic Grace Randolph shared on X that members of the X-Men 97 crew were reaching out to the press and scoopers about the full story. Okay, and gray area. Randolph suggested that the stories coming out were ugly, but refrained from revealing them until they took a little bit more shape publicly. Randolph noted that things of this nature should be handled extremely carefully. Yeah, because you don't want to go out there running on, hey, they told me this and find out that those people that told you that shit were fucking lying or didn't know what the hell they were talking about, would you? No, you wouldn't want to make any erroneous assumptions on shit. I don't have anything against Grace. I'm just, if they got something to say, is it what you want to believe? Or is it the truth? You never know. But you want people to be looking for you because you're going to have a scoop, right? Yeah, whatever. Fans expected the real story would get ugly with scoops already coming up from various corners. Some fans have already started taking sides, suggesting that DeMeo should refrain from making public posts every other day. Others blame Disney for keeping something of this controversial nature under wraps. Some of the fan reactions read. Now, what follows is, these are tweets from Grace Randolph and people responding to her tweet, right? So these are the replies from people. You know who all these folks are, right? You don't know necessarily. They do have check marks, so they were verified as being somebody. He was gay before he was also involved in Richard, but didn't know he was black. He looks black. I think he's mixed. It don't matter. I mean, look, the one drop rule was made by white folks for black folks, not the other way around. Okay, you dark enough for some reasons. Look, I don't look that damn dark. Charles come up here, he'd call me lightness, saying I'm hella light. I'm not hella light. But in some spaces, I'm not black enough, and that's usually around black folks. And in some places, I'm black as fuck, and that's around usually white folks. It's just how they decide to see the shit, right? So Grace wrote, people who worked on X-Men 97 or know people who worked on 97, which I don't, friend of a friend bullshit. Like I told something to my friend and they went to fucking tell some scooper. Fuck you, we ain't friends. Are starting to reach out to the press / scoopers. I'm getting tips and I'm hearing some people's tips. The stories are, I guess that's cringe. Let's see the story take a little bit more shape publicly, then we'll discuss on live. Well, all of us are waiting for the story to develop publicly. You just want to be on the right side of it, right? You don't want to jump out the window saying some shit that you actually heard from people that would, I don't know, paint somebody in a negative light, ruin your access. I don't know. First major reports from, this is by RJ, who responded to her tweet. The first major reports from both The Hollywood Reporter and Jeff Snyder were bad enough. This is going to get ugly. Now, what I have heard about Variety and The Hollywood Reporter is that they are mouthpieces for Disney. That is where they put their hit pieces on people that they want to get rid of. They've done hit pieces on KK. Variety has done puff pieces for them. They are mouthpieces, right? They're mouthpieces. So looking for other sources outside of those main ones are usually what you look for to see what the damn actual story is. This one is for DH Dub. None of this would have come out if he wasn't on Twitter every day trying to convince the public he was wronged. Well, who usually is trying to convince the public that they were wronged? Victims or people who have been wronged and understand how the social media game goes nowadays, where they can throw blanket gray ass terms out there and ruin your whole fucking career. Like, I don't know, Jonathan Majors being an abuser. Another black dude. If you're keeping the score at home. Zamora Diaz. I do have to wonder if these allegations are true, why Disney is still keeping them under wraps. Exactly. And if they were, why is Beau so adamant that he was wrong? I'm interested to see where this goes. Exactly. If they really had the goods on him, why are they keeping it under wraps? Because being a gay man, and sexual misconduct, I would think the only person he could have been opponently, or the only person he could have been messing with was a gay dude at the company, right? So what? I mean, today's women only feel safe around bears and gay men, right? So it couldn't possibly be that. Right? Because he's an out and proud gay man. So vagina is the last thing on this list. So who? Was it the dude who got his job? Danny Sajan said, I like what he did in X-Men 97, but this is real. We can say his career is over. If this is real, we can say his career is over. I think they're trying to end his career right now by throwing a sexual misconduct line out there, but not giving any details, is ruining his career. Because that's one of those dog whistle words that will get people not hiring you for shit. Plain and simple, because that's what it's there for. And it came out of the Hollywood Reporter, who I just told you, well, I've heard it up from other people from, is a mouthpiece for Disney. That's where they put their hit pieces. Hit a puff. Variety gives them the puff. Hollywood gives them the hit. Because when, I'll just give you context. When KK wanted to tell you how good the Acolyte was, where did she go? She went to Variety. When they want to talk about how fucked up Beau DeMayo was, where'd the story come from? The Hollywood Reporter. One does the hit jobs, one does the puff pieces. Sucking and blowing. This comment comes from Danny. I don't know. For some reason, I like chicks who use the name Danny with an I. Because usually Danielle, right? I like the name Danielle. It's one of my favorite female names. But the Danny part is kind of cool. It doesn't make me think of a dude or anything like that. It's just saying, especially when it's with an I, it makes it kind of cool that way. Just a little confusing as to why he has blown so yet. Exactly. Exactly. A good point, Danny, which is why I say that now after this last round of allegations and shit and stripping his name off the title, now people have come out the woodwork and wanting to talk about what was going on. Really? Where were you like, a whole season ago? Were you under some NDA? You had some contract that you'd be breaching if you was whispering about what was going on the X-Men 97 crew? Where were you then? Why are you showing up now? That's why I can't. You have to really 10-pound bag of salt some of these scoopers, feeds and shit like that. I'm like, oh, we'll see. Well, speaking to Entertainment Weekly earlier, Marvel exec Brad Windenbaum shared that DeMayo's departure was not a firing. DeMayo completed work on the second season of the series before his firing. That don't even make any sense. How the fuck can he say it wasn't a firing, but they did fire him after the second season? This dude is a fucking idiot. he was replaced with What If head writer Matthew Chauncey for the third season. Yeah, and that's just going to go just as well as What If did. And I'm not saying What If is a bad show, but it has not garnered the acclaim under this writer that X-Men 97 gained under that writer. So why would you put him on this show? So it can do what If did? Or he could just fill in the main beats from what a better writer gave him. That's what it sounds like to me. It doesn't look good for Beau DeMayo. While the official version of the thing doesn't state anything explicitly, insider Just Snyder reports gross sexual misconduct allegations against Beau DeMayo. But they didn't say what it was. They're allegations, right? So why are we accepting it as true? According to the insider, the X-Men 97 showrunner sent photos of himself in states undressed to young male staffers. Yeah, and were they gay? Because I don't think he was sending this to people who weren't. States of undress. Could that be with his shirt off? Seems like he don't have a problem taking off his shirt because he buff. I'd be shocked because apparently I see pictures like this of The Rock every fucking day on Instagram. You know what? I've never thought about suing his ass for the shit. It's pictures of him in states of undress. It doesn't mean his pants are down. But if you're not covered up, that's a state of undress. You see what I'm talking about? That they're using all these gray ass terms that lead you in one way to think certain things. I'm just like, but yes, okay. So what states of undress? Doesn't make any sense. DeMayo was allegedly dressed in superhero costumes and posed in sexually suggestive manner. Wow. So is that no different than a cosplay chick? What's the difference between that or a sexy cosplay chick? Somebody please tell me. Because I don't know what that actually means. A sexually suggestive matter. What? Was he laying down with his legs open or something? What are we talking about? He was dressed like a costume. A superhero costume. Which superhero costumes? What? Like, what are we talking? And we're not even saying anything. There's words thrown out there, but nobody's actually saying anything. Was he dressed like Thor and his shorts look like Mjolnir? What the fuck? What are we talking about? The creator allegedly sent those photos in a pretense of inspiration for the show. That just sounds ridiculous. The insider reported also alleged the writer groped an assistant inappropriately multiple times on set. Now that could be an issue, but groped how and groped where? Groped how and groped where? Now that could actually be said that touching somebody. Oh, that was inappropriate. I didn't like it. I felt uncomfortable by it. Okay. Don't touch people at all. Even if they're choking to death, don't touch them. You could say they felt something, felt a bulge in your pants when you're giving them the Heimlich maneuver after you saved their life. They can sue you for sexual misconduct, that you violated them in some kind of way. It felt like he had an erection while he was giving you the Heimlich. No, I don't think he was aroused. But it is a grown male. Well, fucking hell. The report also tried to establish a pattern, sharing that DeMeo was allegedly let go from The Witcher for similarly troubling behavior. Now, from what I understand, he left The Witcher with Henry Cavill after they weren't going to adhere to the script in solidarity, not for similarly troubling behavior. I'm not sure what goes on in the set and what is troubling or not troubling behavior, but I seem to remember in recent history that a lot of actors and stuff like that usually end up fucking around with each other before, during, or after working on the set. That a set is a sexually charged and liberated place where everybody can be free because it's arts, right? So you're going to have to explain that. Fans will wait to see whether either side will move for legal action. Mayo's attorney has already been involved in the issue and accused the studio of gaslighting. I believe that via the rap. The issue will likely affect the second season of X-Men 97. Meanwhile, the first season is currently streaming on Disney Plus. Look, it's put a plug in there for Disney Plus because they want you to watch it. They just don't want you to attach anything good in that show that's been done to him. And that's it. That is the extent of my reading on that shit. Shout out to no one. Is that the first and only donation after 2 fucking hours? Jesus Christ. Hark, I've returned from the bowels of hell, Long Island, New York, and mostly sacrifice package, the Holy Grail, AK Sinatra Select. Rejoice, rejoice. Yes, no one. You got some Sinatra Select. I was just telling Black Bane about that yesterday, that we need to do a taste test between his new favorite whiskey, which is Gold Bar whiskey. And I took, oh, it's so smooth. I said, you got to try some Sinatra Select. If you haven't tried Sinatra Select, you need to do a taste test. You can do a whiskey flight and try which one is smoother. Because I tried Woodruff Reserve yesterday, and I don't usually drink that one. So I tried it just to see how it tastes. So yes, congratulations, no one. You got your bottle of Sinatra Select. That is not everyday drinking whiskey. But if you can afford it, definitely drink it every day. That's some good shit. That is some good shit. And I appreciate you for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. I forgot to make my new charity gift for supporting the stream. I forgot to make that new one because I can't keep using the Acolyte one because I want to forget that show. But that one is fun. But appreciate you, no one. I do like support. Makes things flow nicely around these YouTube parts. So, what do you guys think? Do you think this man really did a bunch of sexually inappropriate stuff with staffers on this show at Marvel? You think so? I mean, based on what you can read and find out there, what is your instinct? What does your gut instinct tell you about that shit? From seeing the same stuff I'm looking at out there in the public. My thinking is, since I'm here on my little platform, my thinking is, yeah, he might have took some pictures. as reference material for how he wanted those characters to look. Does he have costumes, superhero costumes lying around as a grown man? I don't fucking know. But seeing as how it's a marketable profession nowadays to be a cosplayer, he could. Want to really embody those characters? He could. What's a sexually explicit position for a man? I don't know. I guess laying there with your shirt off. Or in some little, bikini shorts or something. Which is neither of, I would find, not common to somebody who works out as much as he does and as big as he fucking is. I wouldn't find that surprising at all. I wouldn't necessarily call it sexual either. Not necessarily. But if he sent pictures in costume to people, my questioning would be, why were they receiving that kind of shit from him? Because apparently he didn't send it to everybody. And if it was in some kind of confidence, were they in some kind of conversation or some kind of relationships? Because I'm assuming there's a bunch of male staffers. And he didn't send that to all of them. Or else they all would be saying this, right? So the ones he did must have showed some kind of interest. Do I believe he groped somebody on the set? No, I don't. Because I know how simply that can go down. I heard somebody describe to me that they thought it was creepy that a grown man, and they're a grown woman, touched them on their ass or their back while on a first meeting date. Now, where I can agree that I might not have been as bold, it is not necessarily outside of the pale for somebody at this age not to want a touch a woman that they're out actually on a date with, meeting, to see if she is interested in any physical contact at all. So you know if you need to waste your time or not with her beyond that date. Because she's out on a date. If she don't want to fuck you and don't like your physicality, can't stand you touching her, then you don't need to have a second date. There's no point. Because she's not interested in anything that goes on from there. Now, understanding how this groping thing goes, you have to touch somebody in a sexual way on one of their sexual parts for it to be considered actual groping. Meaning their breasts, their titties, the JJ, his package, his butt, something. Has to be something. Nowadays, everybody likes to be patting you on your ass. Well, that's groping. I'm not playing football. Don't touch my fucking ass. I'm not into that shit. That could be considered a grope. Could be. But that's not what they said. They left it up to the vagaries of some English language for you to fill in the blanks and make it as terrible as you want it to be. Like seeing or not seeing an alien. Hearing a sound but not seeing the creature makes it a lot more scarier than just seeing it right there. Like, oh man, that looks like foam latex. That ain't scary. I thought it would have been bigger. So I don't know. But my opinion is there is more left out of this to make him look bad than it is put in it to actually give the truth of the situation. My belief would be that he was wronged in some kind of way, and not only in the sense of trying to take his name off the writing credits for a show he's already completed and already worked on. That means he's already done the work. Trying to, or taking his name off the credit for that show, but still using his material is criminal. Now, I don't find it outside the pale for people to do shit like that to black men, gay or not. Because one thing I know in this world today is people hate having to give black dudes credit for shit, especially when it's awesome. You can be credited for being an ain't shit father. You can be accredited for being a thug. You can be accredited to being the worst person in the community. But they don't want to give you credit for being one of the best things happening, leading them to one of the best things they've had, the only one they've had from your stewardship of a property of characters. They hate that shit. Black Panther for the MCU made over $1 billion for one movie with Chadwick Boseman. They honored that man by, in the second movie, they replaced that character with his sister, which happened in the comics, so it was going to happen anyway. But removing that character from the board completely and just thinking that it's okay to give you his replacement, and that's just going to be it. How'd that go over? And they still ain't replaced him. They even had the CEO, head of that shit, come out and say they weren't going to recast him. Really? General Ross is a different animal, though, right? A minor character to me. Minor character only important to the Hulk can get recast. Your premier black character that already made $1 billion for that company cannot get recast in the second movie. Oh no, his death was just so traumatic. You want to let that live. But look, we got his sister. Nobody's showing up to see his sister. If so, she would have had her own fucking movie. You know, a side show. Who's showing up to see Ironheart? I know some people will watch it, but just like the Acolyte, it'll probably be everybody who has to talk about it for their channels. It won't be the regular public. Yeah, they had to show some kind of interest. Look, I told y'all this before. I got pictures from a chick. I hadn't even met her in person yet. I got whole breastises and VJ pics from a chick I had never even met in person. Just chatted a little bit. And I got whole total exposure pictures like we had been fucking. I didn't ask for that shit. I was kind of offended. Because we hadn't hit no stage like that. And you showing me the holiest of holies. Where we ain't even met in person. What the fuck? Are you desperate? I wasn't thrown by it. I've seen naked women before. So the response that she was hoping to get wasn't the one I was giving her. Unfazed. That's nice. So what do you expect from me from showing me this? So, but the reason I have pictures like that, because I showed some interest. Same thing you're saying, Andre, is the same thing I'm saying about the male staffers. If you got some sexually suggestive pictures from your showrunner, which would make him your boss, on your phone, you must have showed some goddamn interest. You must have. Because nobody sends shit like that to you that don't have your number and you ain't showed that kind of interest in them. And they just want to see how interested you are. Nobody. Especially not to me, a black man in the age of Me Too. Gay or otherwise. It don't fucking matter. You would have to be woefully ignorant of the world around you to do some shit like that just willy-nilly. Oh no, it's fine. I can just do this anywhere. No. Only people act like that is women. Because they expect it to be protected everywhere, no matter what the fuck they're doing. Men are not that damn entitled. I don't know any, especially not no black ones, in anybody's corporation. You know that shit will blow back on you badly. So I don't buy that shit. I also don't buy, sexual misconduct. Really? Name it. Tell me what he did. Because I'm not a dog and I don't follow whistles. So you're going to have to tell me a little bit more. I'm interested in fucking facts. Tell me what was actually done. Because I'm a grown-up. What was actually said and who. And then I'll judge that shit for myself. You're not paying me for this shit. I'm not on the jury. I'm not the judge. But if you want me in the court of public opinion to have a determination on it, you're going to have to present all the facts. You're going to have to be transparent right up front. And the more you're not, the more I think what you're doing is bullshit. Because apparently this man wasn't saying nothing about that case of the investigation or nothing. So he was doing what he was supposed to do. If anybody has dealt with it through your HR, you ain't supposed to be talking about it at all. And he didn't. But he went on with his life, posting about stuff that he knows and stuff that he likes, which apparently is writing and geek shit. You were the ones came out talking about stripping credit. And looking at his social media posts and being upset and feeling some kind of way about that shit. Why? What did he say? They didn't list it in there, did they? If it's about his social media posts, it should be fairly out there in the public, right? So you should be able to say what the fuck it was that he said. He didn't say anything, which means it just sounded like some jealous bitch shit. It just sounded like some fabricated story complaints. And you get this paper to go out there and throw those veiled accusations out there to get everybody to start turning away from it. It's like, oh, he was involved. I can't look because he was. Really? Talk about a hit piece. What up, Ray Hama? So I don't really buy this shit necessarily. Did something happen? Of course something happened, or they wouldn't have any room to make any kind of complaint. If it was what they said happened, well, they didn't really say anything. They didn't get specific. So it leaves it open to interpretation. And my interpretation of it, given who was coming from, is not the most egregious thing that it could be. It's probably the most minor. Or somewhere in between. The most mundane. Blown out of proportion to become an issue just to remove somebody. Now, the second article went so far back as to say, oh, he was dismissed from The Witcher for similar things. Really? When? And why does that have anything to do with you? You're a whole different company with whole different people. How is that even legal? As for your bearing on this case, you mean he found like-minded people and got involved with them, and all of a sudden things went a bad way? That's why they say nowadays you can't even be friendly with people in the workplace because they will have a problem. I know that for myself. I talk to people, they have issues. I don't talk to people, they have issues. HR gets called either way. Either way, making some of the most erroneous fucking complaints. It sounds like kid shit. He said something to me that I didn't like. I can't work with him. You don't work together now, you dumb fuck. I tell you, I talked to my mother this week about this shit. I told you, there's certain things that being a black man just fucking sucks. You cannot just be somewhere and just enjoy yourself. You can't. There's a lot you have to pay attention to. Be aware of. Not do. Your list of not do's is bigger than your list of do's. Just living in the fucking world because somebody somewhere just got a problem with your ass existing. Just existing. Haven't said anything, haven't did anything. You can stand in one place. Everybody want to question what you're doing. Everybody want to question why you're there. And everybody want to question why you ain't doing nothing. We need to call somebody because he's just there. I don't know. You can't stand there forever. Why the fuck not? The world is a big place. The 2 square foot under me ain't causing nobody no inconvenience. But just seeing you does. Just seeing you there does for some people. Now you gonna go a smaller subset of a subset and be a gay man too? And not a flaming gay man? But kind of a masculine gay man? Oh my God, dude. You just keep cutting that hair finer and finer. But we know the one thing that works for getting black men out of any position, right? Sex. Always. Why? yeah, JT. Who said you can exist? Yeah. But you trying to exist, nigga? Why does sex always work? Why does a sexual misconduct allegation always work against black men? Because it feeds into that racist stereotype that black men are always sexual predators. It always does. It always feeds into that. If you believe that from hearing just those 2 words right off the bat, that's what is igniting in you. That's what's triggering in your brain. Your understanding of that racist concept that black men are sexual perverts or deviants in some kind of way, that they're always trying to get sex from people, always trying to take it. That every black man, apparently even a gay one, is some kind of rapist. You need to check yourself on that shit. And ask yourself these fucking questions sometimes. Why you think the way you think. Because that's the only reason they threw that shit out there. Yeah, nah, bud, we don't like you existing around here. What you doing in these parts? You can write? I didn't know you people can write. You gay, but you didn't throw all the gay shit into the show? Oh, you fucking up. You know you're supposed to be carrying the water for the agenda, right? Boy. You trying to date in the workplace? Oh no, the rest of us can fuck around here in the workplace. You can't. You might want to take my man. Telling you, dude, just for existing. I told my mother that shit. She was quiet on the phone. My mother is very articulate. You know what it means when you make a Gemini quiet? They thinking. You gave them pause. Both sides. Both the twins are sitting there. I'm thinking about that shit too. Gave her pause. Anyway, link is in the chat if you guys want to come up. If not, I will end this in 30 minutes and go about the rest of my day being the way I am. I do got some more Division 2 to do. Got a completion I'm trying to do. because I have gone back to doing what entertains me. And I didn't post it. So if you want to come up, go ahead and come up. Let's see if we got any cash apps today. If not, I will be getting out of here because you got a free show. And don't believe in paying for it. Let's see. Shout out to 2Triv. Appreciate you, 2Triv. He said the support. I do appreciate the support. There's two. I must be a shitty YouTuber. Must be. I must be a shitty YouTuber. Appreciate you too, Trev. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate it.
Double up. 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lie. Never let a hard time on the once.
That was the wrong one. This is the right one, too, Trev. Appreciate it. Next one goes out to the no one who finally got a hold of his Sinatra Select. You need to go tell Art of Ibmore where you got it from and grab him some, because I know he's been looking for it. I don't know what happened in North Carolina that you can't find Sinatra Select nowhere, but goddamn, I'm sorry y'all having a drought, but I need a bottle every year. I need a bottle of that every year. And the one sitting, I went and bought alcohol Friday to not drink that one. Saving it. My birthday's coming. Coming. It ain't been that hard of a week yet. But shout out to you, no one. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate it. Yeah, I got to do better, I guess. I got to do a lot better. Y'all want to see something funny? I got a new phone. So since I got a new phone, everything is on there is kind of new, right? So I changed my wallpaper, my background wallpaper, to be something entertaining. All right. And I'm enjoying this picture I have in the back. You know, see that? You know what that picture is? Selma Hayek. Fine little ass. I do like me some Selma Hayek. And there's a picture of her on the boat from the other day on Instagram. And I like the picture. I like the pose. It's nothing overly sexual. But it's one of those pictures that makes me smile when I see it. And that's usually what I go for. See, that's the regular picture. That's it. Nothing sexual. None. But I like that picture. It could have been a picture of anything. But that's the one I picked for that one. And just looking at my phone, it's like, that's a good fucking, every time I see it, it's like, that's a good picture. The lighting is good. The color is even. Her color almost matches with the background. It's a good picture. But, man, I appreciate beauty. And it comes in many forms. Many fucking forms. Now, let's talk about some shit that's not so beautiful. Well, I put Selma back in the spank bank. Bunch of trailers came out of the D23 Expo, Disney's 2023 Expo, about their new offerings and shows and stuff. I have not watched any of these trailers. I have not. A bunch came out. I have not watched them. I have not done reactions to them because, like I told you guys, I was unplugging. I really wasn't giving a shit. So I thought about it. And figured I'd watch some of these with you. I'd probably get my channel up again or demonetized, whatever. I'm not making shit on here anyway, so I can do stuff like that. But I figured I'd look at some of these with you guys and give you my commentary on it. And I can go back through later and blur it out or whatever the fuck I need to do. But there are a couple of shows that came out that I might want to watch. But I figured it would be fun for you guys to see my reaction to it as opposed to me watching it separately and doing it. Appreciate you, JL West. He says supporting the stream. Appreciate you, sir. I will give you that Rachel Rega. Twerking for Jesus. Twerking for Jesus. All right. Let's get the format right. It's going to have to be that. So this first one is for a show that I'm interested in seeing. Now, I've read these comic books before. My favorite run was the I'm forgetting the name of the writer now. It's the Red and Black run of the Thunderbolts. I'm forgetting the writer now. My bad. But I'm interested in watching this movie. One, I like Florence Pugh. She's a cute little Brit chick. Right? She's cute to me. And I'm interested in this Red and Black Thunderbolts team. This is where Red Hulk is going to show up. And many people are just breaking them down to being Marvel's Suicide Squad. No, not really. But since Suicide Squad is in the popular consciousness, that's about as close as you can get to having people understand who the fuck they are. Because they're not prisoners. They're not necessarily good people. They are morally gray. But they're dangerous people. So this Thunderbolts movie, I'm kind of interested in seeing because I'm more curious about what's going to happen in the movie. Now, they've brought back a lot of characters that they didn't kill off that were necessarily villains, which should make it interesting in and of itself. But I want to see where it goes, especially with characters like Yelena Belova, played by Florence Pugh, and Winter Soldier, played by Sebastian Stan. Jesus. Yeah, anti-heroes. I like a good anti-hero. I do. And it's just a more complex version of a hero, right? They usually do something. If you watch Supercell, in a sense, you could see Taser as an anti-hero. Because Taser actually does kill people. He will kill them. But they were usually fucking with him. Usually. He could be an anti-hero. So, with that said, this is the Thunderbolts. Fair use. I'll blur this out later. That's why I'm making it on a small screen. So if you can't see it, watch it at home. And here we go.
There's something wrong with me. You feel fulfilled?
So fulfilled. But why do you ask me this?
An emptiness. I'm just drifting. I thought throwing myself into the work was the answer.
My shirt. Zero?
Everybody here has done bad things. Shadow ops.
Yeah, so
So someone wants us gone.
We're brought up with this belief that there are good guys and there are bad guys. Eventually, you come to realize there are bad guys and there are worse guys.
Like the song, not for that trailer. Okay. I like the song, not for the trailer. That's the song from the ending of Fight Club. It's a song for the ending of Fight Club. I don't know the song specifically by name, but I like that song. Initial thoughts was I didn't see too much. They showed the characters, which is enough. Apparently Florence Pugh is going to be the star of this, which is the biggest actress that they have right now. Florence Pugh's transformation over the last couple of years has been interesting to me because they have her looking more and more like Sharon Stone. They got her sitting in that Sharon Stone spot because you know Hollywood always goes for certain archetypes. So they got her cutting her hair short, and that's what she looks like. She looks like a young Sharon Stone. So she's already done her, on-screen sexy stuff with Oppenheimer and being nude and stuff like that on screen. So we'll see where they take her career with that because she is young, and that's what Hollywood feeds off of, young, blonde-looking white women. That's what they do. Where's My Mind? I know it's Where's My Mind. It's just I forget the name of it's not the Cranberries. It's not them. I forget the name of the group that does it. I don't think it looks terrible. I've heard it was bad looking and cheap looking. I didn't see that. It looks like it's very contained. Like somebody else said, I think, that it's on a bunch of sets. Well, yeah, that's a movie. The exterior shots don't really show them doing anything. You just get to see them in costume, which is all right, but we already knew they were in the fucking movie. The only interesting scene is Sebastian Stan's or Bucky's character being in that what looks like a Senate or courtroom and what that's about. Julia Louis-Dreyfus character of Valentina talking to them about, bad and a badder. Well, yeah, there always is. There's levels to anything. There's levels to good guy, which is why there's levels to heroes. That's why you have anti-heroes. And there's levels to villains as well. That's why you have some people that are not necessarily as far as some of the villains are. They can be just as bad, just not as bad. I mean, if you look at comic books, Joker is one of the super villains, but he's a villain that other super villains don't like working with. Why? Because he's a bit farther than some of the rest of them. Him and Luthor might not get along too well because Joker's motives are unknown. He does what he does, and that is not something you can control. Andre said, I was wondering about Thunderbolts, don't know about it. It looked it up and says it was Deadpool, Iron Man, Luke Cage, and at least in the comics. No. Thunderbolts has had a few different iterations. You had one version that was run by Zemo when they were villains. You had one version that was run by Red Hulk, which used a bunch more of the sort of anti-heroes. It was Red Hulk, Punisher, Agent Venom, Deadpool, Elektra, the leader. There was a lot of other characters involved in that team who weren't necessarily villains. They were heroic in a sense, but they were anti-heroes. That was the Red and Black Squad. I like that squad. There's been other iterations of it because different people will pick up that name and use it as the Thunderbolts, but it hasn't been always just heroes and it hasn't been just always just villains. It's different iterations of a team. It's just a name. I mean, it made more sense when Red Hulk was on him because Red Hulk was Thunderbolt Ross. So Thunderbolt Ross, that makes sense. But otherwise, I'll watch it because I'm interested in these characters. I want to see where the story with them goes. I'm not writing it off just because the Thunderbolt showed up and it's not another Avengers movie. So fucking what? Look, man, I never read that much Avengers books anyway. So I'm not totally on board with everything has to circle around the Avengers. What I understand of the MCU, they built themselves to an Avengers movie off of each one of these individual characters having interesting and compelling movies to get to an Avengers. And for me, that wasn't even the Avengers. That was the Ultimates. That's who that was to me. Yeah, the title on the movie is the Avengers, but that's the ultimate version of those characters. That's not the classical version of them. If that was the case, Captain America would be running around with the pirate boots on. No. That was the ultimate version. You know, the version that worked for the modern audience. But even still, I still expect, because of the foundation that was laid with Marvel, I expect your team movies to be one thing and your individual movies to be where I get interested in all the rest of these characters. Yeah, Osborn has some Thunderbolts too, and that wasn't even cool. So I'm not adverse to nobody but the Avengers has to show up in an MCU movie for me to like the shit. That's not me. I don't give a fuck what character you use. My thinking as an OG or old geek is that I want to see the most characters I fucking can use. And I'm not concerned with just the majors, just the main ones. I'm not. That's why I was happy to see a Moon Knight show. That's why I'm happy to see a Deadpool movie, because I want to get to some of these other characters that I find a little bit more interesting than the basic mainstays that you always have to have. I'm more interested about James Gunn at Warner Brothers doing an Authority movie than I am about the Superman movie. Why? Because I'm tired of fucking seeing Superman. I see this goddamn thing every 4 years like a goddamn election. I don't need to see another Superman movie. You aren't giving me a Man of Steel too, so why the hell do I care now? I don't care. Another Batman movie? Yeah, so fucking what? Get to some of these other characters. I'm not going to live long enough to watch for you to actually get to these other characters. If they're not interested, they're not interested. You're making shit anyway with the mainstay characters. I'll give you some grace on making a shit movie or a shit TV show with some of the underrated characters and never get used. I like the shit regardless. I've liked it before you was ever making movies out of it. I like it just the same if what you make didn't work. I've lived through the 80s and 90s watching comic book movies. It's fine. It's fine. Can't be better than that. Or I should say can't be worse than that. Yeah, the MCU's Thunderbolts is 80% super soldiers. Yeah, that's why I'm interested. Like, dude, everybody on that team can fuck you up. Everybody. Even Ghost. You know, fuck your world up. That was a whole assassin, dude. I want to see Red Guardian get some fucking shine outside of being a goof all the damn time. Because for me, that's the Russian Captain America. He is formidable in a fight. And I want them to play into it, which I think they should. This is just my idea. They should play into it to understand that if you saw the Black Widow movie, Red Guardian talks about all the fights he had with Captain America, and if Captain America ever speaks about him, right? And he's saying this to Natasha, Black Widow. He says he doesn't. He never speaks about him. I want them to put it in there that Red Guardian, the Captain America he was fighting, was Isaiah Bradley. That's the Captain America that he fought all the time. It's not Steve Rogers. That's why Steve Rogers never speaks of him, because he was fighting Captain America at a time Steve Rogers was in fucking ice. And Isaiah Bradley was still out there and active. That's what I want them to throw in there, because that would give me a good tie from the Thunderbolts movie and the Captain America 4 movie. Outside of the Red Hulk should be a connection too, since the Thunderbolts movie has, I guess, the leader in it or whoever the fuck. Samuel Stearns. Cool. Yeah, exactly. Give me a proper Green Lantern movie. They could pass on the Flash. DC saw success when they moved to characters outside of Superman and Batman. Wonder Woman was a success. Aquaman was a success. Flash, it took too long, and they got a goofy actor to play him. But the Flash TV show is a success. It became the hub for all the CW shows. And it started after. It was a side show from a popular show. You get more out of the other characters. If you have these big pantheon of characters, fucking use them. I don't need to see the same ones trolled out every fucking time. Stop worrying about the audience not getting it right off the fucking bat. You know what movies are good for? Repeated watching and growing to love certain things. I just watched a video from Snarky J talking about The Crow and the Crow remake. I remember the Crow movie when it came out. I remember the Crow comic books when they were being made, because I'm that fucking old. I'm not shitting on a remake of the Crow movie. You know why? Because I knew the first movie was shit. It didn't have a big fan base. It didn't do huge box office numbers. It didn't. Brandon Lee fought for that movie to get made because he was a fan of the character in the story. The only tragic thing that happened that made it a cult following, which means if you understand what a cult is, it's a small group of people devoted to something. The reason it has a cult following is because the lead actor got fucking killed doing that shit. The same way his father got fucking killed. And that whole legacy and lineage shit that you go into that. Otherwise, that movie would have came out and did shit numbers and disappeared. It'd be one of those movies that an old bastard like me would talk about and say, man, y'all never saw The Crow? Y'all don't know about that old geek movie? Oh, what was that from? It's like the late 80s, early 90s. Oh, no, I've never heard of it. That's what it would have done. Had he not... Brandon Lee getting killed promoted that movie, brought it to the level that it was, so people even give a fuck about it. The comic book did the numbers it did for the people who read that shit. A lot of people weren't. So when I watched this remake, because the remake comes out, I think, next week, when I watched the remake, I'm not holding it to the standard that the lead actor has to die to go to these levels like it was a huge box office success. It wasn't. It's cheaply fucking made. Even for its time. Go back and look at it if you never have. And I love The Crow. Love the character. Love the movie for what it was. But I'm not judging the new one like, oh, it's not going to be this, and this. Yeah, the actor is not going to be dead and it's not going to look as cheap. Who gives a fuck? Does it hold to the material? The original material, not the movie, the original material. If it does, what are you fucking complaining about? I'll accept a new take if it adds and doesn't subtract from the original material. I'll accept that. But it's not going to be Brandon Lee. It's not going to star a martial artist. It's not going to star a martial artist with the legacy of his father being a popular actor that changed martial arts for everybody. That he is now the standard of what people go towards when they think of martial arts. No, it doesn't have any of that on it. No, it doesn't. It has to be for this audience. It has to be for this modern time and what people get interested in when they watch movies nowadays. So I don't want to hear this shit. Oh, it looks like John Wick. What? It looks like the Hard Boiled, The Killer? Any John Woo movie with somebody using guns? No shit. Just like everything looked like The Matrix after he did it. You know, no telling. No kidding. Imagine that. What's the fucking story? I give a goddamn about the action beats. Yeah, exactly, Malika. A modern day adaptation. So for modern audiences and not for the audience back in the 80s, for the person who wrote the book, the comic, what does that look like? What makes it relatable to these fucking ne'er-do-wells nowadays? Well, one, he's going to have a lot of tats. Kind of like your fucking Joker by Jared Leto, right? Because people nowadays have a lot of goddamn tats. Women especially. It's going to be more violent. There's going to be more gunplay. Not like there wasn't gunplay in the original Crow movie. And it's going to have some different music. And probably not as good as the shit from the 80s and 90s. Just saying. Now, that covers me on the Thunderbolts. I like Florence Pugh. She is looking a little like Sharon Stone to me. So if you ever see her starring in a remake of Basic Instinct, you know why. Now, this other one I forgot about, but it just came up when I was looking at the Thunderbolts trailer. This is for a comic I never bought a lot. I read some of, I didn't buy a lot of them because I didn't really care about the team. Know the team, know the characters, know some of their struggles, but these are not comics that always filled my comic book buying list. It didn't. It would be something I'd read in the store and put back on the shelf and buy the shit I really wanted to keep. Doesn't mean I don't like them. Doesn't mean I don't know their history. Just means I didn't care as much. I was not as invested in them. Right? This would be the Fantastic Four. So fair use, fair motherfucking use. This will be the first time I have seen this trailer. Why? Because I don't necessarily give a shit about the Fantastic Four movie. I didn't mind the Tim Story movies. I didn't. And Tim Story is a black director. I didn't mind those so much. They gave you good lead-offs and good jump-offs to get into Namor and stuff like that way before Disney MCU ever got around to it, giving you Namor, the boy who cannot love. No. They have some good leads in there, apparently from somebody who actually read the comic books. But as far as the people who are in the movie, none of these people feel like the character to me. I like Pedro Pascal as an actor. I don't buy him as a Reed Richards. Smartest dude in the world. I have a problem with Reed being a white dude. I don't. Long as I can get Adam Brashear as a black man. Why do I give a shit? Because reading comics and knowing the hierarchy of smartest people in the fucking universe, two of them are black men. One of them has what I would consider a mutation to make her one of the smartest people in the world, which is Moon Girl. But it's a little black girl. So fucking what? The other two got it off work. Studying. No gas. So I'm not worried about him being a white dude. So fucking what? Let him be. So let's see this. Fair use. Fair use. Ghost man, you ain't shit. Ricardo Richards and Namor Hernandez. Namor Nunez. I like Latinos, man. I do love Latinos, right? But yeah, look, I don't have a problem with Reed Richards being a white dude. I don't. I like Pedro Pascal. I don't buy him as a Reed Richards. It's not because he's Latino. I just don't buy him as being smart. That's it. I just don't buy him being that damn smart. I don't. So that's it. He doesn't look like a smart guy to me. And that's not taking into account any of his social media postings. Just don't seem like a smart guy to me. He can do action. He can be my Mandalorian. Yeah, he can be my Din Djarin. I don't buy him as the smartest dude in the universe. I just don't. To me, it's going to be a little bit more than just throwing lines in his fucking mouth. And that's having seen fan-forstic, like people like to call it, but seeing the last Fantastic Four movie with Miles Teller being a young Reed. I bought that. He's a young Reed Richards. I'll buy that. I bought Ian Graffood. Yeah, fine. Pedro? Nah, bro. And Vanessa Kirby is going to be his Sue Storm? No, because the Latin dude ain't picking a white chick like that. He's not. He's going to pick up some nice looking Latino woman. You're supposed to be trying to make this real world, right? Well, that's real world. That wouldn't be his chick. Unless he was going to be getting some issues with his Latino-ness. Unless they going to say he was a Republican or some shit. Nah, he going to have a problem. So, anyway, let's see what this shit is. Fair use. First time watching. Let's see what this trailer is. Get you this reaction. Well, that was quick.
We're about to change the world. And I'm glad you are here.
Astronauts, it's time. We all are in.
We can begin now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engines running.
After their epic return, the world called them the Fantastic Family.
There's something I have never told you. Since we obtained these powers, something is coming to the Earth.
These powers are a gift.
Or perhaps the downfall for our world.
Well, I can tell you this. They definitely put money into this movie. It doesn't look like they put as much money into the Thunderbolts, but it definitely looks like they put money into this. But the Fantastic Four coming home to Marvel is important for them. It's as important as Spider-Man coming to the MCU, right? If by some fluke of nature that Marvel was able to get their logo, their icon, their mascot back being Spider-Man, they got that from Sony. That would be just as big. Fantastic Four coming home to Marvel is where they should be. It is an AI trailer. It does look a lot AI, but that's supposed to be the official trailer from D23. It was polished. It looks really polished. They do look phony in some scenes because they're supposed to be back in the past and they're de-aging everybody. Right? They're de-aging everybody. Yeah, Beastly, where's my nerdy Reed Richards? Yeah, Reed Richards is supposed to look like, if Spider-Man always looks like a nerd when he's Peter Parker, that people don't pay attention to him, Reed Richards is supposed to look the same way. Reed Richards is not supposed to be attractive. That's why you're supposed to be so shocked that he ended up with fucking Sue. Like, damn, Sue was hot. What the fuck you doing with this nerd? That gets into the whole Victor Von Doom and the shit. Like, Victor would rather have Sue. Like, you don't need to be with Reed. What the fuck? This dude was one of Grimm's lines calling Reed pencil neck. Why? Because he don't look like shit. He's not attractive. He's smart. And Sue is definitely a sapiosexual. She likes his brains. Or the fact that he can stretch and make it bigger. I don't know. So the trailer went a lot quicker. It was a lot quicker scenes cut together. It looks like they spent a lot of money on CG, which is why it probably looks a lot better. They put more money into that than the Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts is more ground-based, no fanciful stuff. Having a Fantastic Four movie, you're going to have better tech, better looking stuff. It just is what it is. It's the nature of the beast. It's like saying Quantum Mania was too expensive and it lost money. Well, the nature of the show meant it was going to be expensive because you're in an non-existing realm. You can't really film that practically. You're going to be on a lot of green screen just for the nature of the movie. Just what it is. Now, Vanessa Kirby looked all right. She didn't look as skinny. So like JL was saying in here that, damn, she hit the gym. Yeah, she looked like she filled out a little bit. The last picture I saw of Jessica Kirby, she looked all shrunken up. And I can't remember what else I've actually seen her in. I'm not going to make any off-color jokes about she's a writer. Fuck out of here. She write? That's not her. Why the fuck can I find the damn actress? Holy shit. Ugh. Yeah. $1981. She's younger than me. Vanessa Kirby. Jesus Christ. No wonder I couldn't find her. I'm using the wrong damn name. Vanessa Kirby. There we go. There we go. Vanessa Kirby, not Jessica. Did I see her in Mission Impossible? Must have, because I did see Hobbs and Shaw. I did see Mission Impossible. I did see Napoleon. Yeah, she was, what's his name? In that. She looked like she got a little thicker. Last pictures I saw, she has a nice face, but she's like shrunken. Very slight otherwise. Either way. Yeah, it looked like she might have hit the gym, bulked up a little bit. Can you blame her? You don't have to. You're in the fucking MCU now. You gotta bulk it up a bit. Oh my fucking God. They're trying to do an Incredibles 3? Yikes. I think that's going to fail. Yeah, Doom and Namor were Sue's sexual alphas. Yeah, that's why Reed always had issues with them. And not only Doom and Namor, who else? Black Panther. Everybody that saw Reed with Sue was like, "She's doing this lame. What you doing this? Nah, baby girl. You need to holler at me. I'm a king. I got a whole come, Sue. Come, let me show you the kingdom of Wakanda." Doom was doing the same shit. Even Namor was up there popping that Imperious Rex at her. Everybody tried to steal Sue from Reed. Couldn't do it. Because Reed don't look like shit. Like, what? This your husband? Ugh. You got kids by him too? Oh my God. Fuck that dude. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. The Three Kings. Exactly. The Three Kings was like, nah, Sue, you need to come over here, baby. You need to get under this pimping. Can't do nothing for you, Sue. No, she ain't been ran through. That's the thing. She hasn't been ran through. They just pop at her. You just know. They try to look. Sue was on code. Sue loved Reed. Sue does love Reed. She is on code because she had kings popping at her. One dictator and two kings. I still ain't seen no elections in Latveria. I never have. So I don't know how he got in charge, but he is. Okay, that's just what it is. Yeah, Reed need a country. He do need a country. He's from the U.S., but he don't run it. Maybe it's the negative zone. I don't know. But Sue on code. That's her husband. She ride with her husband. She ride with Reed. Because she got dudes with a lot of brains and a lot of status. You can say what you will about Namor's intelligence, but Dr. Doom and Black Panther is another two of the smartest people in that whole universe. Dr. Doom can master space and time and magic and shit. Black Panther is in charge of the most advanced country on that world. She rocking with Reed. Ain't got kids by him. She ain't breaking up her family. Sue's on code like a motherfucker. You can respect Sue Storm for that. She on code. And she will check Reed when he get his stretching head too far up his own stretchy ass. Like, motherfucker, you need to tone this back. The hell you think you doing? No, but I must work on this. No, Reed. Hell no. Look, keep that shit up. Me and the kids gonna be the fuck out of here. How about that? Bring your ass back to reality a little bit. For the smartest man in the world, you dumb as fuck sometimes. And that's how she be checking his ass. She have to. Latveria needs an American democracy. No, I just need to either see tanks or see how he got in charge. That's all I need to know. It don't have to be a democracy. I'm just saying. You can call him a king, but was his family in charge before that? Before he showed up, was, the Von Dooms in charge? Was there an election? I don't remember none of that shit happening. Victor's daddy wasn't nobody. But Victor in charge. I guess he with the most Doom bots wins by default? I don't fucking know. I think he just took over. I think he just took over. I'm serious. I think he just took over. That's just what it was. It just became like, nope, I'm in charge. Who can stand against me? No one? Then that's just what it'll be. And I'll be here in my castle alone. Fuck out of here. Anyway, I'll watch the Fantastic Four movie regardless. But here's my point on why I'm not for Pedro as Reed Richards. Look at this picture, dude. Look at that dumb face he's making. He looks like a dude that's impressed with a bubble coming out of somebody's nose. He don't look very smart. He look like a fucking doofus. And not in a good way. He just don't. He don't look that fucking smart to me. He doesn't give off, I'm a smart dude. He doesn't. You see Elon Musk talk, an interview, he looked like something was weird about him. And then you listen to him talk like, this man's mumbling off his words and shit. But you would buy that from somebody who's really smart, not good with fucking people, because that's how that shit balances out. You can be really good in some other areas. You got to be sucking and below average in some other ones, because genius is a spike. It's not a plane. It's not across everything. It's in one thing. The things you bad at is going to be what show. Einstein couldn't match his socks. Elon Musk ain't too good with talking to people sometimes. Or fumbling over the languages. But you like comedy. You like laughing. So Pedro don't look that smart. You don't. He's making a doofus face. So that's what it is for me. It don't mean that he won't play a good role. It's just what it is for me. I don't buy him as Reed Richards. Not that I don't like him as an actor. Not that I don't like him in any other role that I've seen him in. He'd kill it. Yeah, John Krasinski was a better Reed. He was. John Krasinski looks like that would be the smart dude. That's why that was the fan pick for Reed Richards. Because the fans agree that most looks like Reed. Couldn't get him? That sucks. Oh, well. You went with this choice. It is what it is. I know he ain't going to be there that damn long. How many years he signed on to do this role? He got a Mandalorian movie coming up to do. How long he going to be there? He going to be there for 20 years running your franchise? Really? You think so? Or is this a one and done? Because the trailer looks like a one and done to me. That's the feeling I get on it. Just the same way I get the feeling that Robert Downey Jr. is good for 2 and out. It's Dr. Doom. He's good for 2 and he out of there. And then you're going to be recasting again and dealing with the same bullshit that you're dealing with about Iron Man. Oh, well, it's not RDJ, so who can play it? Anybody. Pick someone. There's other actors, right? Or is this the whole crop of actors in Hollywood right now? Because it's supposed to be about the character, not the actor playing the character. When I show up to an Iron Man movie, I want to see Iron Man. If it's an actor that I like, then cool. If it's not, it may not matter as long as he can play Iron Man well. But if you want me to get attached to the actor and not the character that I already know, then you're going to have a problem when it comes time for a recast. Exactly. Someone new and upcoming. Give me some new fish. I need some new blood to carry this franchise. As a journeyman, I understand that. My time in the sun is now. But what I do in the sun now is based on training my apprentices. Because their time in the sun will come after mine sunsets. And they will have to carry this forward. So I should be looking for somebody younger than me to pour this knowledge into, instead of looking for somebody at my same fucking level to pour it in. They're going to be gone too. No, I need this to perpetuate after me. You pour it back to pull forward. Stupid. Yeah, I'd buy that rainfire. I'd buy that. Yeah, don't tell anybody. You may die. Yeah, they might be scared of you. Might think you got some of them them demonic powers. And you'll fall out with the church. Anyway, that is the Fantastic Four trailer, for better or worse. It looks like they poured more money into it. I'm not saying that means it's going to be any better of a story. It just looks like they poured more money into it. So I'm not judging the trailers to say, well, this movie looks good, this movie looks bad because this trailer looks better. No, it just means that they cared more about these characters and poured more money into it. They poured a lot of money into the Acolyte. Was the story any better for the amount of money they spent? Supercell ain't had nowhere near as much money. It's a lot better story than Acolyte. Same number of episodes, all new characters. Which was a better show? And which one had the bigger price tag? If you don't know what you're doing, more money ain't going to make you do it better. It's going to make you burn that money quicker. Just saying. That's just reality. Let's see. Let's see if this is a real thing. Oh my fucking God. Okay, no. Maybe not. Oh. Okay, it's just an announcement. There is no actual trailer for this yet. The announcement was about Shang-Chi 2. Okay. Phase 6 and 7. Okay. I didn't mind Shang-Chi so much. If they're doing what they say they're doing, then it will be interesting. So I can't report on that yet. All right, let's see this other piece of crap that I've been avoiding. Now, this trailer is for a streaming show that I am in no way interested in watching. None whatsoever. And why is that? Because I thought the show sucked. And I don't have to be a devotee of the books to tell you that I thought the show sucked, and I watched every episode of it. I'm not interested in going back there again. I'm really trying to limit how much I watch shitty television. And like I've told you, since The Acolyte went off the air, I have been trying to detox myself by only watching good material. And if that is from the 80s or 90s, it don't matter. I watch something in black and white right now as long as it's good, which tells me I probably should be watching some Sherlock Holmes. I mean, not Sherlock Holmes, but some Alfred Hitchcock, because I'm thinking of The Birds. It's Sunday. I should watch The Birds. Happens in California. Watch some Alfred Hitchcock, some black and white stuff. Because this new shit is garbage. A lot of it is garbage. Hot, steaming microwave for you. Yeah, last time I checked, that's who she was too. That's why he had to go to Mephisto to try to get her soul back. So I don't think Bill got put in charge naturally, okay? I think he just took charge. Just say it. Certain things I don't remember seeing. Family being in charge is one of them. I'll get to that, Andre. Yeah, Shang-Chi, it was fine. The ending is what kind of killed it. But it's introducing a new character. So what is it supposed to be? It's not, in my mind state, having come through the 80s, watching these comic book movies, your first movie is never supposed to do really well. Your first movie will never do really well. You're not going to make movie on a comic book movie franchise until the second movie, because it's always about the people who don't know anything about this character. Always. Those are the people that make or break, in some senses, your movie. And they never get on the up and up until the second movie. Never. New audiences don't know the character. You can try to explain as much as you can, but the first movie is always labored by the fact that you have to introduce these characters to people who know nothing about them. Which means the first movie has to do too much work to educate a dumbass that the second movie doesn't have to do. because the second movie just gets to roll on with the story because they're assuming that you watched the first one. That's why I don't believe in writing off geek comic book characters or movies without 2 tries. If it's a show, give it 2 seasons. Well, if it's a show, 2 seasons will get you on the right foot, but give it 3 to 4 episodes so they can find their footing with you. A movie, you need 2. If it don't work after the second one, you don't have to do a third one because that should have been enough time to say all you had to say. But I'm already writing off the first one that it's not going to make a lot of money, especially the more unknown the character is, the less money it's possibly going to make. But that's what makes movies risky because that's why Hollywood always wants to go to their old trustees because they know these make movies for people because all the work has already been done to explain who the fuck this character is over the last 20-something years. So they don't have to do that work. All you're explaining, like James Gunn sitting down to do his Superman movie, he's not introducing Superman to you for the first time. You already know who Superman is, even in the last 3 years. He's just introducing you to his version of Superman. You know, same backstory and everything. So the audience is already built in. They're already on the up and up. They already know what the hell is going on. But if you introduced a Val Zod to him, he's Superman light, right? You'd have to explain who this character is based on all this other shit to give them points of relevance that relate so they would actually want to watch the shit. That is what you people on YouTube will call your normies. Yeah, your regular moviegoers who don't read comic books, don't watch the cartoons. They just go to movies. And the thing that interests them the most is what they're going to flock into to watch. That's why a movie about Twisters did so well. Because they just want to see action. And sometimes just destruction. They don't have to have a deep story. You just have to be entertaining for the time that they're there. Because they'll go and watch that shit anyway. Appreciate you, Sportaholic, for supporting the stream. What does Sportaholic say? When it comes to the Fast Axis 4, I'm doubtful on leading actor and actress. And why did they shrink down the mighty Galactus? That was a really big building that they were in, looking at Galactus's face. I'm not totally sold on them either. Vanessa Kirby is attractive, but I don't see her as a Sue. I don't. Because that's the one role nobody is talking about that you needed to change nationalities for at all, is it? Gotta have that white woman be the white woman, right? Right? She gotta be blonde and white. Got to. If you have Sue Storm not being a white woman, you're gonna have an uproar. You might have a bigger uproar than you did about a black man being Johnny Storm, because that is their vehicles. So everybody else on the cast got to be exactly what they were supposed to be, except for Reed, because the white dude is one you can change right now, because Reed ain't a sex symbol, so you can change that one right now. So shout out to Sportaholic. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, they do now. Shout out to Bill Burr being the only person that pointed this shit out, that they put their Gucci boots over the rope of oppression and stepped to the front of the line. Oh, they're reversed. Since when? Like Master didn't have a wife? Fuck out of here, dudes. Yeah, what the fuck ever. Yeah, I can't fuck with the image of Miss Anne even when she turns invisible. Yeah, she turns invisible, so she's like, I'm just like all of you. Like, Ray Gun in the Olympics. Can't fault me for what I did. I'm doing it my way. That ain't the way it's done, bitch. Who let you up here? Mm-mm. Still worked out for her. Because you can't shame her. So anyway, let's bring up this next trailer. Fair use, fair motherfucking use. I hated this show. I hated watching it. And not even having read all the lore. From what I know of the lore, I wasn't enjoying the show. It was badly done in the worst ways. And they spent a lot of money on it, which is like I told you. Spending a lot of money and not being competent at what you do don't mean you're going to get anything better. Just meant you wasted more money. Be competent first. Then you'll justify more money. So let's take a little gander at this Rings of Power Season 2 bullshit.
War has come to Middle-earth.
This is the work of Sauron.
Never obtains a being's trust. He gains the ability to sculpt their very thoughts.
You are wise to fear these rings. In Sauron's hands, they could work an evil beyond reckoning.
Aegon must not fall. It would be a mortal blow for all Middle-earth.
Sauron's eye bores a hole. The rest of him slithers in.
You sought peace. I gave it to you. This is hardly a gift. What have you done to me? What have you done to me? Who are you? Truly, I am the one keeping the storm at bay.
Sauron is my enemy as much as yours. I can help you destroy him.
I will not stop until this is put right.
Every soul in the seen or unseen world will know that it was you who was the architect of their demise.
Don't cut the law!
Oh, shit. Next week?
At this moment, the great tale of our age is being written.
You think it was only you who put yourself in my power?
Hey.
Galadriel.
Yeah, give him that. Alpha D. She was all in love last season, even though she had a husband. Well, I'll say this: the lead actress, I don't like her voice. That's part of what makes it hard to listen to that show. I don't like her voice. There's a tone in her voice that sounds condescending that I don't personally like. It makes it hard to watch the show and listen to her deliver lines because it's always done with this condescending fucking tone. And mind you, I tend to like females with accents. Their voices usually sound pleasant. Hers does not. Hers sounds really condescending. Like JT is saying in here, that looks expensive. Yeah, it looks expensive as shit. It looks epic, which I might want to watch it just for the visuals because I don't have a problem. I'm not one of these people who believe that fantasy and stuff like that was closed off to black folks because we didn't see ourselves in it. Like, get the fuck out of here. It was just weird for people to see that you were into that shit. And it's mostly weird for black folks to see that you were into it. Right? It's not a time in history that we were very highly favored, as it were. It wasn't. But I don't have a problem with the fantasy world. Fantasy world is fun. It is. You can have swords, you can use bow and arrows and shit like that. You have horse travel and whatnot. Dude, this is all the things that made Legend of Zelda and Link to the Past so much fucking fun to play. A sword, you got a shield, you got arrows and slingshots, hook shots. You can ride your horse and play your fucking ocarina and run around the world killing shit or just having fun. I have a problem with that. I don't. So watching this trailer, it's like a live action of that. And it looks epic. It looks like they're going to try for some epic level battle scenes that try to rival Two Towers or something like that, which is fine. What's actually going on in that part of the story, I can't fucking tell you. I know nothing about none of what's going on right there. I am not familiar with that part of the lore. So I will rely on the wisdom of YouTubers more versed than me to explain what the hell is going on in that shit. Outside of me just watching it for myself and explaining what's going on in what I'm watching. Matching it up to what it's in the book, I didn't read those books. So couldn't tell you. I can only go on what they're showing me up front there. And what I saw last season wasn't entertaining. Wasn't. It was mostly dumb behavior for me. Because as a black man, I don't necessarily give a fuck about diversity. When I watch Asian movies, I expect to see a lot of Asians in it. I don't expect to see black folks stuck in there or white folks stuck in there. I don't. And I'll watch shows and movies from anywhere. That's how I found RRR. Because somebody told me about it and it was good and I watched it. I wasn't in there bitching about the fact that there wasn't no representation in the movie. The movie was awesome. And it was 3 hours. That shit was awesome. No black folks, some white folks was in it, but they was being white folks. Thinking they ran the shit and getting their ass kicked. I was down for it. Love that fucking movie. Wasn't upset that it wasn't, I didn't see no black folks. I didn't feel seen. I didn't feel represented. Man, it ain't my movie. It's not my country. It's not my culture. And it was an awesome movie regardless. So I don't feel that way when I watch stuff like that. I don't. I don't feel any way about watching a bunch of medieval or fantasy stuff and it ain't a bunch of black folks running around. It wasn't our thing. So you putting people in it? Well, it looks kind of weird now to me. Oh, we're so diverse. Are you? Are you being patronizing? I don't need to be stuck into that fucking malaise of people killing each other. Did RRR get an Oscar? It deserved one. That shit was awesome. It was an awesome movie. I gotta watch that shit again, man. Need to do that dance again. For best music, it did have the best music. That song was a hit. I'm forgetting the name of the song right now. I keep wanting to call it the Borachata. It wasn't the Borachata. Desi Notch. There it is. Desi Notch song. That's probably what got it over. And it just means dance or party or some shit like that, isn't it? Anyway. So from watching the trailer, I'd be interested in watching that season. Why? Because it looks like some epic level shit is going to go on. And I need something to pass the time between waiting for House of the Dragon to come back, since House of the Dragon has left me kind of lacking in their finale. I don't have a problem with the medieval world. I don't. I like the whole idea of the orcs and the elves and all of that shit. That's fun. That's why I play D&D. It's fun. I like that. I like those characters. I like the world that Tolkien created. Not copied, created. I like the world that he created. What these people are doing in this world is something completely fucking different. But I watch it and enjoy the costuming and the artistry that went into making these characters and costumes and makeup jobs and weapons and armor and stuff like that, because that's what I enjoy about that stuff. How closely it is tied to the actual source material. Look, I'll let Nerdrotic and them go over that because they've read all of that shit and they get really pissed about it. So I'll let them, feed that into me. What is fucked up on this? Because that's what I look for. I look for people who know more about things than I do. And if you know more about what's going on at this time in the Lord of the Rings lineage, then you're the one I'm going to listen to about that shit. That's just what it is. Because I don't have a problem saying what I don't know. I don't. I have a problem with that shit at all. Because that's how you learn and not sit there and talk from an idiot position of thinking you still need to know it all. I don't know it all. I'm nowhere close to knowing it all. So it looks interesting enough to watch. I'm not looking forward to it, but I'll watch it just on the fact that I want to see these big epic battles. And I want to see people get turned by this dude that they should have known from the jump was fucking Sauron. And in them rings taking their souls. I want to see him running around like the Wishmaster, giving people what they want, and then coming to collect payment. That's gonna be funny as fuck to me. So I'm down for watching that. That's actually a more entertaining thought. I want to see him turn these people. Let's see the villain win. Let's see the villain win. Hopefully in a more competently written way than the Acolyte. Anyway, that's it on the Rings of Power season 2. Jesus Christ, this show even got renewed. And the reason why I'll say Rings of Power does not hold to my initial comment I was making about geek properties, giving them 1 or 2 seasons to get it right. These dudes are still on the show. The ones who did the first season, they're still there. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. And that was evident from the first one. It was evident from the first one. Now, Amazon went back and got a little bit more involved with them on the second season. But even for the wins that they have at Amazon, be it Invincible, Gen V, The Boys, and stuff like that, their higher ups getting involved in shit sort of does not necessarily make it better. Doesn't. Because the same person involved in this shit is the same one that's involved in Wheel of Time and this other stuff. Okay. I guess we'll just see what the hell it is. We'll see what it is. Now, this next trailer, this last trailer, I've heard nothing good about this. And interestingly enough, nothing good from males or females. And when I can find consensus like that, it's like, wow, what the hell? Wishmaster in prison. I died when that came out. Yeah, because everybody making a wish to get out of prison, but he's claiming souls. I like the Wishmaster. I like that character. I do. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite horror characters next to Pinhead and Freddy Krueger and shit. It's one of my favorite horror characters. He's just fun. It's just fun. The damn djinn, dude. The damn djinn. Be careful what you wish for. Be real careful what you wish for. There is a price to be paid. And Ocarina of Time is one of my favorite Zelda games, and I was playing Zelda since the beginning, the first one. The map I still remember. It's the map I still remember to this day. Since the original Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time was that best one to me. I didn't play anything after that really, but I know people like Ford and Joe Herb in here. Joe Herb plays every Zelda game regardless. After Ocarina of Time, I got off. I was into playing PlayStation and shit at that point, but that was my absolute favorite game. I could play that game now, still enjoy it. It's just a well-made game. Ray Hama say Wishmaster was crazy. Wishmaster was fun, dude. That motherfucker always had a smile. And he didn't have to really do shit to you. You did it to yourself. That was the thing. You did it to yourself. You realize that. Oh, and I forgot Jeepers Creepers. Creep from Jeepers Creepers. I like him too. So anyway. Now this next trailer, Fair Use, is from next and final trailer. Let's get into this shit. Let's see what happens when loudmouth chicks get put in shitty movies. Let's see what the shit is. This is the trailer for Snow White.
So, whistle while you work. Whistle while you work. Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest one of all? I have really no real feelings on that. Namely, Ray Hama said, "Oh my God, another Snow White." No, this is their Snow White. It's the one they've been working on. Like Rachel Zellweger was getting flamed for because she was saying some ridiculous shit last year about this time about the movie, and that should start going down in flames. Now, for me, and understand, I'm just a black man in this culture. Snow White never held any high esteem for me. Never did. Never did. The only way I fall on Snow White being the original material is it's originally what Walt created. That's where I fall on it. Don't change his work. Give respect to the creator and don't be altering his work completely into something else. Because one, I'm knowing Rachel Zellweger, as far as I know, I think she's a Latina, and you replace Snow White with a Latina. I know some Latin folks that won't be upset about that shit, but I know a lot of white folks that will. That's already going to be a problem. That haircut she got looks ridiculous. I don't know what it is about her. I know she has black hair. Right? That haircut looks fucked up for some reason. I don't know. It doesn't look right. That hair on her head does not look right. It looks like she has a wig on or something. Like it doesn't. I'm just not buying that part. I don't fault her on her singing because I know she can sing. Right? I saw Hunger Games dance of snakes and serpents or whatever the fuck it was, right? I saw that. Her singing was fine. I just thought she was trying to do a little bit too much Dolly Parton, and I don't buy her like that. I don't. Is she weirdly shaped, Andre? That might be it. Her head is something. It's something about that hairdo with her head does not work. I'm not putting my finger on what it is, but it's something about the shape and shit. Like it should have came down lower or something like that. It shouldn't have been up by her ears. Something is not working right with me with looking at that. Yeah, she's like, oh, Rachel Zellweger. Yeah, that's Rachel Zellweger. Yeah. So I don't fault her singing. Gal Gadot as the evil queen. Yeah, she did look hot. But Gal Gadot been working for me for a while, at least since Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman, she was really attractive to me. Fast and Furious, she wasn't so attractive. She was skinny as shit. That's not overly attractive to me. I don't like seeing a woman full of bones and shit like that. That's no, man. No, that doesn't do it for me at all. Doesn't do it for me at all. It makes me it brings up too many feelings like something is wrong with her, and not wrong in the sense that she's not right, wrong in the sense that I need to be getting her some help or something. That's it triggers that protection mechanism. Like something, are you okay? What no. Nah. And why they keep making the queen hot? Because the evil queen is supposed to be hot. Charlize is attractive in some ways. Angelina Jolie, attractive. Maleficent, that was a sexy Maleficent, dude. I can see her with horns all the time. It wouldn't bother me at all. So the evil queen nowadays, they want you to be hot because that's what modern girls are steered towards. You're not steered towards being the respectable and clean and, dutiful female. You're supposed to be the scary black nail polish, black clothes, leather wearing badass chick. That's what they steer you towards. You're supposed to be the queen. That's what you're supposed to look like. Which you can see that any day of the week. I know somebody I work with, she wear more makeup to make her look scary than, like, I didn't even think she had somebody. She does. She in a whole relationship. Like, that can't be attractive. But whatever. Different age, different shit. But to me, she always trying to look scary. Like it needs to be Halloween every day. It's really off-putting. Especially in a corporate environment. That's really off-putting. Yeah, Angelina Jolie, because she has a pretty face, she was sexy because for men, that kind of dominating but kind of sexy looking chick is that. Like, I watch wrestling, right? Rhea Ripley is a wrestler. If you look at Rhea Ripley's character persona that she's playing right now, she looks scary. But they play on the fact of her trying to be like a dominatrix. So she always got this black shit on. She got this. When they overly do her makeup to have her looking like Kiss, I don't like it. When they show a lot of her body and see all the tats and stuff like that she has all over her body, I don't like it. Because I don't like a bunch of tats on a chick. It looks way too masculine to me. But from here around, if they just showed her bosom line and her shoulders and shit like that, even with her muscles, then she's attractive. Without all the makeup and shit on, then she's attractive. You look at some of her older pictures, like, that was an attractive woman. When she wasn't dyeing her hair black and trying to be, the dominatrix queen. Yeah. This newer shit, not so much. But it's still an attractive woman under there, shapely and everything. It just is what it is. Men have that kind of fixation with them. Like, you would like a chick like that for some reasons. But it's only for some reasons. Like they say, it's not the chick you bring home to your mama, but it is the chick you have a good weekend with. It is the chick you have a good weekend with. Yeah, Rhea got yams. Yeah, Rhea has the whole package and is fucking it up. To me. She married to a wrestler. He got tats. She got tats. That's just what the fuck it's going to be. from now on. I like she got some Scorpio tats. I don't know if she's a Scorpio or not, but she got some Scorpio tats that look cool, right? You look at some of her old pictures to how she looks now, and she's not that old. She's like 24, 25 or something like that. She was a hot, basic looking Australian chick. Tall shoulders, arms, and shit. She looks the same. All the rest of this is put on for celebrity and shit. It's just making her look ugly. To me. That's just to me. Was outdated. Look, Snow White. The story of Snow White is something that I think most females in this culture, or wherever the story came from before Walt Disney got a hold of it, could hold to. Finding their Prince Charming, being kissed and woken up in that sense, like we were talking about sexuality, and getting a ride off into the sunset with their handsome prince. Notice he's never king. This prince, because she is a princess. She's not married, so she can't be a queen. Is it outdated? It could be, in a sense, because of the time that it was made, but the ideals instilled in it is not. It's not. Now, for a remake, yeah, you could change it to some Latina woman or something else, but you would have an issue. Same way you had an issue with changing a Little Mermaid into a black chick. Yeah, the black chick could sing, but that's not what little people grew up on as Ariel. It's not what I recognized as Ariel when I saw the original animated one and loved it. Now, I can say for myself, I have not watched any of these new Disney live action remakes. I haven't watched one of them. None of them interest me. They don't. None of them interest me. I will go back and watch the original animated stuff that they're making this shit off of and enjoy that. But I'm not interested in these live action remakes. None of them. Even the one with Will Smith. No. I don't care. They don't look good to me. And if I've seen the story already animated, what are you bringing to it new live action? Just new live action bullshit? I don't care about that, dude. I'm trying to avoid that shit. Too much of your programming, too much of your propaganda. I'm not interested in this shit. So does that one look any better than Lion King or anything else? Not really. It looks about the same, but I'm not interested in it. I'm not. I can't name for you the last time I saw the original Snow White animated version. Can't tell you when the last time it is I saw that shit. It ain't been recent. I can guarantee you it ain't been within the last 20 years. And I can guarantee you I'm probably not going to see this live action remake. I'll see it just as soon as I saw the Little Mermaid live action remake, which I didn't. I haven't. It has never risen on my list to be anything I need to be wasting my time watching, because primarily it's not for me. It's for little girls. And I'm not a Disney princess and never wanted to be. So all of you who have daughters, nieces, cousins, sisters, this is who this is for. Now, maybe women, since I'd have to ask because I'm not one, maybe they feel a little bit differently about seeing a Latina playing the Snow White. I think it's a misnomer because the character's name is Snow White, right? No, she ain't Snow White. She kind of brown riced it. Could be an issue. Her having a handsome prince and getting away from the whole idea with the prince and stuff like that. Well, that seems kind of stupid, but it would fit in modern keeping where they don't want men and women to be together. Remember, they eschew roles. Can't call them sir, can't call them ma'am, because they don't want the roles of that. They don't want the responsibilities of that role. So you can't have her just like the dude or a dude just liking her and them get together. Oh, fuck no. She has to be open to decide for herself what's going to happen next. Fine. Cool. Whatever. I don't know how that helps little kids. Because those are the ones that they going to be pushing this shit to. And those are the ones who are going to be watching it. Fine. I'm sure feminism will help somewhere down the road. But other than that, I don't feel anything. I feel about less for this than I did about watching the Rings of Power Season 2 trailer. Less. I don't give a fuck because I'm not watching that shit. And I don't think my granddaughter will be watching it. And she got a white mama. Why would she? Asuka in real life is fine too. And when she's not in the ring in the makeup and acting psycho. Yeah. I always look, especially wrestlers, because female wrestlers is real interesting to me of how they've changed from glow years and early wrestling years to they're actually their own superstars now. And it's not just because they doing divas work, posing in, bathing suits and shit like that and having pictorials done of them. Not just because of that, they can actually fucking wrestle. And will actually try to pull off some of the shit. I'm interested in them nowadays because nowadays they just seem more flash than wrestling. Everybody is looking like something in the real world. Like Bianca Belair was basically their Cardi B. Liv Morgan was basically their Harley Quinn. Rhea Ripley, I don't know who she's supposed to be out here in the real world, but apparently it's the modern day Caucasian female with a bunch of tattoos and all this goth makeup and shit. Really interesting. Can they actually wrestle? Well, most of them can. Because since Tough Enough years, you actually had to be able to fucking wrestle. It wasn't just good enough to be out there and be something pretty to look at with a pair of plastic boobs. No, you have to actually be able to wrestle, or your matches will never be seen on television. But all the extensions and the colored hair and shit like that that's always flowing all over these chicks, black, white, and whatever, like, yeah, whatever. But some of them can actually wrestle. So I always look at them. I'll look online to see who they are, and I'll look at pictures of them without all that shit on because I understand what's the fake part and what's the real person. And that's what I look at to see who the hell they are. Asuka is cute. She's an attractive Asian woman. She is. She's just walking the street. You'd probably try to hit on her. She looks regular, but you'd still try to hit on her. She was always saying something along the lines of outdated because men don't want to see strong women in positions of... Yeah. Look, you know what the fantasy of a dominatrix is for a man? It's a woman in power. A strong woman in a position of power. That's the whole thing of the dominatrix, archetype and shit. That's what that is. What men don't like is bitches in charge. And I can tell you this from having a single mother working in an office full of women. Some women don't like bitches in charge either. They don't. Because a bitch in charge is a problem for everybody, male and female alike. Just like an asshole in charge is a problem. Because those type of personalities don't need to have control over anything. They can be problematic. So it ain't about women in power. It's about what kind of woman is in power. I didn't take my daughter to see Little Mermaid. I'm not taking her to see Some White either. Why would you? Your daughter ain't white. She ain't even Latina. What is it for you there? If it's all about identification and shit like that, why would you? Laughing at Andre 420, Mr. Z voice. Yawn. Yeah, Mr. Z. Shout out to Zoom Zoom. Shout out to Mr. Z. If you have the technology, we can bring your cartoon fantasies to life. Dr. Frankenstein is all over the department at Disney. What could go wrong? It ain't Frankenstein. You saw they did a movie recently about Eliza Frankenstein, that if Frankenstein was the woman. Look. The shit that's going on with Disney is a self-inflicted wound that they're going to keep stabbing them and cutting themselves with and pretending that it doesn't exist. And part of it is pivoting everything towards women, even the shit that they bought for boys. That's going to be their problem. Everything is princessified. And most of it doesn't work, doesn't sell. You think about Disney's success for this year being Deadpool and Wolverine with no princess shit in it, even though there's a strong female character in it that people actually liked. People at Disney is trying to fuck it over. The women who work for Disney are trying to sue the person who made it because they wasn't a part of it. And it didn't total water for the agenda, none of that shit. Let that fucking sink in. You made the only success for that company. And you got people suing you because they wasn't in it. And you didn't go the way that they thought it should have went. Who the fuck are you? It ain't your movie. Beau DeMayo gave them a success. They fired his ass. And want to take his name off the other work that they're going to use from him. No. Use my work, you need to give me credit for it, like me or not. That is what I've earned. So, I don't know. That's it. Link is in there again, but I've put it in there 3 times now. Nobody has came up, so I'm assuming that's going to be the end of my show for this week. And I'm going to get on to doing what I do. So, if you guys have any thoughts on this show this week, put your comments below in the comment section. I do read all of that stuff because I like comments and questions. It's fun. It's fun. This is my weekly talk about geek shit outside of seeing my buddies who are watching films. Shout out to the Beastly Nerd being in Alien Romulus. I have not seen that yet. I thought about seeing it yesterday, but that's when I decided to unplug from people again. So I didn't engage with anybody. Maybe I'll see it this week. Maybe, but I haven't been rushing to the movies lately because there's some stuff out that I want to see. Alien Romulus is the most interesting to me, but I want to take somebody who seems scared, and I'm not really feeling like paying for nobody to see a movie right now. I'm just not. So we'll see how that works out. I do want to see somebody scared, though, because it looks like it'll be scary. And I'm interested in seeing somebody jump out their shit or spill popcorn. Maybe I'll just sit in the movie and watch people next to me. But yeah, Alien Romulus is out. I want to see that. Twisters is still out in theaters, or did it get pulled and put on streaming? Still want to see that. Trapped is still out. I still want to see that, even though people say it sucks. I don't give a shit. Borderlands, I wasn't interested in seeing that, so I'm not going to see it. What else? Something else out right now. Either way, it's not that much really driving me to the theaters right now that I really just feel like I need to go see in theaters to have that experience. There's nothing really out there like that. I could wait for Twisters. I could. I can wait for Trapped, even though I should have went and saw it opening day because I like M-Night movies, regardless of what people say. But Romulus, it might be fun to see in the theater. But I can't say that I'm going to make any effort to go see it. I'll get to see it if I see it. If I don't, I don't. I don't generate a lot of money off of film reviews. Doesn't do that. Doesn't do that. What's good, but like, of course, up at the end.
Hey man, how you doing? I just got home from work.
I know you did. I know you did, brother. I'm just giving you a hard time. What's good with you?
Oh, just another long day, but I'm not here to talk about that.
That's what she said. That $2 wholesale. It was another long day. Another long night. Go ahead. What you got? Slippery. Is there any moisture left after that? I don't know. Thought that was the whole point of that horse term. Rode hard, put away wet.
That is true. Oh man, what were you talking about? I remember you was talking about Fantastic Four.
I talked about a couple of the trailers that came out from D23, and I was just finishing up with this.
Do you think the Fantastic Four seems kind of rushed?
It is rushed, but they don't have a choice. They just got it, and they got to put it out there because everybody wants to see Marvel's first family on screen for the MCU. Yeah. Nobody's really, I don't personally know anybody who's really rushing to see the Fantastic Four. I'm not rushing to see the Fantastic Four because I never gave a shit about Marvel's first family like that. White folks do, white geeks do. I don't. It never meant that big of a deal to me. That's why I never bought a lot of their comic books in succession. I bought more X-Men than X-Men. I bought more X-Men and Spider-Man than I did Avengers and Fantastic Four. Because I'm not tied to it like that. I'm tied to it for the fact that Stan created it. Tied to it for that reasons and why he created it.
Stan and Jack.
Yeah, Stan and Jack. Yeah, let me not leave out Jack Kirby. My bad. But my attachment to it is not there like that. It's not. So.
And I agree that I know because Pedro Pascal, he's the it guy now. And for the past 10, 15, like for the past 10, 15 years, he's made his bones in the industry. And so we'll bring him in for that. But that's another thing where we're like, okay, it's like, all right, he'll do the role, but it's not like how you said. And I understand, and people say, I don't get smart, nerdy, scientific guy when I look at Pedro Pascal.
No.
Krasinski, when he was on for that brief moment, I was like, that's it.
That's right.
Reed Richards has a subtlety to it, where you can even, but like, when you saw him that he's in front of the Illuminati, right? You still got that, okay, Reed was one of the dudes that was in charge. But it's just, I don't know. I got to see it. And we got to talk about it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, do I think he won't be able to act and say his lines and shit like that? Yeah, he will. It's Pedro Pascal. I know what he can do acting wise. I've seen shows that he was in, but do I think he's Reed? No.
No, exactly.
I wasn't thrilled about any of the casting of any of these people. Even Vanessa Kirby. It was like, yeah, she attractive looking from the neck up. Well, Sue's supposed to be a mom with a mom bod. Don't tell me she ain't gonna look any better than what's her name from The Incredibles? Elastigirl from The Incredibles. She ain't gonna have no shape. And their kids are supposed to be in it. Oh wow. This is gonna be interesting to pull off. Yeah, exactly. I'm more excited for Last of Us Season 2 with Pedro in it than Pedro in the Fantastic Four. Dude, I'm down for I didn't even play the games and I'm down for Last of Us Season 2. I didn't even play the games. Shit, I'm more interested in that, seeing him play Joel than I am seeing him playing Reed. I don't give a fuck about him playing Reed. Joel and Din Djarin is working for me. Reed, I don't know. Let them white folks have that shit. They need something, dude. Throw them a bone. Let them have that shit. If you're gonna give us Blade eventually, let them have the Fantastic Four. Let them have it. They need it. They're gonna be upset if they can't get that. Be like turning Superman black. Just let them have a Superman. It's okay. Just give me Icon.
No, can I tell you something? You don't have to give me Icon. I mean, Icon would be nice.
It'd be nice, but not
But
this day.
you can give me Blade back, and you could see a whole bunch of people, even white folks, be happy.
Yeah, because you already saw it.
I was in that movie theater with a mixed movie theater, and I heard white folks, Asians, and Latin clapping. I was like, okay.
I like seeing. I've looked online and see people putting up reactions from seeing Deadpool and Wolverine, and putting the reactions up of seeing Wesley show up on the screen. Motherfuckers, people out there got love for Wesley.
Yeah,
it wasn't just black folks. Like, damn, I didn't know it was like that with y'all. I mean, Blade for us was a big deal. It was a big deal for you too. Shit. Hey, there's something to be said for these generations. In that sense, like some people they don't give a fuck about. Like they got love.
You know what the funny thing is though, bro? There are people. Well, first of all, Wesley's a good actor. Period. Before he even did Blade, he was known to play a good actor and not even getting into action flicks. You know, when his first action flick, first action, bang, bang, shooting up action was Passenger 57, which people didn't realize. What?
Wasn't that one?
Which one was it?
Demolition Man.
That's right. He did stuff. Was Demolition Man before Passenger 57?
Yeah, I believe it was. Y'all can look it up online, but I'm using
Demolition Man.
I'm using wetware, not Google. And Demolition Man was the first one. He was actually showing off his martial arts, that he knew martial arts.
That's right.
And getting to do, because before that it was like Major League and Wildcats, where you saw he was physical
and Streets of Gold.
And Streets of Gold, but he wasn't showing that he had martial arts skills.
And people didn't realize, oh, he knew martial arts. He said, yeah, that was just something that he just did. And that was a plus for him to get into action flicks.
Because when he started doing action.
But Wesley has said, even up to this day, he just still wanted to be prided as being a good actor, not a good black actor or a good action movie star. He still wanted to be seen as a good actor. And he's shown his chops. You know, people keep forgetting about Mo Better Blues when him and Denzel was going at it.
No, he was good. Mo Better Blues, he was good in. The Spike Lee stuff he was in was good.
Yes.
All his Spike Lee stuff was good. Jungle Fever, Sugar Hill. Oh my God, Sugar Hill. That shit was heartbreaking, dude.
Yes.
He was killing it in Sugar Hill with old Eddie Kane in that bitch.
Yep.
That shit. Woo. Sugar Hill was killing me too.
What's the name? Link from the Mod Squad that played their father. Clarence, was it Clarence Williams III?
Yep. He was good. He was good in all the stuff that he was. Harlem, Mo Better Blues is one of my favorite Spike Lee movies. Straight up. One of my favorite Spike Lee movies. Favorite soundtracks too. Just out the box. But he's been in a lot of good stuff. Even before he did Blade and took on, he's just doing just doing action. And I've seen him in it. That's why I go back to Wildcats, right? With Goldie Hawn. He playing one of the football players. So most people don't know about that shit.
And Woody Harrelson, him and Woody Harrelson, first movie they starred in together.
Exactly. Funny how that works, right? Like both up and coming actors at that time. So I already know Wesley has the acting chops. Him getting into doing action movies was new, and knowing that he had those action chops too. And it was legit, because Passenger 57 is his first starring role in an action movie. It was his movie. It wasn't a Stallone movie. It's being sold on Wesley Snipes. That's why for black folks, you know, two movies you love to see him in: Blade, Passenger 57, Art of War, or three of them at the very least, where Wesley started being an action star and doing more headline in the movies, and not just being in the movies, but headlining them. Yeah.
But I was talking with my brother, and I said, the reason why people love Blade, I said, well, Blade was the first start of Marvel redeeming themselves in the movie pool with the superhero genre, and they haven't thanked him. But here's another thing which you have to realize: he embodied that character, and he gave that character life. And you said something from him giving that cinematic role of that character. Every appearance of Blade in all forms of media has been taken from his depiction. I don't care what you see on a video game. I don't care what you see in comics. I don't care what you see in a toy. It's always a derivative of a Wesley Blade, and he embodied that. And I think he's a beloved character, like Kirk's, like William Shatner's Kirk, Leonard Nimoy's Spock. And that's one thing that he really put his foot into, that it was like, oh, okay. Yes. People been wanting that back. They've been wanting that badass motherfucker character back in a black character. And here's the funny thing: Blade is unapologetically masculine. And that's one thing that people love. And especially in that movie, Wolverine and Deadpool is unapologetically masculine, not woke, not filled with that. This is something where, yes, we definitely needed him in that movie to have him back, and how the way that character was. And, you know, like I said, okay, give me Icon, but if you gave me another Blade movie with Wes in it, and like how you said, if it's passing the baton and doing something, people would love it and eat it up.
Yeah, alternate universe version, something. Give him his respect. My thing is always about giving people their respect. Like Beau DeMayo having his name taken off second season. If you're gonna use his work, give him his respect for his work.
Mm-hmm.
You can never fuck with him again in life after that moment, but give him respect because he did right the shit. And he did give you a banger with first season 1. So give him a respect for that. I don't think you should just be able to surreptitiously throw people away like that who have actually done the good work and done the hard grunt work of the shit to make you something that's popular. Wesley did the same thing with that Blade character. Give him his respect for Blade. You just had 3 Spider-Men in one movie, and you don't own none of them characters. Not a one. And it made you a shitload of money. Ryan Reynolds put one actor out of several that he worked with on a movie in there, and people was ecstatic about seeing that character come back. Give him the respect of what that character would do, because it wasn't just black people in there clapping like we were pointing out. Watch the reactions on YouTube. It was all kinds of people happy to see Blade come back and see Wesley stroll out there as Blade. It don't take shit away from Mahershala Ali. Not at all. Because Mahershala Ali coming in would be another version of Blade. And since we all understand, even the regular people, moviegoers, understand what a multiverse is now, you can throw both of them in the same fucking movie and get that same kind of respect you got from having every version of Spider-Man in one movie. Why not?
It'd be a good story. It'd be something great.
It'd be a hell of a story. It would be. You get up to a Secret Wars event or just a one Blade movie event, and then you have 2 Blade on the screen at the same time. Mahershala Ali doing his thing as the MCU Blade and Wesley's Blade at the same time. That'd be some shit to see. That'd be awesome.
I even do a little peek of putting Sticky Fingers Blade up in there.
Yeah, you could. I don't salt him for doing it. I give Sticky Fingers credit for loving the character enough to put his face to that shit. Because that's a hard role to take on now because it's so crafted to Wesley. Hard. You're going to have a martial artist. You got to. An actor who's a martial artist. Now, he said this, and I would buy it, but I don't know how good his acting is right now. But I was watching an interview recently about Bad Boys 4. And the young brother who was playing
Martin Lawrence's
Rodney. That dude is really trained in some ways.
Okay.
and he wanted to play Black Panther.
Mm.
I'm like, yeah, do it. I take him. You know why? Because you can get like 5 movies out of his motherfucking ass. He ain't that old. He's a young guy. He's 20-something years old. You saw his fight scene in Bad Boys 4. The motherfucker moved good. He moves really well. I take him. I'm forgetting his name now, and I fucked it up because he put it in the interview that they were doing about him, and he's from New York. He said at the name of the interview his real name. He said his name because everybody just know him as, you know, Roddy the Kid, right? At the house. No, but his fight scene was him. That was him. Like, oh shit, he actually trained. He actually military. Nigga, get that man. Get that man a role. He wants to be the Black Panther. I said, give it to him. If you don't want to give him Black Panther, give him Blade. I like Mashallah Ali. I do. I just watched Leave the World Behind. Right? Good movie. The ending kind of sucks, but it's a good movie. Give it to that young brother.
Dennis Green is the brother's name.
Dennis Green? Yeah. Give it to Dennis Green. Reggie. I said Rodney. Yeah, Reggie. He was doing some work. He know how to do his action. Regular down to earth dude. Give it to him. Like I said, I want some new blood. I want some new up and comings. And just to make it easy for the rest of y'all who, you know, ain't Googling shit. All right. Called him Rodney. His name's fucking Reggie all day. My bad. I'm getting old, y'all. It happens. There we go. Reggie. Bad Boys 4. Yeah, actor. You black. You can do action. Oh, that's a different Dennis. That dude done grew up on screen. Acting with Will and Martin. I think he could probably pull it off. Why not take a gamble?
There you go.
Why not take a gamble? What's against taking a gamble on that? Hold on, let me show y'all something in case y'all haven't seen Bad Boys Ride or Die number 4. Because he was kicking Eastwood's ass. And I never reviewed Bad Boys Ride or Die, but I did go see it and I did like it. It was better than the last one to me.
Was it directed by the same guys that directed the third one?
No, it's a different director, I think. If I remember correctly, it's a different director because he was using a lot of different camera styles and stuff like that. It seemed like it was more video game.
It was directed by the same too.
Okay, let me see. Fair use, fair motherfucking use. This is Dennis Green. Get that man's name out there so everybody don't keep calling him fucking Reggie. Let's see if I can get. Fair use.
Quit.
Come on, Christine.
Okay, here we go. Fair use. So this is Dennis Green playing Reggie in Bad Boys Ride or Die, and this is his scene in this. If you remember the story of Bad Boys, he came in, was dating Martin Lawrence's character's daughter, Marcus's daughter, and they ended up getting married or whatever. He went off to the military and became a Marine, and now he's been home since being deployed at Marcus's house, and he's just been playing video games and shit. And Marcus was giving him some shit about getting the job, and he's like, I'm a soldier. He's like, yeah, but you ain't doing nothing. I was deployed. You need to deploy again, right? He's giving him shit because he just at the house playing video games, which you'd be surprised how many soldiers actually play video games all the time nowadays. But this is his scene where he finds out somebody is going to break into Marcus's house because they're getting a little too close to the information, and they sent people to his house to get his fucking family. And then they contacted Reggie to let him know what was happening. So this is Reggie's scene. Fuck down. They're standing there behind that louvered fucking door. Ain't no protection if you don't get your ass down in the corner. Pregnant girlfriend and everything. Man, get low. Now, this was ruined for me because I heard somebody talk about wait for the Reggie scene. And I'm like, motherfucker, I don't do spoilers. Why did you even say that? So I was kind of looking to see something. So when I saw it, I was like, damn, he put in work. But it was kind of spoiled because somebody kind of let it slip. This was going to happen. I didn't need that. This is why I say I don't like spoilers. It changes your experience from watching the movie yourself and seeing something for the first time. It ruins it for you. But it was, I like the camera work that he's doing. He's in a scene, he pulled back through the screen to get their reaction, and then he's going to go back through this. If you collect kitchen scenes, it's this scene, and then what came out around the same time is you go back and watch Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and Donald Glover and Maya Erskine have their kitchen scene too. They have a kitchen scene in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. It's pretty cool. Fair use. But that was a good scene. Beau was acting. He's doing his physical work, and it was acting. The scene was put there to put more emphasis on how good it was, what he was doing, but he looked good doing it. So even if you have to say he was just memorizing his fight choreography, it looked crisp, looked crispy. It looked like that had been something he'd been doing the whole time. He got a good frame on him.
Well, you know what the funny thing was? At the last movie you see him when they get married, he's in his uniform. He's got all the medals. I'm like, oh, that's why that nigga got all the medals.
Medals. He was in there putting in work. Yeah, he was playing video games. They're keeping his skills sharp.
No, if I was Marcus, I said, you can sit on this fucking couch and play as many motherfucking video games as you want.
Yeah, if you're gonna stay frosty like that, do what you gotta do. Yeah, snacks is your snacks. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the person you want sitting at the house. I'm fine with him sitting at the house. And look, it should have been known, at least character-wise, it should have been known. Reggie was a Marine. They ain't going in there to play, nigga. That is not the chair force, okay? That's not the chair force. That is the tip of the spear, man. They get into some work, okay? So if he came home and he wanted to sit on the couch, that motherfucker sit on the couch. Let that man sit because he cook other times. So I was fine with that. That was a good scene for that character. But as far as the actor, that was a good scene for him. And I want to see him get more work like that. He should. It's good to get his name out there, who he actually is, outside of just being, oh, that's just Reggie. Yeah, well, Jermaine Dupri was just Bud for a long time.
Jermaine Dupri.
Yeah. So,
what did he play in?
Cosby Show.
You mean who played the actor that played Kenny?
No, he played Bud. Was it Kenny? Bud.
Yeah, that's Kenny's real name. That was Bud's real name, Kenny.
I thought that was Jermaine Dupri, if I remember correctly. That's where he got his money from to start So Deaf. Was acting as a child actor.
It's totally two different people.
I'll go back and check. Maybe I'm wrong. Either way, point still stands. Give somebody new a chance. And this dude needs to get known for what he is doing and the work that he's putting in. And a Marvel movie, since he said he wanted to be Black Panther, that would work. I'd take that. Because for me, you're not selling the movie off of who's playing it necessarily. selling the movie off the character. I want to see the perpetuation of the character. So if you want young T'Challa 2, T'Challa Jr. to come in, age gapped up, then make it him. He can be Chadwick Boseman's son. Or not Chadwick Boseman's, but the older T'Challa's son. Could be. Why the hell not? Yeah, let that man barbecue his chicken. Look, I'm gonna let him get this chicken. I'm gonna get the plates and I'm gonna set the table. This man cook his chicken. So we took out 15 dudes in the house. Like, yeah, you got that twinkle in his eye. I ain't liking that. Like, I'm gonna take care of these plates. I'm gonna set the table. Let that man cook his chicken. Jermaine Dupri was a backup dancer. Okay, I stand corrected. Hey, I don't know everything. I'm fine. So, yeah, Wesley was a good move. Give that man his respect. What he has done for your company and your character. Because, trust, the Blade they're making is not Marvel's version of Blade. They're copying off of Wesley's version.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely going to do that.
That's exactly what you're trying to make it off of. So, stop the bullshit. Stop the bullshit. So, just give him his respect. And you can put him in the movie. And like I said, you've done multiverses. You can have them show up. They can both fight. All three of them. It wouldn't be the same pop as the Spider-Man. But apparently, I don't know, just having watched the Deadpool movie, fans like seeing these old characters come back.
Mm-hmm.
They do. They actually enjoy that if it fits the movie. And having all your characters under one roof means that you can pull in all the rest of those other versions if the story supports it.
And the great thing was they just didn't appear for that moment.
No.
You had them fighting. It was like, oh, good, yes. And when
I mean, go ahead.
When you seen them get out the Honda minivan, I was like, that's a fly. Team up with them 6 people.
Told y'all that was a kill crew.
I was like, damn.
That's a kill crew. That was nobody on that team. Nobody on that squad was a slouch.
I was like, damn.
That was a good squad.
I said, everybody's known for killing, except for Gambit. But I'm like, well, hey, it's a modern movie today, but he's going to kill in this movie today.
Like I said, Gambit is in one of them Hearts of Darkness books with Wolverine and Ghost Rider, Punisher. One of those. Gambit can get it in. He was in the Thieves Guild for a reason. He's good at stealing shit too. Like he can get it in if need be.
And it was just something that would, like you said, something that we needed. Like with Supercell, with this movie, like People in Geekdom, is something that we needed. To, like, oh, first of all, good story. Okay, great. Fan service, thank you. Just a lot of dumb BS that came out before these TV shows and movies and after. Nobody's rushing to see Agatha. I'm
gonna watch it and I'm not rushing to see it.
And it's like, really, why? I'm like,
it's for no. I can say for myself, why am I even watching Agatha? Is it because I like Catherine Hahn? Yeah, she was funny. The Agatha character was interesting, but I want to see what happened to the character after she got broken out of that hex. That's what I want to see, because that's what I'm expecting to see. That how she got dead at the end of WandaVision was kind of fucked up. That eventually she's going to have to get out of that because Wanda put a personal hex on that woman herself, living in that fantasy. That can fuck you up psychologically. I want to see what this woman is going to be on after that is broken, because I assume after the events of Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, the assumption is that Wanda is dead, Darkhold is destroyed. That means that hex broke. How's that woman going to be acting? Because she was a full-on witch before she met Scarlet Witch. She was a full-on witch. She had powers and everything. You would actually get, if you watched WandaVision, that Agatha might have been like a mutant witch herself, because her powers were to take other people's power. She killed the rest of her coven, her mama included. She was kind of an outlier witch, okay? She already had a little bit extra shit going on. So Catherine Hahn is funny enough. I'll watch it if it's going to be supposed to be funny. Okay, I'll watch it. It damn sure has to be funnier than fucking She-Hulk. So I'll watch it just for that reason. I just want to see what else happens with the character. Not just because it's Catherine Hahn. I just want to see what else happens with the character. Because that's who I'm following. I'm following the character story. I'm not following the actress. I'm following the character story. Other than that, I have no interest in the show. If it wasn't for that reason. Like, whatever the fuck.
I could give two screws about that character.
What's that?
I could give two screws about the character. I like the actress and the comedian. She's cool. She can play funny roles. I just and I liked WandaVision.
I did too.
And you definitely said, like, when Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness, if you didn't watch WandaVision, that movie in itself would have been like, well, what's happening here? You still had to have a little bit of a introduction to what had happened that led up to this.
Yeah, which shouldn't, for me, it shouldn't be a complaint about Marvel, because the MCU, because that's what they've done since the jump.
Yeah.
That's what they've done from the fucking giddy up. Like, oh, this something here links to something else. You should probably go back and watch that. Yes, you probably should. Because if you just got on and watched the Avengers, you missed the 5 fucking movies that came out before then, huh?
No.
Didn't see Tony Stark or Nick Fury going and different things showing up in different movies. You didn't understand what you were in for at the MCU. That's standard affair at the MCU. Do your fucking homework. It's just what it is.
My mom had seen. She had seen Infinity War, right? And she got so engrossed, and she was like, "Tell me about Iron Man." I said, "Well, I can show you more than I can tell you." And believe it or not, she was over the crib, and I had went to work, and she was in my crib, and she watched Iron Man, Ant-Man and Wasp 1 and 2. She didn't like Iron Man 3. She saw Iron Man 2 because she was a fan of Mickey Rourke, but she saw how bad he looked.
Yeah, Mickey Rourke has had a transformation.
She loved Black Panther. Matter of fact, she saw Black Panther before Infinity War. Then she saw the first Avengers movie, and then she saw one of the Captain America movies. And for her, she said that was enough. She said they were good. She said, when did Iron Man come out? I said, Iron Man came out in about 2010. And she's like, wow, so these movies were around for that long? I said, yeah. So it was something that she got hooked by the first 10 years of the MCU bug. So she went back and started looking at different stuff and comparing and putting things together. And it was just it was something that was good. I don't know, man. I gotta tell you something. I know you probably don't care about this. I've been watching the new Batman cartoon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I watched some of it.
Now, I don't know if you're ready to talk about it or if you're going to talk about it. And I don't know if anybody else in the chat.
We could talk about it. I just haven't finished it yet. So I am 3 episodes in because I fell asleep watching it.
I think I'm 4 or 5 in.
Yeah, so that's why I hadn't talked about it yet, because I hadn't finished watching it. So I didn't want to, spoil it for people I know. I think it was Andre was asking me if I watched it yet. Well, I watch it in the time I do. But I did start watching it last week.
What do you think?
See what it's about. So far, it looks like Bruce Timm stuff. But J.J. Abrams' name attached to it makes it a little troublesome for me because I know J.J. Abrams comes in and makes shit his own way so he can take control and rights over certain things and get paid for it. So that's problematic for me. The changes that they made in a Warner Brothers sense, this shit don't matter because Warner Brothers is good for everything as its own different universe any fucking way.
Mm-hmm.
So I can have a female penguin.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was funny when I saw it, like, oh, it's a female penguin.
Well, I'm not going to mention some other stuff in the next coming
Yeah,
episode.
some lesbian shit. I don't care.
Well, that's the thing. Like some people
Am I
say,
shocked?
oh,
No, not. It is 2024, right? I understand that this is stuck in every fucking where, right? Yeah, so I'm surprised.
well, you got to understand, Renee Montoya, she was an admitted lesbian character in the comics.
Mm-hmm.
And Harley is gender fluid, period. They had that shown in the comics. So they did that before, so it didn't make sense for this. So it makes sense for
Well,
that.
they always tried to play that up in the comics too. That's why they always said that Harley and Poison Ivy was girlfriends and shit, even though they was doing a Gotham Sirens thing with Catwoman, that Harley and Poison Ivy was girls. Scissor girls.
Mm-hmm.
So they just found a way to play that up completely instead of alluding to it in regular comics in a sense. So what? Look, everything. As soon as I saw female penguin, I said, "Oh, so this is some Elseworld shit." That's immediately how I wrote it off.
Yes,
I immediately wrote it off. This is not main continuity. This is a whole different universe. So what the fuck?
That's the way I thought about it.
So you could throw in anything at that point, and I won't give a shit because I understand how DC is set up. It's all these different bubbles.
Yeah.
And Batman is different everywhere. So it don't matter. So it don't matter.
In this Elseworld, it's 1940s Gotham.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He was I was looking at it like, so he's year 2 and we got a fat Alfred. Like, okay, whatever, fuck. Like it's different in a way that it's supposed to change everything that you standardly know about Batman in a sense, but it still looks like some stuff.
Yeah,
because that's the popular way to draw animated Batman. That's the only way that actually works for the most part. The Saturday Morning Batman, that last one they had, the Batman, it looked all right, but it was always be compared to the Bruce Timm stuff.
Because Bruce Timm has that great noirish style.
He does have that noir style, which people like, that black paper drawn style. Mm-hmm. So that's why you have to get him to do that shit. Because if you put his name on it, that he's doing it, people will watch it. Because they understand the legacy that has come before, that he has produced quality.
Mm-hmm.
Now they want him to qualify their agenda. They want to qualify his agenda, their agenda piece, with changing all this stuff. Well, in DC it works because they have multiple universes, and this could end and we never have to go back to it.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be like Val-Zod in a whole nother universe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in this universe, Superman was black. Awesome. Anyway, back in the main universe, Superman's still white.
Exactly.
So I'm not worried about it. I'm just watching it for the watch because people were so upset about it, and that's why I don't get the upset with Warner Brothers and DC when they do shit like this, because we all know, if we read comic books, DC nobly has multiple universes for all of this shit. So it doesn't. If all you have to tell me is this continuity, and long as you know it's not continuity, they ain't changed shit. They just put another version of it out there. It's like that whole Suicide Squad game where they killed Batman. Oh, that wouldn't happen. Yeah, but it's not in regular continuity, so what difference does it fucking make? Let them go play over there. Let them go play over there in their own little yard, because I don't consider none of that Arkham shit to be the regular Batman.
And it's a good story, too.
Shit. It's the Rocksteady version of Batman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in the story. Is the story interesting? Yeah, because what would happen to get Harley Quinn being able to dome Batman? Because I know continuity-wise, that ain't never happening. You catch an old ass-beating Harley before you tried that shit. But you can play over there and entertain me with how you think this could happen. I'd be really curious to see how that would happen. They killed that fucking game on that shit. Like, okay, I'm playing the villains. I'm not playing. It's not a Batman game. Suicide Squad game.
But you know how white folks
Suicide
are with their
Squad
heroes.
notably killed the Justice League.
Mhm.
Do I got to get pissed over the person that went down last? Well, if I saw it, that's how I would see it. Batman would be one of the last ones going down.
Mhm.
And since he's a regular man, a bullet to the dome would probably do it. What's the rest of the story? That's what I want to see. That's why I'm not so pissed about this Cape Crusader shit. Some stuff that I'm not necessarily interested in, but it's because I know Batman, and it's like, whatever. This is different. This is a different continuity altogether. So fine.
But here's the funny thing where you said something that Elseworlds. See, we're comic book heads. And we've been reading comic books for 30 to 40 some odd years. And when you say Elseworlds, oh, we understand what that is. Because Elseworlds has been going on for like 30 some odd years. We always said, oh, this is Batman from another world. Oh, this is Superman.
Especially in a DC context,
Yeah.
all of this shit actually works. In a DC context, all of this stuff can actually work. Because DC, for those of y'all who don't read comics or don't know, Elseworlds were where Marvel has their version of it too, and Marvel will do it like one-shots or limited runs. Well, they will tell you a story about a character, an established character, but it wouldn't be from that main timeline, main continuity. It wouldn't be. It would be some story out there on the fringe, like Superman Red Sun, that they just did something different and just wrote the story and did it, and that was the end of it. Well, Superman Red Sun is an awesome story, but he don't exist in the same time frame as the regular Clark Kent. He don't. But it's still a good story, and people accept it as that because that's how they did it. Marvel has a little bit harder time with that shit because they used to do one-shots or limited runs doing that shit. But nowadays, they just do that shit in regular continuity. It's like making Iceman gay because Jean Grey from the past came into the future with his mind and told him he was gay. Iceman being gay would have been an interesting story if you did a one-shot about that. Nobody would have been upset. It would have raised some eyes, but no one would have been upset because you still have the main continuity Iceman. But that's not what they did. What they did was retconned Iceman to be gay. Regular continuity Iceman all of a sudden just had to be gay. Nobody liked that shit.
Yep.
Because you changed the original material. That's tantamount of 1984 going back and changing the past to fit what you want it to be right now in the future. People don't like that. That's why nobody wants to accept that shit. Because you can't have you can't have two separate versions of Iceman? Get the fuck out of here. I got a whole version of Iceman that don't even go by Iceman. He's Ice Dash Man, and he goes by Robert, not Bobby. And he's stuck as a fucking like a frost giant. He just freezes everything all the time. He can't even touch nobody. So it gave him the whole rogue problem. And he's a pissy, surly little bastard. That version can exist. I can't have a version that exists that he just like ice schlonging it. No, you wanted to change regular continuity to that. Well, that's bullshit. That's where people have a problem. If you would have did it over there, nobody would have cared. But you changed main continuity to that, and that's where people have the problem.
To fulfill an agenda.
Exactly, to fulfill the agenda, which didn't go over well. You sank the popularity of that fucking character.
Now, a few years before Elseworlds runs were coming out, we had the What If comics, not the What If cartoon that comes on
Disney that's
Plus.
The Marvel version. Yeah. What If?
And those were fucking awesome. The biggest and baddest What If comic in the past was What If Phoenix Lived. And that was a very, very cool comic of the time. Before Captain America was Captain Hydra, they had a What If comic. What if Captain America what if Steve Rogers worked for the Access And I was like, I remember seeing it. I was like, oh wow, he was deadly. He was bad.
Mm-hmm.
But this is something like how you said, these were one shots, and you had a lot of your great writers writing these cool one shots, and they said it was cool because you were getting out of the continuity and writing a cool story that was getting some great attention. Just stuff like the Elseworlds.
What was
Like
that? What was the other one? That what if Punisher became the Sorcerer Supreme?
yeah, that was a funny one. That was a funny one.
It's just fun shit.
What if Uncle Ben didn't die?
Yep. What if Uncle Ben got bit?
Yeah, they had that. What if Uncle Ben got bit?
And Uncle Ben got bit. That's the essence of Spider-Verse kind of shit. Like that makes it fun. That kind of side stuff makes it fun.
Didn't they have one? What if Reed Richards became the Silver Surfer?
Mm-hmm. I think so, but that's what if was good for, because I'm forgetting that. But that was their equivalent to Elseworlds. You can do stories like that and have fun with it and change things up, and people accepted it because you didn't fuck with base continuity.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't fuck with that. You want to test out these wild ass ideas? So what ifs and stuff before. You want to take these characters down a road that they ain't necessarily on right now? That's what your limited runs were about. Where artists and writers just to test out new ideas, what works for them, what doesn't. All this actually changing continuity shit, you don't need to do that. And that's why I'm taking, Batman the Caped Crusader not seriously like it's ruining anything. It's just the story that they're telling. It's just that story. So what? It's not regular continuity. Even if they try to get Bruce Timm's to work on it, so what? That I mean, it's the sequel to the Batman the animated series, and it ain't the prequel to it.
Exactly. Thank you.
It's neither one of those. So what the fuck does it matter?
A lot of people don't.
He's worked on other stuff.
A lot of people don't understand what the word adaptation means
because they haven't adapted. You can't expect people to do shit that they don't actually. You can't expect them to understand something they don't actually do. Me adapting to today's environments, understanding that some of this gay shit will be in there. No matter how much I may like it, dislike it, don't like it with the material, whatever. I understand it's going to be there. Where is it and why is it there? Does it serve the purpose of the story? And that's why I can sit back and watch some shit that most people just find so offensive that they couldn't even watch. Dude, it's just a fucking story. And as long as it's not messing up the main continuity, does it add or does it subtract? I'll watch it to see. I can watch it to see.
And
because I'm accepting it in that sense.
When they were showing Renee Montoya and people were saying, oh, I said, she's an outward gay character in the comic. Even before she became the New Question, she was always open. Her and Harley Quinn liking each other. I said, no, that was just cool. But the thing, you know what it was? She's a good cop. But okay, she's gay, but it's showing her in her life that is just normal. That's what would happen to her. She's nothing wrong with her being attracted to another woman. Okay. But at the same time, you still
Gordon is gay in this shit. I mean, not Jim Gordon is black in this shit. I'm like, oh, well, this is completely different.
And Barbara Gordon is a lawyer. She's not the librarian that we know.
Not Batgirl.
I'm not hoping if they do another season of this, I don't hope that she becomes Batgirl. Keep her as a good lawyer. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Working with Harvey Dent. Like I'm accepting it as fine. So I haven't seen anything really objectionable because it's not main continuity. It's not a sequel to the animated series. It's Bruce Timm, it's J.J. Abrams, and it's the guy who's doing the Batman movie right now. I'm forgetting his name now. Fuck.
The Batman, the one with
Glitterbat? With Glitterbat, yeah.
Damn, his name's on the tip of my tongue too. We just talked about him too, didn't we?
It's supposed to be kind of like in his world or something. I don't fucking know. But he's executive producer or something like that on it. Right. Okay. It's three people that individually I don't mind their work. I don't. Doing something together that they're working on. And this is their version of a Batman. Batman, the Cape Crusader Batman. Okay, look like Batman year 2 to me, but fine. Jim Gordon is still black, just like in. God damn, why is my forgetting his director's name, man?
Matt Reeves.
Matt Reeves, thank you. Just like in Matt Reeves' world, since we already know that's a separate universe of Batman. This Jim Gordon is brown too. This ain't the same version of the Penguin he got in his universe. So this Penguin is a woman. Fine, whatever, fuck. And this Montoya is in a lesbian relationship with Harley Quinn. So fucking what? I'm not seeing anything really objectionable at this point. Like I said, I just accept it as it's a different universe. And we're popping in on this universe to see what's going on and how things run in this universe. What makes it a little bit more interesting.
What I like with this is where you're getting this 1940s versions of the old original Batman villains that we would see in the 1940s. The Clayface episode was awesome.
That's where I stopped. The Clayface episode was good. That was a good episode. I was like, wow. That's a different way to spin it.
I love that they keep the theme that Gotham City Police Department is corrupt.
Yep. Because Gotham always got to be corrupt.
I like that low tech. Well, it's 40s, so it's definitely got to be low tech.
Yeah, less
but at the same time, you see how Batman plays up Bruce Wayne to be this narcissistic asshole. Like when he's like, you see the voice inflections when he's Bruce Wayne, his voice is like, "Hey, how you doing?" But when he gets in the car with Alfred, "Drive me home." And that's where you can see the different play of how the way it is. I said, okay. I even like how the way they play on that. All right, Batman ain't always knocking everybody out, punching everybody, karate chop. No, he's getting in with the criminals. Like
he can get his ass beat too.
Yeah, he's getting knocked around. It's like, okay, this ain't the good old Batman that one punch he's knocking somebody out.
No, and I like, for me, as a fan of Batman and whatnot, right? I like the prep time Batman that we have right now. I don't mind that one so much, but it gives him a Deus Ex Machina power without having a power, right? But I do enjoy the Batman who makes mistakes.
Yes.
Who doesn't have the better of every fucking situation yet. I do that. There's something really intriguing about diving into Batman at an early point in his career where he ain't got it all figured out yet. He ain't winning every fight. I mean, you think about what made Hush such the story that you wanted to read was that Batman got taken out in the beginning of that shit. That's what makes it the most interesting. Why is the Bane story interesting? Because Batman got fucked up. He lost. That's what made the Bane story so interesting. And having to come back, heal himself, and then come back and fight his pupil to get his fucking title back. Like, nah, you ain't giving this shit back. No. Nigga, I'm the Batman now. You lost. I beat the dude that beat you. So I'm the alpha now. No, you're gonna have to fight for this shit. That's more fun to me. That's more fun because it speaks to more of the humanity of Bruce Wayne, as opposed to the just unstoppableness of the Arkham version or the Rocksteady version of Batman, who was all this armor and all these toys and all the rest of this shit, and he just can't be beat by nothing. Bullshit. He's still a man.
Exactly.
He's still a man. If Superman can fall prey, Batman can fall prey. And I'm not with just the standard approach of depowering him, which is we took all his money. It's the same shit they was doing with Tony Stark, man. Fuck all that. A smart dude would always make more money. So that shouldn't work. Shouldn't work.
And you think taking away his money is going to stop him?
No.
First of all, let's get something straight. This man, ever since the age of 7, pushed himself to be one of the best in the world. And you don't think this man has made, I'm not just saying money. This man hasn't thought that, okay, if I lose my money, if I lose this, I don't have contingency plans in place.
Because the people who think about Batman in a contemporary sense, they see him as having all that Wayne name and stuff like that, that he didn't add to that legacy at all. He's just a trust fund baby. And that he only got that because his parents died. So he has no intelligence of his own. He has no grit, no Wayne tech or anything like that, advancements that he's created on his own. Exactly. That's how they see the character. They just see him as a rich kid. They don't understand that Batman's training was not just in his fucking physicality. It was in his intelligence as well.
Exactly.
And that's what makes him so formidable. Because it's not just physical that he can get at your ass with. That tech that Batman is running around with, they took that from him. When you get into the Christopher Nolan movies, you make you think that he's an idiot, that Lucius Fox had to make everything.
Exactly.
That man made his own shit. Like Peter Parker, nigga. That's what gets played down in Peter Parker all the time. That's why the MCU version of Peter Parker kind of sucked, because you didn't give him his own intelligence. He needed Tony Stark for everything. No, he don't. Peter is a genius. He just ain't got the accolades of Reed and Tony and what's his name? Hank and stuff, because Peter is a kid. He ain't made his bones out in the world like that yet.
They had to bring it back when they brought the other two Peters in with the last movie.
Mm-hmm. Because it showed that the rest of the Peters were scientific.
And they showed, and it was a good showing where you saw Ned and Mary Jane looking at the three of them, the three Peters, working together.
Mm-hmm.
And coming up with ideas and saying this, and this, and this, and this. And they were marveling at each other's, this, because, you know, Toby's the oldest.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have, what's the name's the middle, but then you have Andrew Garfield's the middle. And then you have Tom Holland's, who's the youngest, but he's keeping up with his fellow brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And MJ and Ned fill in. And I was like, there you go. That's what we need to see. That's the Peter that we all know and love, because Peter, the great thing, and that was the genius of Steve Ditko, making a young kid who's 15 or 16 years old just do amateur low-tech stuff by creating these web shooters.
Well, here's the thing about that is that what you understand is that, and you see it in No Way Home, and most people, I think, overlook the fact, you have Peter's or Spider-Man's rogues gallery there. His rogues gallery is full of geniuses.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that was up there was smart. You can, at least in the movies, Electro is kind of a genius, right? Dr. Otto Octavius, Norman Osborn, all these people are fucking really smart people. This is who he takes on. This is his rogues gallery. His rogues gallery is made up of other fucking smart ass people, and he's a kid keeping up with them. And beating in some cases.
Now, remember when him and Otto were sitting there next to each other, Otto is smiling and marveling at his intelligence.
Mm-hmm. Because he recognized Peter as being a smart person. That's why that Superior Spider-Man run was so fun for me. So much fun for me. Because Otto and Peter's body said, this motherfucker is not pushing himself to achieve what he can achieve. And Otto made a whole goddamn company and had patents and inventions and all kind of shit. Like, this motherfucker is dogging it. Hell no. I ain't gonna, you ain't even get his doctorate? Oh, hell no. We gonna push this to the limit, man. Otto came in there like Scarface, like Tony Montana, Peter Parker's body, man. By the time Peter got his body back, like, damn, I got a whole company and shit? Oh, I don't know how to handle this. Yeah, you wasn't pushing yourself. Otto ain't got that problem. That's what made that so much fun.
And it's the funny thing, because this is what Otto would do. This is not what Peter Parker would do. Remember in the second movie, what the Lizard had said about Peter Parker to Otto Octavius. He said, Peter Parker, brilliant but lazy. And it's true. But that's why we love Peter Parker, because he's still that everyman.
He's more than what he looks like.
Yeah. And you love him for that. Speaking of everyman, I didn't mean to do a segue. Kurt Russell, they've been wanting Kurt Russell to do a sequel to Big Trouble in Little China. And Kurt Russell said they've been want me to do this for about almost 10 years now. And he said, I would still love to do it. He said, I only have 3 options. He said, 1, I wanted a more modern, up-to-date version of where Jack Burton would be. I still want him to be the normal everyman because I want people to still relate to him. And I think he said he wants Egg Shen to be with him.
Yeah.
And he said, you know.
And I want John Carpenter to do it.
Yeah.
If John Carpenter ain't doing it, don't bother a remake.
Yeah. He said, I was not the star of the movie. He said, really, Egg Shen's the star. He said, I was Egg Shen. He said, I was Egg Shen's sidekick. It just, how the way John Carpenter put it to you made you think that I was the star. He said, if you ever take a look at it.
You mean what? You mean Wang or Egg? Well,
Egg Shen is
the was the old guy.
Egg Shen's the sorceress. I mean, Wang is his buddy. My fault. Otto was getting it on with a dwarf girl from while he was in Peter's body. Hey.
Yeah, that was what's her name? Marconi. He liked her. Otto liked her. It wasn't just because he was trying to get a loose fuck. The chick was smart, and she would check him, and he liked her. I'm forgetting her first name, but her last name was Marconi. But yeah, she was a little dwarf. But come on, man, it's the 20s. They threw that in there. What is it, Anna Maria? I'm forgetting the character's name, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but he liked her. Otto really liked her.
Was that a good run, though? Superior Spider-Man? Superior Spider-Man?
Yeah. Superior Spider-Man was a really good run. It was fun for me. It was fun for me just to see how Otto did it being in Peter's body.
Okay.
Because Otto was supposed to die, and he found a way to swap with Peter. So he took over Peter's consciousness in his own body. And then he could get Peter's side of it, because that's when, as Superior Spider-Man, Otto started trying to really be good.
Okay.
He was trying. He was really trying, because he understood how much power Peter had in his body, and he wasn't using. Because the first time he went out there and started dealing with people, he damn near killed them. He damn near killed people. He was like, what the fuck? This kid had this all this time? Why wouldn't he do it? What is this about? What is this hero shit about? He started really being a different character. And Superior Spider-Man was actually a really fun character. He's one of my favorite versions of Spider-Man.
Okay.
He was really fun in that sense of seeing things that you would want to see happen for Peter, even though it's autopilot in his body. It happened. He ended up being like a Tony Stark.
You made a cool phrase right there.
Yeah.
Autopilot.
Autopilot. Fun pun. Right? He ended up being like a lower, not as big version of Peter Parker, of Tony Stark, having Parker Industries, making inventions and stuff like that. Now, I know how they did that, made him look like fucking Jake Marlowe in Wildcats. That's all they did. They made him, they took him to Spartan, where Spartan ended up becoming the CEO of Halo Industries, right? Parker Industries was fine. I like that. I like that Peter Parker growing up and having his own. They end up stripping all that shit away, but for a time it was good for where I want to see that character grow up and be, since I've grown up with this character too. Then at 50 years old, I don't need Peter Parker to be 18, 20 forever. It doesn't even compute to me that way. That's what a miles is for. Different age groups, so people can still keep relating to this fucking character.
You know what's funny? Like getting back to what you said about different variants, like the latest Spider-Man in the Marvel Comics now. You know, he's the middle-aged guy and he gets his powers. And in this variant, he's married to Mary Jane and he has 2 young kids, which is kind of cool because it's taking it from that perspective. And I said, okay, that's a cool rendition where, all right, this is not the Peter Parker, like I said, it's not continuity. This is just this, they're bringing this continuity version and they're making how the way it is. And within this continuity, they have the latest Black Panther who becomes king of Wakanda, but he's married to Okoye. I said, thank God. Yes, that makes sense. And just cool other variants and renditions that people will write. And like how you said, we're not messing with the normal continuity. We're just writing something different for this run for this year, how the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, just off continuity. This is the story that I want to tell with this character. And most people get tripped up like, well, where does this fit? Well, it's not in continuity. Okay, it's fine. As long as you say it's not in continuity, it's fine. Because this is how people track time and track their love with this character, what this character has been through. It's like you in your life. If somebody decided to go back and say, well, you never had a sibling, you always never had, you'd have an issue with that. No, but for now going forward, you never had a sibling. No, motherfucker, I love my sibling. Even when we were arguing. You could, no, don't do that. This is how I grew up. This is what I appreciate about who I am. If you change what has happened before to get me to this point, that I am no longer what I was. I am now something else. So that's what people get kind of fucked up with you altering the continuity. Leave it the way it was. If you want to do something new as an offshoot, do something new as an offshoot. But don't change continuity for that shit. Like, no. It's problematic. But what it comes down to is people being lazy. People being lazy and people wanting the acceptance of stuff that they didn't earn. They didn't earn that acceptance, so they just think they should just have it just because they threw something out there. Like, I read the comic, I'm not Starfire. I'm not Starfire. I thought it was mostly silly, but most of it was fun. Why? It's not in the continuity. So in this continuity, Dick Grayson and Starfire end up having a kid. And their kid came out with not really any powers and frumpy and shit. It was kind of funny to me because Starfire ended up being a single mom. I said, come on, man. Starfire is like the She-Hulk of DC. Come on, man. She a single mama now and don't know how to talk to her daughter? Yeah, I can buy that. Her daughter's not hot? Yeah, I can buy that. Would be a problem too. Oh, baby, just go out and make friends. Mom, I can't make friends. Like, yeah, I bet. But that snarky attitude, yeah, I bet you couldn't. It was fun. It was fun. It wasn't in regular continuity, no, but it took a part of continuity and set it over here and said, how about this happen? And let's tell the story around this. It's mostly bullshit. It's a self-insert. It is.
And a little set time.
But it's not in continuity, so you can have fun with it in that way. Okay, fine. It can exist. Because in regular continuity, Nightwing is not some deadbeat dad. Some would say with a frumpy fat daughter. He's not. So it doesn't mean that it can't exist over there. If you put it in regular continuity, you'd have a goddamn problem. That wouldn't work. Nobody would like that. Not even the females who like Dick Grayson. No.
And the guys that like Starfire too. It's like,
and the guys that like Starfire, like, oh no, man, you turned into a single mama. Oh, what is this shit?
No, I mean, like here's the funny thing. Like, even if you says it, wait a minute. That's not genetically possible that this kid would turn frumpy. fat. That looked
Shouldn't
like.
be.
Well, I said, wait a minute, hold up. I said, all right, you got a guy who's been trained to be an aerialist since he was a
Acrobat.
kid. Then he gets trained by one of the baddest, foremost superheroes in the DC world. Then
For
you
years.
have a Tamarian princess whose race is just fucking exotic looking guys who are like 6 feet tall, big boobs and big green eyes and absorb solar energy and can shoot and can fly. And they're strong. And everybody looks hot. And did I mention they have big boobs and look hot? But she gets with this human being, one of the baddest human beings.
Mm-hmm.
They make Whoopi and they produce a child. So now genetically, it's impossible for you to have a frump.
Genetically, it wouldn't be possible, but if you want to inject it into the real world, your kid probably wouldn't be cute.
Maybe, but
There's
I
a
mean,
possibility in the real world. If you had two people like that in the real world, chances are their kid would not be like that. And given modern sensibilities, the kid would actively try not to be. They'd actively try not to. Their kid would want to be looking like Lizzo. I don't want to be like my parent. Yeah, in today's terms, that's what it would be. They would actively do shit not to do that.
Now, growing up,
she would have she look just like the writer.
Yep.
And had tattoos and be talking shit like, oh my god, this kid's.
She would have the black hair like Dick, but it'd be flowy like
looking like Edna Mode.
Yeah. With the green eyes.
And the piercing.
She might have the power. She can float.
Yeah, but you'd have to.
She couldn't fly because she have to float.
She'd have to float. Afraid of heights. Shout out to Rainfire. Rainfire said, Superior Spider-Man is a must-read, but it's kind of like Batman gets Superman powers. Clark is slacking. Batman got rid of all crime on the planet in less than a month. Rainfire, I use this joke all the time. You know what one of Superman's powers is not? Super intelligence. Barry Allen is at least a doctor. Bruce Wayne has some, skill in some multiple disciplines. But when it comes down to being the brains and the strategists on the Justice League, who do they go to? They don't go to Superman. Superman is the big gun. Now, I'm not saying Superman is dumb. No, he's not Bizarro. But understand, Superman learned his knowledge on Earth. Regular school system.
And he was even dumbing himself down for that.
Yeah, he's super smart. You ain't seen him solve one of them Justice League cases where his intelligence was brought to bear on that situation. None of it. He's not a dummy. He's not a dummy. But I'd say he ain't got no degrees or nothing like that behind his name. That's why his arch nemesis is a genius. Because that's the juxtaposition. It's brains versus brawn. That's why. Batman's juxtaposition is control versus chaos.
Yep.
The Joker. And the Joker's not dumb. Batman ain't either.
And Joker really gets off wanting to make Batman chaotic because he knows he lives to keep control and order.
Joker has been shown and considered a criminal genius. Crazy as he may be, not understanding his motives, but he's considered to be a criminal genius. Just like the Riddler. Criminal genius. Not a dumbass. But Riddler doesn't have the fighting chops that Batman has. Brains versus brawn.
And also, the Riddler doesn't have the psychotic energy and level that the Joker has.
No, he's more controlled. But he has the need to tell on himself. So he wants to be punished.
It's narcissism.
It's not even narcissism. It's
I forgot what the term was called in psychology, but it's a psychological disposition. Because all Batman's rogues gallery have a psychological disposition. They all do. And that's what Riddler's is. That's why he needs to be punished and shit like that. That's why he gives clues. He wants to prove he's smarter than you because you can't catch him, but he tells you stuff to catch him. Dick was chosen, so that's why the stories that are more interesting with the Riddler that they've done recently. Well, what if the Riddler stopped giving you hints? He'd fucking win every time. Every fucking time he'd win because he's that kind of gamesman. Dick was chosen one genetically of the Society of Owls, and Starfire was genetically superior. Kid would not be a slouch. No, genetically it wouldn't be a slouch. Comic book wise, never would be a slouch.
No.
If you injected the real world into the kid, would be a complete fucking slouch. Because understand, a real world injection into any of this stuff is to subvert what would naturally be the case. That's what subversion is. It's to give you what would not be likely to happen. So the Penguin not being a man is the subversion. It got to be a fat woman. Gordon not being a white guy. It's a black guy. Or a woman. That would be the subversion. Everything nowadays is about subversion because they're not creative. Because subversion only works if you have something that's already been created and already established. And to twist it into something opposite of that through the looking glass, like Alice in Wonderland. That's all
created as revisionist history too.
Exactly. And that's why it's not creative. And that's why it's not very good either. Because left to their devices to create something, it's never good. Because they don't know how to be creative. They only know how to subvert. And that is the agenda. The agenda is to subvert it into a feminist lens. Which, to me, would sound like you're saying women are not creative. When some of my favorite authors are women. And they've written some masterfully creative works. I don't know what the fuck y'all problem is. You don't like attractive women. You don't like smart women. You don't like slim women. You don't like women who are creative. What fucking kind of women do you like, apparently, because you say you love women? You don't. You hate yourself.
Here's the funny
You just
thing.
want to tear down everything that speaks to womanhood. So you don't have to like women at all.
You just said one of the favorite writers, one of our favorite writers, Octavia Butler.
Octavia Butler. That was the first one I thought of.
Black woman. Here's the funny thing. Black woman, wasn't it? Not a traditional beauty and a lesbian.
And wrote some
great science fiction.
Great science fiction. Won awards on it and everything.
Yes.
And I've read damn near all of it. Multiple times. You ever heard me giving a fuck about her being a lesbian? No? Because she ain't writing lesbian books.
Nope. She had stories. In her stories, there were
with female protagonists most of the time.
Yeah. Not trying to be better than anybody. They were just the protagonists because she was relating to that.
She's writing from her perspective. And what does she know about? She knows about being a woman. She don't know about being a man. And she ain't trying to be.
Mm-hmm.
So her men in her books are not put down upon the whole time either. Because she's not trying to prove that she's better than them or demean them and make them small in her vision. That wasn't the case. I think of Parable of the Sower, right? And the lead character in that. She loved her fucking father. Father was an upstanding, protective man. Duro, for the shit he did, you understood why Duro did it. You didn't have to like him the whole time, but you liked him. And he was supposed to be the villain. T-Ray in the Pattern Master series was a young boy who grew up into these abilities. He's your protagonist. You don't hate him. He ain't no misogynist. He ain't running around subjecting women to all kind of torture. Well, get the fuck out of here.
Well, that's the talent of a good storyteller. If you're taking a person that's supposed to be the antagonist, but you're seeing it from their perspective, you're going to be like, oh, you're going to get drawn into you. A good writer makes you get invested in any character, good, bad, or indifferent. That's what draws you in to like them, or draws you in that you have interest in them. That's what makes it good. That's what makes the good bond of the characters. Like I'll tell some, like I'll give this to you. And the first Die Hard, you think John McClane has the drop on Hans, but then when Hans tells his men to shoot the glass, it's like, oh, that's messed up. But you realize that a guy on YouTube said the Hans Gruber and John McClane are the same person, meaning like the bad guy and the good guy are the same person, meaning that they have the same motivation that they want to do things. In this movie, the motivation is taking control over Nakatomi Plaza. John wants to get everybody safe and wants to get the terrorists out. Hans wants control for a certain period of time to get those $1 billion bearer bonds out.
He want all the people to stay their ass in place so he can get the money out of there.
Yeah.
I'll stay in this tower till I get this money.
And the thing is, where you realize where Hans Gruber is educated, well-cultured, effete and aristocratic, John McClane is your normal everyman. Everything about him, where he is, he knows how to think on his feet. You realize, like, okay, this guy is a seasoned cop. He's this particular type of guy that, okay, he does have this feeling, but also you realize that he is going through a hard separation with his wife.
Mm-hmm.
But this is something where you relate that, okay, this guy has something there, and where you realize, you see the duality, but you kind of like, you don't like Hans, but you're kind of drawn into him too. You know, it makes the interest where you have that villain parallel, where you just have the guy, he's evil for just evil's sake. You know,
no, Hans was, I liked Hans because Hans was clever and charming and can make jokes and shit like that. That's what made him an interesting character to watch.
He's the
he has a sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
He can be completely cold in the next moment. Completely cold. And do some reprehensible shit. But it's about achieving his ends.
Yes.
The goal. Because think this way. When Hans shot Ellis, right, for fucking with him for that damn long, acting like he knew him or whatever, and he shot Ellis, what did he do? He went outside and put that phone up there to everybody, right? Or no, not when he shot Ellis, when he shot Nakatomi, right? Let them hear everybody else in there screaming. Give me what the fuck I want.
Give me my
Well, how is that any different than John McClane taking a dude that he killed, strapping him to a chair, putting a note on his chest, and kicking him down the fucking shaft?
Yeah.
He did the same shit. Just as reprehensible. Only difference is he's supposed to be the hero.
What do you duct tape when we put a sign on? He says, "I got a gun too, asshole."
Yeah, that's the dead body.
Yep.
He propped up like that. Oh my god, dude, he's just as reprehensible. So yeah,
well, that's what I said. They're the same person.
Yeah, they could be the same person. It's just different goals, and they both willing to go to some extreme means to get it. That's why that scene where they finally were in proximity to each other, and you saw Hans playing that American accent and that goof and shit, was interesting because you know John can't be buying that shit. He a cop, but they're still sitting there having that conversation with each other, waiting to see when the other one going no or flip.
Exactly. And can I tell you something? That is one of the best that is one of the best scenes in cinema where you see, okay, the protagonist and antagonist finally or first meet, and it's the sizing up. And you see him, he's like, this guy is barefoot. Okay. He's giving me a gun and he's probably checking him out. He's like, okay, all this stuff. So he doesn't have much.
They sizing each other up.
Yeah. You think I give you a fucking gun? That accent was pretty cool, huh?
Think I give you a load of fucking gun? You think I'm a fucking idiot? It's a New York cop, dude. He ain't buying that shit. That's why he was asking, what's your name? He's like, Clay. Richard Clay. Oh, yeah. Okay, nigga. Nah. Your name ain't Clay, homie. I'm not buying it. But you know what? We're going to sit here and keep playing until you finally show yourself. But it's okay. You know, keep fucking around. See what happens.
You ever use a gun? You know, I did one of those little paintball things in the park or some weekend warrior stuff.
When Rainfire said Batman is always obsessed.
Yes.
Even without superpowers, he'd be out there 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
He would be. But that's the nature of the psychology of Batman. Understand this is what happens to a person when they break in a certain kind of way. That he's so obsessed he cannot leave Gotham. He can't. He'd probably fucking die because he'd still be thinking about it.
His OCD level got kicked in when he was a kid.
His level of having no control manifested in a way to have almost total control. He accepts some chaos, but he has to be out there doing that shit. He cannot not be there doing that. He can't.
Because remember in the Batman where Selena Kyle says to him, you'll never leave this place. They'll kill you. They'll kill you. City will kill you, but you won't have it any other way.
Yeah, he won't. He won't let it kill him. He just wants to. He, in some senses, wants to control it. He wants to make it better, but he wants to control it. It's kind of in his image in some senses.
Because remember in the Kingdom Come series, he's an old guy, but he has those bat drones flying around Gotham stopping crime.
But that's why I like Batman Beyond more than the Kingdom Come version, because in the Batman Beyond version, he realized he had to give that shit up. He finally had to give it up because he was getting his ass beat and he pulled a gun. And he couldn't go down that road. So it was Bruce Wayne that had to give up his quest. He had to actually stop because nothing could stop him. He had to stop himself. And that's why that Batman, the older version of that Batman and Batman Beyond, is interesting, but it's a little sad. Because you realize the one thing he's devoted himself to for his whole life, giving up friends, family, all the rest of that shit, he finally had to stop doing. And it made him a miserable old bastard.
And alone.
And when that kid came around, when Terry came around, it kind of woke him up. That's why one of my favorite episodes was where he got to be young again. And he got to be out there with Terry. That was fun, but he knew it was fake.
I know that. I know that was an episode like that. Wow.
Rainfire said, believe it or not, the majority of society is not a chubby emo girl with a crush for her female friend, but now that's the only representation that they want in movies and books. Yes, because these are the women who are writing this shit. When you talk about the feminism and why I say I don't think feminism actually likes women, these are the people who are writing this shit. It's not the hot chick, because you see a lot of it shits on the hot chick. It's the chick that wasn't hot. It wasn't looked at. That's the one sitting in the room. You think Jessica Biel was just had dudes flocking to her ass? No, she didn't. Still giving you stories from the perspectives of people who have never lived that life. Still. And they're still shitting on all the things that they dislike. When you watch any of these modern shows, look at the people that they shit on the most. And don't just look at, is it a male or a female? Look at the females too. What kind of female do they shit on? That'll tell you who the writer is. Because that's what it tells you. It's an exposition more so of them than it is these characters in this story, because they cannot do anything but self-insert, because that is who they always wanted to be. And they hate that they never could be. So they just do shit to tear down the characters that could. Because they use those as a prototype. That is their therapy session. And apparently the Acolyte so far has been the most expensive one.
That's messed up. But hey.
They messed up. She made the shit. It's messed up that we had to watch it. And she got that much money to do it. But that's exactly what it was. That's the therapy and exercising her fucking demons. Because if you watch that show with the understanding of knowing that what her role with Harvey Weinstein must have been, you'll see those themes play out. Like she's snitching. She dry snitching.
Uh-huh.
That she don't think anything was wrong with that shit. And she might have been a part of it. That's what I got from watching the show. Looking at it in that context. Apparently, it's a version of a minor or some woman to get on your team if you kill her friends. It's totally okay. The woman to be down for it. Because girls are bad boys, right? Scumbags. Yeah, because they always got a chick. These might go without a chick. Bad boys, they have a bitch. More than one. And cheat on her.
I always had this conundrum. Going back to Fantastic Four, and I said this to my best friend and other people, and I'm going to say this to you. Victor Von Doom's a badass. Would you agree? He's one of the badass villains in, I would say,
he, like I've said many a time, he is number 2 in that universe in anything, motherfucker.
Now,
period. The end.
Now,
Super Deuce.
You had some of the, let's put FF aside and Reed aside. You've had some of the baddest heroes come up against him. And he has defeated them and kicked their butt. And there's been also some draws too. And some of them might have won. But pretty much like, okay, kick their ass. And also in latest media, he's showing not him getting the God power, but him just being Victor Von Doom, using the combination of sorcery, technology, and just the intellect. And just being a fucking asshole, badass villain. How can this fucking guy, Reed Richards, defeat him?
How can Reed Richards what?
How can this guy, Reed Richards, defeat him?
Because Reed has the one thing that Dr. Doom does not have.
What is that?
Family.
Okay.
A reason to do all of this outside of himself.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you. And can I and that, you know what? The 21-year-old Malika won't understand it, but the 53-year-old understands it now. And that's the thing. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Reed,
get it now.
Victor does everything about himself.
Yes.
Victor is a narcissist. He talks about, Doom talks about himself in the third fucking person.
Mm-hmm.
Reed is always about his family and protecting them. And he will go above and beyond to try to do whatever he can to protect them. That's why if you put Reed in a life or death situation and it's about he has to die to save his family, he'll probably die.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's about saving his family, he will create something out of the blue to save everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is his overriding thing. And that's why you have characters like the Maker where you understand Reed would be a villain without his family. He'd be worse than Dr. Doom. Worse than. Because his family is what humanizes him. Dr. Doom has nothing to humanize him. That's why he surrounds himself with fucking Doombots.
Mm-hmm.
He can't even see his own face. Because he wears a mask all the time.
And remember,
so as much as I like Dr. Doom, he has his failings. He's not perfect, and he has pointed out many a fucking time. That's how he loses.
Because remember the kid Kristoff from the Burn Run on Doom? He corrupted Kristoff.
Yeah, his stand-in.
Yeah.
His stunt double.
Yeah.
But he don't want to be there bothering that shit. He get Christoph or one of them Doom bots to stand in for his ass because nobody will know the difference. Because he don't have that personality like that.
When he tried to be a father to Barilla,
Mm.
and Barilla really he loved her, but he couldn't show her family. Which was that's a good point. Family.
Well, that's the thing. When you see what Dr. Doom wants and why he hates Reed as much as he does, the only thing that he really wants, if he could trade places, would be to have the family that Reed has.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you see when you get to Secret Wars and God Emperor Doom, and we're gonna wrap it up right after this. When you get to God Emperor Doom, what is it that Dr. Doom really wants? He still got his mask and everything like that on, but what does he have? Sue as his wife and Reed's kids as his children.
Wow.
That's it. He wants what he has. That is Reed's power that Doom cannot surpass. He can correct him on his science, say Reed ain't that damn smart and all the rest of that shit. But what he doesn't have, one power that Reed has that he doesn't, is that Reed actually procreated and had children.
And he had a woman.
Reed has a family who loves him. Doom doesn't. He's in that big castle by his fucking self with all the toys he made.
And I think Doom doesn't know how to love.
He does. He just can't. He wasn't taught that.
That's what I mean.
His ego would not let him do it because his Doom loved his mother, right? But his love is a weakness to him.
Because that's a way for him to get defeated. He believes that's a way for him to be defeated.
So he pushed to the side.
But in order for him,
his narcissism loves himself more than anything else, so he couldn't. Couldn't. So that fuels him more than anything else. So I said, Doom talks about himself in the third person. When he's troubled or at a point, Doom cannot allow you to such and such. Why? The motherfucker crazy. He has nothing but himself. Nothing. If he dropped dead tomorrow, what would be left of Victor Von Doom? All the toys he made.
And
if Reed dropped dead tomorrow, what would happen? Superhero universe would cry. His children, his wife, his friends, his long-term friend would all cry. And they would, the future foundation or whatever would propel his legacy forward. And somebody would try to be the next Reed Richards up to his standard. There it is. That was the quick answer. I didn't, and you notice I had to Google that shit to know it.
And here's the funny thing. Doom will erect many statues of himself. The community would erect a statue for Reed Richards.
Yes. Yes.
And here's the funny thing. Reed, if he was alive, he really wouldn't want that because he doesn't see himself as that.
Reed is humble in that way. He doesn't care about that kind of shit. He cares about his science.
And Doom would feel so that's a good story. That's a good Elseworld story.
That'd be a good what if. Yeah, that'd be a good what if.
Died. Doom would be hurt, but he would be even more crushed at how the way the world is accepting him, kind of like how the way Joaquin Phoenix's character, they love him more than they love me.
I think if Reed died in that sense, everybody want to come at the last minute. I'm trying to shut this shit down. I'm tired. She cute. If Reed died tomorrow, I think Doom would try to be Reed. He would erect statues to Reed.
I think
like it'd be like Magneto and Xavier. If Xavier died, Magneto would pick up Xavier's cause. And you've seen it happen in comics already, because as much as you could say they hate each other, there is a level of respect there. Even though Doom thinks Reed is wrong. If Reed died and he wasn't the one who defeated him or killed him, he'd feel some kind of way. He'd have lost his fucking purpose all of a sudden.
Yep.
And he would try to be Reed. He would try to be, he'd probably be sending the family money. Y'all doing all right? No, Richards probably never took care of his patents correctly. Let me make sure the books are straight. You know, you never know. You never fucking know. That's the only reason I hit the link. You funny. Anyway, final thoughts for you guys. I got 2 minutes in. Final thoughts. We'll cook some dinner. Seasoned chicken sitting in the sink.
Okay. We gonna bake it or fry it?
I'm probably gonna bake it because I got some pasta that I want to eat. I keep doing this dumb thing that I keep doing. I keep going to the store thinking I need to buy this shit, and I got so much pasta and pasta sauce sitting in this bitch. I was like, why do I always think I don't have this shit? I gotta cook some of this. I gotta get some of this shit out of here. There's too much of this shit sitting around. So I want some actual real food for a while.
Dinner too, man. Actual thoughts. Nothing really big. I'm gonna probably finish watching Batman tomorrow because tomorrow's my day off.
Yeah.
Oh snap! I might look at since they have Bad Boys for Life on Amazon. I might watch that too this week. Gotta check that out.
Y'all
now everybody want to come up.
Yeah, y'all kill me. I'm getting off of here. I'm gonna shut it down. I'm serious. He probably just got out of his movie, so he want to give his review.
What movie did he see?
Alien Romulus.
Okay.
Romulus.
Yeah, so he probably want to give his review. He can't give it this week. You have to wait till next week.
Yeah. I thought I was trying to see if you were still on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still here. You know, Malika show up at the last minute. I got to give Malika a good hour or so.
Yeah.
So we can bat it back and forth after he ain't got off.
And for good measure, I said, well, since you're still at it.
Yeah. Since you're still deep in there, I'll jump on. I don't know why y'all be scared to do that shit in the beginning. I know why Malika don't do it in the beginning. He working. Okay. Y'all other two motherfuckers is Sunday. Y'all ain't working.
He ain't working. I went straight from work. I went straight from work to the movie.
You're making me feel some kind of way. I put the link in early. Nobody hit that shit. It's like, motherfuckers really just don't like me for some reason. I guess I
we love you, but we also
let me go somewhere where
I got an excuse. I'm usually working.
Yeah, well, I got an excuse. His note went in to the teacher a long time ago. Y'all just be chilling out there.
I got the title for you, bro. I was thinking about it. I got a funny title for you. Artisan, the passionate complainer of pop culture.
I don't passionately complain. I don't even like complaining. I just make observations and speak on my observations and my thoughts. That's about it. I just
passionately complain.
Analyze the shit. I just analyze it and respond to it in kind in some ways and just tell you what I think on it. It doesn't mean, like I said, it doesn't mean some of this shit I won't still watch. I'll probably still watch some of this shit just because I like knowing what the hell is going on with it so I can speak about it with some intelligence, at the very least. But it don't mean I like all of it. But look, you old as me, like we ain't growing up watching some shitty television and shows and movies and all music, all kind of shitty stuff we had to live through. I still remember Milli Vanilli. Come on. Like,
and I bought the album.
God damn, you had to, right? It wasn't streaming. You couldn't get it for free before you buy it to listen to it, right? Or somebody.
You know what? I said?
I'm adverse to shit in my mouth, but I know what it tastes like.
Can I tell you something? There was an American version of Supercell, the American white version of Supercell. It came out in the 80s, and it was called Misfits of Science.
I remember the Misfits of Science, but that's not Supercell. Don't do that to
But I'm just saying that we could say
I remember Misfits of Science. It was a shitty show.
Thank you.
But any geek, who knows, any geek of a certain age knows that show and loved it because I like that show.
Exactly. All we wanted to see was Johnny B. Good do the lightning shoot and run at super speed with lightning.
Yep.
And the very next day, everybody was buying those knockoff Wayfair sunglasses.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that was Courtney Cox's first
yes, it was.
acting role. She was 16 years old when she did that.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the guy, the tall guy?
Truck.
Say that again?
That's it. Riding around in an ice cream truck.
Yeah. And
get your history up.
And the tall guy that starred in the Predator outfit.
Hmm.
The Brady brother passed away.
Kevin, what's his name? Kevin something.
Yeah, I don't remember. But
Howard the Duck was cool.
Yeah, Howard the Duck was fine. I liked it.
Holly Robinson Pete looked kind of sexy, and who was it? What was the actress that played Marty McFly's mother? She starred in that too.
I'm forgetting her name, but I know who you're talking about.
Leah Thompson.
Leah Thompson.
They was hot in that movie.
Yeah, but that was 80s hot.
Yep.
It was 80s hot.
An actor that played Principal Rooney. Was it that?
Yeah, there's a lot of shows like that from the 80s, they were bad for even their time.
Yeah.
They're bad for their time, but it resonated with geeks who like that kind of shit. That's how you get cult followings to certain things. Because understand, anything that you understand that has a cult following, it wasn't successful.
Buckaroo
It was not successful at all. For a long time, certain movies were only redone because they had cult followers, because that was the fans of the shit. That was the actual fans of it. That's why I don't look at a show like it needs to do $1 billion to be any good. No, the fuck it don't.
No,
that's what Wall Street and Hollywood will tell you. I'll tell you as a fan, it just got to be consistent to original material for me. It ain't got to make $1 billion. I will never have to say it's good just because it did that. No, it could be good to me if it made 100 million. If it was good, if it was accurate, yeah,
just a good story.
I don't give a shit about the money part because I'm paying for the ticket. So is it worth my time and my money to spend on it? If it is, it's a good movie for me. I'm not worried about their financials because I don't do their books and they don't split the money with me anywhere in there. So final thoughts for you all. I need to eat, get up, stretch my legs, get some more whiskey before I got to go back to work tomorrow. What y'all got? We can do ladies first, even though she came up here last as fuck.
Oh, I love you too, Artisan.
Love you too, Toya. You know that. I'm joking with y'all. I love all of y'all that's here and on this. I'm bitching, but I'm a dad. I can bitch.
That's why I did it.
Still feed y'all. Keep the lights on.
Yep.
Eat all my goddamn food and shit. But come on and watch the show with me.
I'm only here for the reaction, and that's what I got. So thank you for giving it to me.
You're welcome. Oh, look, she said she was happy I gave it to her.
Mm-hmm. Now clip that.
Yeah, that's a clip. Say that every time somebody donate. Oh, I'm happy you gave it to me.
I'm happy you gave it to me. Artisan, I hope you have a really good dinner.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I hope you have a great evening as you prepare for the new week.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate you for church every Sunday.
Well, you gave me the theme for that. I'm telling you, you never know what sparks your creativity. And as soon as I read that, she beat you to the punch, Malika. She got in here before you and left a comment. I'm like, oh,
that's rare.
Yeah, she up early. Got to wake up early to get ahead of Malika. She left that shit, and that took me on the mind frame to thinking about that scene from 5 Heartbeats.
Okay.
About Eddie King. Feel like going.
When you put that on, I was like, Michael, what's the name? Michael Richards passed away?
No, but I was thinking about not even doing the show today. I didn't really feel like it.
Look at
that. I told you I've been unplugging from shit. It was like, what do I want to do? Do they want to sit up there and watch some fucking trailers? I mean, I'm looking at numbers and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know, man, maybe not. And then she left that comment in there that made me think about something. It's like, that song feel like going on. I'm like, oh, that actually works.
There you go.
Yeah, this is church. Fuck it, man. We going to church today. Fuck it, man. I'm doing it. Yeah, whatever.
See? I'm so glad.
Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Appreciate you for
All
that.
right. I'm out.
Mm-hmm. Until next time. That was the truth. Trust Toya and her lips.
Yeah.
All the way from Jersey. All the way from the Jersey girl. Appreciate you. Love you. Nothing but love for you. What you got, Beast? Since you're showing up here late. You can give me one word. It can be two letters or 3 letters. Alien Romulus. Should I see it? Yes or no? This motherfucker
Okay.
leave me in suspense. Fucking facehugger got him, right? Like
That's what I'm saying.
Well, okay, say it again. I just connected to the Wi-Fi.
God damn, dude, you be killing me. Okay, so Alien Romulus. One word, 3 letters or 2 letters. Should I see it or should I not? Yes or no?
Artisan,
He sounded conflicted.
I'm having mixed feelings about this movie because I'm trying to process it. I would say because of I know who you are, you should go see it and kind of break it down for yourself.
Which you know already.
Yeah. Because I would say it wasn't bad, but it wasn't that goddamn good either. I'm actually trying to think about Ridley Scott's last iteration with Covenant and thinking, I want to say that was damn near a superior film to this one.
Covenant was kind of fucked up, too.
Because the guy that did Don't Breathe did this one, right?
Don't Breathe.
The director of Don't Breathe did this
I think so. I think so. Well, here's the thing with that. You remember how we was talking about, and I was thinking about this when I was watching the movie. Remember how we talked about they made every goddamn mistake in that movie to bring that shit out?
Yeah.
I would say this.
They did everything fucking wrong, dude. They would
Same
not make Star Wars a Star Trek away team ever. Nigga, they would have got fired from Starfleet. These were not scientists. They made every goddamn mistake known to man.
I'm like, and it's like I feel like I was watching a rehash of some of that shit in this movie. But go see it, y'all. Go see this for yourself. If you're a fan.
What's the name of the company in the Alien universe?
Wayland Yutani.
Yeah, Wayland.
My thing is like, where they get a bunch of like what you call the people? Do they have a temp agency of people that they keep bringing out to come out and shit? I'm like, okay, hey,
no,
when they
motherfucker is global and they spread out to the universe. You know what that means? They hired a bunch of motherfucking ne'er-do-wells.
Well, no, see, they even explored that. It's like, yo, people are pretty much slaves to this fucking company, man. Like this company, I'm like, how do you keep getting away with shit and you keep hiring motherfuckers and all this other stuff and everybody?
The biggest game going.
Yeah.
Everybody is not the CEO in the boardroom. Some of them is basically mailroom staff.
Who the hell is running the company? Because I thought Wayland Yutani died in freaking Prometheus. I'm like, who the hell is running this damn business?
Oh no, I'll watch it to see. I'm the more what I'm more interested in seeing in the Alien thing is the horror aspect of it. Did they take it in a really horror way? That's what I'm interested to see. Because the trailer looked like, damn, that might be kind of scary.
No, I saw them face huggers jumping through windows. I said, damn, they that strong.
Yeah, tentacle rape.
Yeah, they I will say this. They do try to go back to that original, what scared the shit out of people in the first Alien movie. Because even when I will say the very opening movie, it's quiet. Dead silent. That's how the movie starts off.
Sound design.
Yeah.
Well, don't ruin the movie. Don't ruin it. Don't tell me anymore. Because I haven't seen it. Nobody else in here has seen it. So that's why I just asked you the simple yes or no. Because I didn't want no spoilers. So you didn't give me any spoilers, but it's leading. No leading.
Yeah, that's why I stopped.
Sound design is good. Awesome.
Yeah. I watched it in IMAX. I watched it in IMAX too. So I was loud as shit.
That should be scary enough. That should be scary enough. Should put this shit in 3D. You got face huggers. You should put that in 3D.
Fuck. I'm not trying to spill my popcorn, honestly.
You're not trying to spill the popcorn? They didn't have a popcorn bucket for this one? Face hugger?
They do have one, man.
They do? They got a face hugger popcorn bucket?
It's what's the name? One of the gestation tubes that the face huggers was in.
Oh, the eggs? Oh my god.
No, not the egg. It's remember they had the scientific gestation tubes.
Yeah.
That's what the popcorn buckets look like for this movie.
Oh,
And
okay.
people were just going to the movie theater to get popcorn buckets because I think popcorn buckets are trends now.
Yeah,
To
it's
get.
delectable.
Yeah.
It's an interesting and clever way to get people to come to the theaters initially, right? But goddamn, like I said, when I went to the Deadpool movie, I don't want to pay $30 goddamn dollars for a popcorn bucket.
Yeah.
Well, fuck it, it's just carrying popcorn. The bucket by itself wouldn't be that much. It's like $50. We can say popcorn costs now. Come on, man. I don't like prices going up on every goddamn thing, even simple shit. But I do like the idea of, collectible popcorn buckets. Those are kind of cool. They're kind of cool. If they warrant that shit. It's like a 3D movie. I'll pay IMAX money if the movie I think warrants IMAX. If it doesn't, I don't care how many of them you put in IMAX format and make it 3D. Does it need to be 3D? No, then you waste the money. No, I'm not doing it. Just saying. And it's not like you're gonna bring the bucket back to the next movie. No, I'm gonna have the bucket at home. I mean, I told you I got my Top Gun Maverick popcorn tin. It was a popcorn tin that they had out for the movie. But remember, the movie got delayed because it was COVID. The movie got delayed. Tom Cruise pulled it and said, we'll wait till after the theaters, until the audience come back. But they still had the popcorn buckets. And I was still going to the movies during the COVID, right? That's how I saw Tenet. I saw it in the theater. So what were they giving me popcorn in? The fucking Top Gun Maverick popcorn tins.
They had to get
I'll take it. I wasn't charging a bunch of money for it. It was like $5 on top of the popcorn. Man, give me that shit. This motherfucker hold my fucking dry mats from my dishes. Eat popcorn in that shit. It's there. It's like my ecto trap from seeing Ghostbusters. Yeah, I got it. I paid $25 for some popcorn. Yeah. Is it good for holding popcorn in? No. My hand's too big, but it does look cool. Fuck it. It's sitting on top of the refrigerator, still in plastic. I didn't even use it when I bought it. Oh, man. Some of this shit is just, you have to just really want that shit and understand what you're going to use it for. Otherwise, you just have a bunch of crap sitting around. That's pointless and you paid way too much goddamn money for it. The bucket they were offering at Deadpool, it was just a plastic bucket, like a paper one, with a print on the side, and then a topper that went on top of it. Deadpool and Wolverine sitting in chairs eating popcorn, watching something. And you wanted $35 because you only sold it as this like meal pack? And fuck you. Just give me that goddamn bucket. No, I'm not buying it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I saw the movie. That was good enough. Never mind. No. If I still had a shop open, somebody would have been rolling in the shop trying to sell that shit to me. No, too much. It's way too much. Clever gimmick, way too expensive. You're not going to recapture the Dune magic unless, I don't know, the Beetlejuice have a bucket? Because I think they would be good for one.
Probably will.
They might.
Maybe come Halloween, whatever movie comes out during Halloween, they'll have a bucket that you can use for trick-or-treating or some shit.
Is it an October release or a September release?
Something else comes out in October. Something else is coming out in October. What's on my list? It's on my phone. It's on my other phone. And I haven't booted up yet. But there's a couple of movies that come out in October that I wanted to see. That's coming out around Halloween. It should be the Joker and something else. Yes, Joker. I think it's Joker and something else. One other thing.
Oh boy. The couple Halloween costumes finna.
Yeah, a couple of Halloween
sold out.
Yeah, movie. Yeah, look, trust me on this story. I love movie theater popcorn. When I had the shop open and I was friendly with the people at the Rialto, I could go over there and get popcorn any day of the week for free. And I would do that shit. I would show up to work at the shop. I'd walk down to the theater like I just want some popcorn. They'd load me up a bucket of popcorn. I walk that bitch back down to the shop to sit in the shop for 4 hours eating fucking popcorn. I love popcorn. And little known fact is they throw that shit out at the end of the night. They throw that shit away. That's how expensive the popcorn is. It's not. They throw that shit out. Whatever's made that they have unused in the theater is closed. They bag that shit up and throw it in the trash. So if you one of them savvy people, talk to their ass when they close and get your ass a garbage bag full of fucking popcorn. Nowadays, they probably try to get better about that shit, but the theater, Rialto I went to, yeah, they'd toss that shit. They'd make too much. So, and popcorn is cheap. You can get a bag of that shit for like $2-3. No, I'm not paying that much.
Especially the movie popcorn type of flavor.
Yeah, in reality, none of that shit costs that much to be charging me $35 for a bucket. I don't care what's printed on the side. I'm just going to eat popcorn out of it. But I don't eat popcorn. That's my mainstay of my diet. It doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make good sense to me. Yeah, plenty of free end of the night popcorn. You do refills. That's what I get my refill. I don't get my refill during the movie. I get my refill for movie popcorn when I'm leaving. You go get my popcorn refill because I'll take that shit home and eat it at home watching something else. Love movie popcorn.
Really?
Yeah. But so you having conflicted reviews on what you saw. That's okay. We can talk about it after I see it.
Yeah.
We can talk about it after I see it. No wonder it started delivering popcorn, etc., from movie theaters on Uber Eats and shit. That's why when I buy microwave popcorn, I buy movie butter popcorn.
That smell and that flavor.
And I'm sorry, I'm still old school, so I like having my popcorn in a big ass mixing bowl.
Yep.
Like mother used to make back in the day when you would have your Jiffy Pop.
Or red Bocker.
Or your Jiffy Pop or your over red Bocker and throw that shit in mama's big mixing bowl that she make cakes and shit like that in. Slather it with the butter, maybe a little cinnamon or something like that, and sit there and eat your popcorn. Sorry, I still do that to this day. I went to the Dollar Tree to buy some big ass bowls just so I could throw my popcorn in that shit while I'm watching TV and eating. Yesterday it was hummus, Toya. Yesterday it was my crushed red pepper hummus and crackers. Watching Leave the World Behind and some other shit. Because apparently I realize I'm like my father. I'm a fucking snacker. I snack. Snacking all day.
Oh, and I watched Supercell, the whole damn 6 episodes. I was pissed when I got to
About
the 6
time.
episodes.
God damn.
About fucking time.
Woo! That beast caught up. Science finally advanced. Holy shit.
About time. Damn.
Look, I put other people onto the show.
Like a good
like a good neighbor.
He told 2
Supercell
friends.
is there.
I told 2 friends.
And so on and so on and so on.
Yeah. Spread the good word, because all them people that you told probably had already seen the Acolyte. But wasn't watching Supercell. Okay. Short view, because I'm still trying to get off here. Don't think y'all getting out of it. What'd you think? Short take.
More,
longer take next week.
I wanted more, dude.
That's what I want.
I was mad as hell when I finished that 6 episode. I was like, "Oh wait, there's only 6? God damn!"
And I thought about something. I watched that shit for like the 3rd time last week while I was on vacation. I watched it the 3rd time, whole season straight through. And I tell you, I had a thought about where season 2 could go. Somebody coming back.
Yeah.
Oh.
Somebody coming back.
Mr. Smiley himself.
I'm not saying who it is, but I'm saying somebody coming back, because there's a way that character could not be dead.
Oh yeah.
Here's a question. Okay, now hold on.
I'm not saying anything about who the character is, what it happened, none of that shit. I'm just saying somebody can come back.
Okay, somebody, because there are 2 important characters that die.
I don't stop saying anything else. I want people to watch this shit.
Okay.
I'm not saying shit else. If you want to figure out what the hell it is I'm talking about, you should probably watch the fucking show.
Toya.
Netflix. Go to Netflix. Watch
Toya.
Super Serial.
Watch this shit.
6 to 8 episodes. Don't be listening to all the criticism. Oh, it's gang stuff. And yeah, shut the fuck up.
Hold on. And I want to say something about that, Artisan, real quick. That adds tension and conflict to the show.
Yes.
Without it,
minor.
Without it, it does not drive the story. That little element, it's not the bulk of the show, but
it's not even 10% of this fucking show.
But
it needed that in the show. It needed it in the show.
When you see the reason why that these gangs are here, it's a reason why. And if we got going on and understanding, if we're telling the reason why is important, why the gangs are being shown, we're going to be giving a lot of
the gangs. Away. The gangs are just there to show you where one of the characters comes from. That's it.
His background.
That's it. Yeah, his background, where he comes from. If I can watch Power and nobody complaining about that shit, if you can watch Peaky Blinders and not have a problem with that shit, I don't see what everybody's up in arms about.
If you can watch,
they had red and blue on, motherfucker. These colors existed before the gangs did. You know that, right?
If you can watch 9 seasons of The Sopranos, come on, man.
No shit. Good night, dude. Like, get the fuck out of here. That is so minor of a thing, but you understand what people throw against you with what they feel they used to work to try to sideline and get you not to watch the show. That's the only thing they do here. The show is far superior.
But here's the funny thing. This is the gangs are a part of one of the integral characters' backstory in life.
Mm-hmm.
And when you realize why he's in a gang, which adds more fruitfulness to the story. Oh, that's why he's there in the gang. Oh, then you get more information of realizing what's going on. Oh, okay. This is the one of the smart integral things of how the way Ratman is linking a lot of characters, backstories, side stories together to make a cohesive story within this world. That's what makes it cool.
Yeah. And I'll say this, there wasn't a unlikable character in the whole show. I only question one character, and it's Sabrina's sister.
Mm-hmm.
I think she do some dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
But there wasn't an unlikable character in this whole show. Even when it got down to Rod's mama and what she was doing, I understood what she was doing, even though I didn't like it, but I didn't hate her as a character.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't. There wasn't an unlikable character in this whole fucking thing. The only thing I thought that could have improved it, what's his name? Andre needs a extra power. He kind of limited with one power.
Yeah.
Because to me, all of them have more than one power or skill.
They have dual power stunts. Yeah.
Yeah. He just has the one. He needs another one.
Well, remember when they go so many months or so many years within the future, like when Michael does that, right?
You're spoiling it.
Maybe. Well, Ratman's smart. And he's into the geek culture like us. I hope he does expound on it within the second season.
Hopefully, because I would think the way it's set up, what I'm thinking creative happened is that Andre was the first character he came up with, and that's why he only had one power. That's what I'm thinking. That creatively, that was the first character that they came up with, or it was the last character they put on. Because it seems like most of the other characters, even though Andre's story is more relatable to average everyday dudes, that was the first character made up and that had power because his story is kind of fleshed out. And he just has a power. He doesn't have a real skill. He just has a power. All the rest of the characters have powers and skills. He's the only one that doesn't. So that to me, that means if you made these other characters first, he would have had the same thing all the rest of them had, because the creative process is to keep growing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's the one that seems the most limited, which means you probably started there and branched out to the rest of these characters, and that's why the rest of these characters have more going on,
Mm-hmm.
powers and skill wise. He just
and
has
that was very good, because you have to understand of what Andre is going through.
You have to understand his situation. What would be a benefit to him in his situation? But that's why I say the story of Supercell probably started with Andre. And this is just me getting into the mind space of trying to understand how Ratman wrote this.
Uh-huh.
That's it. He probably started with the Andre character. Probably. I could be wrong, but this is just me taking available information and making my own, idea about what's going on with it. That was probably the first character made.
And you made a good point, because like how you said, everybody has certain skills. Even a Rodney, where people say, well, how could Rodney have this? He has a certain skill.
He has a power and a skill, yeah.
But I'm saying his skill before even his power manifested.
Mm-hmm.
He had a way of surviving. Even though it might not have been the best, and it might have been fringe, but he had a skill. Now, when his power manifested, that's when, okay, things started going a little well.
Yeah, it aided his skill.
Yeah.
It was a compliment to his skill, because Rodney, if anything, you could say his skill is that he's personable.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
He can talk to people. He makes friends with anybody really quickly.
Yes, that's another thing, because even though he may seem, well, that's what made him successful in his business. And especially when his power manifested, that's what made him get around London. But also when his power manifested, he winds up in another part of Europe where he makes money in order for him to come back. I was like, okay.
Yeah. Gets on a level with somebody who ain't known him from nowhere, and they just chopping it up or whatever, and he ends up making money off this dude. That means that's Rodney's skill, is to be social and personable with people.
He's a salesman.
What I like about
people skills.
Michael,
That's just people skills.
Yes, Michael's
not going into the whole review. I'm trying to get out of here because I got to eat. I'm fucking starving.
No, you can't eat. No, fuck.
Yeah. Oh, nigga, you can't eat. I got something to say.
I will say the last thing I say. Ratman has been promoting this show because I need to watch the recent. He was recently on Drink Champs with Noriega talking about it. So they've been talking to him, and he was talking about the show Supercell. So, and I was reading news articles. He was talking about season 2. Like he said season 1 was my Batman Begins. Season 2, we're just gonna go into it. So I'm saying you need to go into it. I'm saying you need to go into it. Just we got the characters, all of them together. Give me some super shit. Just start battles. Flesh out the story, but give me some super battles because you already know the action was gonna draw people to this show too, because once them first super bike trailer fights start popping up, like, oh, what's this Supercell? Oh, you too late, bitch. We one season down.
Yeah, exactly. Catch up.
You late.
Got to go back.
Well, all the origin story stuff is already done with. That's the thing. All the origin, fleshing out or introducing you to who these characters, who they are, who their supporting cast, what their worldview is and shit. That's already been done.
Foundation is laid.
Season, you can hit the ground running and just do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. So, Ratman, I ain't got a big channel, but you want somebody to promote that shit, show up. Ain't a big channel, but best believe your ass show up on here and do an interview about your show. So, I bet motherfuckers like, who this little small channel with this dude on here? Who the fuck is he? I just want to talk to you about the shit.
He complains so much, but he's passionate about it.
Look, I watched the show. I fucking enjoyed it. I was telling everybody to watch that shit. So,
Artisan, I gotta ask BC one question. Sabrina.
She said, "I'm watching."
Woo, boy! I just want to say the women in this show. Oh my
told
god!
You, what's her name? Matilda something or other. Whatever her name is. Mildred.
When they went out to the club scene and was dolled up. Oh my god! Her and the sisters. I really want the sister.
Nadine Mills. That's her name. Nadine. Because remember, Sabrina is a character. Nadine is the woman.
Jamaican
That's a nice looking sister. I'm sorry to tell you.
Mwah.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sorry to tell you. Nadine is looking nice, nigga.
You ever heard of Dutch chocolate? Well, you got British chocolate right there. There you go.
Yeah.
British chocolate with a Jamaican taste to it.
Oh yeah, Jamaican aftertaste. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I moved them without telling them. I bet the fuck you did, baby girl. You moved for me. You ain't touched me once.
But when she was wearing them leather pants, I was like, oh, what the heck? Yes, ma'am.
Quit it. Like, quit it. Told you. I want to go to London. Damn, they got sisters like that in London? Maybe I'm in the wrong place. I don't know.
You are. Look, I've been trying to, ever since I saw Naomi Campbell, I've been trying to get back to fucking Hogwarts.
Here you go. All right. So final thoughts before we finish oogling Nadine ass. I love for y'all both, you know that, but I got to get something to eat because Andre is making a joke about don't get between a man and the pasta. No, I get hangry. I'm serious. I get fucking hangry. I can go a while without eating, but when it's time for me to eat, it is time for me to fucking eat, man. I will get ravenous and angry. I got to eat. So I'm not trying to be rude, but I need to get the fuck off here and eat because I knew that was coming. So, and I knew it was coming when we hit 5 hours and we at six and a half. I eat something soon.
My parting words
It's
is
gonna be a problem.
my brother. I will holler at you next week. All right.
Peace. Appreciate you, Malika. Coming up.
I'm gonna down this one.
You gonna hop down as well? Yeah, you gotta hop down, man. But you know, it's time to feed the beast. It's time to feed the beast. I gotta feed the beast. So appreciate you, Beast. I'll be looking for your review next week of Alien Romulus. Maybe I'll check it out this week. I got Pool League this week, and I think I'm gonna play in 3 different spots this week: Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. So I'll be getting around a little bit this week. So I'll try to see if I can fit that in. If I don't, go see it tonight after I eat. But with that, thank you guys for showing up today. I've been artisanmc. This is the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday at 11 a.m. until I need to eat. We're going to talk about geekdom and the thing goings on. We geeked them for the last week. Subscribe to the channel because I do live randomly during the week. But this is the main show that I do every Sunday. It's one week. Deal with. If I had more time, I'd probably do it more often, but I don't have a lot of time. So I schedule this accordingly so I can get this stuff out for you guys. Subscribe to the Patreon channel where I will do my watch along style reviews of material. The next thing coming up may be I don't know who would want to watch that shit, but I may do it just for fun because I have to put content on Patreon because they are paying to see what I have to say. So I try to make sure I give them what they want. I don't think they want Agatha, but they want to see me react to something. That's a good way to see it. That's a good way to see it. I won't be watching that shit at midnight. I know that much. So it'll be at some kind of time. Noir True said curry seasoning. Not today. I'm having curry seasoning this season. It's mostly lemon pepper and stuff like that. I don't like my culo burning. I don't like the fuego in the culo all the time. That's not my thing. They do art. Trust it's a good show. Trust is a good show. Yeah, Trust just started the show. So she just started watching it. So we're gonna check back with Trust next week and see what she thought of Supercell. She should be able to get through that shit in like a day and a half unless she want to stay up all night. It's already 8 p.m. there. So yeah, you can watch that shit till about 12 or 1 and you'll be done. You'll be done, or you can pick it up again the next day. But thank you to everybody coming through, everybody who showed up to the panel and donated. I appreciate you guys very much because you make this possible. Support is good. And that's it. Appreciate you. Love y'all. And I didn't pull up the right review thing yet. There we go. Peace, you guys.